Chapter 2213. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with interesting novels to read. In fact, when Feng Qin created the fourth move of the traceless sword art, Jian Wuji knew that it wouldn't take long for him to surpass Han Yuan and become the benchmark of the new generation of the Wuji sword sect. Especially with the innate divine rune of order, his strength would be even more terrifying in the future. Whoosh! Just as Jian Wuji left and Feng Qin put away the hidden star sword, the void trembled and Han Yuan appeared. Looking at you, you seem to have gained a lot. Feng Qin and Han Yuan sat on the mountain peak, their clothes drenched in sweat. Their faces were full of smiles. As he spoke, Han Yuan extended his hand in front of Feng Qin. The latter took a look and extended his hand, politely shaking Han Yuan's hand. Dong! Han Yuan pursed his lips and smiled. His first impression of Feng Qin was quite good. You are Han Yuan? There was no need to guess. To be able to silently appear in front of him and face the sharp sword aura in the courtyard so calmly, there couldn't be anyone else other than Han Yuan. Junior brother Feng, your swordsmanship is really impressive. Not bad. Let's get to know each other. I am Han Yuan. A good divine technique should be cultivated by a peerless genius. As he spoke, Han Yuan extended his hand in front of Feng Qin. Of course. I want to see your innate divine rune of order, Han Yuan said. The latter took a look and extended his hand, politely shaking Han Yuan's hand. I am Feng Qin said. Han Yuan's face was full of smiles as he retracted his hand. In the past 6 months, I have heard many disciples talking about you. Some are belittling you, while others are praising you. Before I met you, I had imagined countless times what kind of person you were. However, after meeting you today, you have exceeded my expectations. Oh, in senior brother Han Yuan's eyes, what kind of person am I? Feng Qin said with a smile. He felt that Han Yuan was not bad. Even though he was the #1 disciple in the inner sect, he did not have the slightest bit of arrogance. On the contrary, he was rather courteous towards him. Han Yuan gazed at Feng Qin. After a long time, he said, I can't see through you. In fact, before he said this, Han Yuan did not dare to believe his own judgment. He was an expert at the peak of the Unity Realm. His strength was exceedingly high, allowing him to sweep across all inner sect disciples. Even among the Unity Realm experts in the Eastern Profound Heaven, he was quite famous. However, even though Feng Qin was right in front of him, he couldn't see through him. Senior brother Han Yuan is too modest, said Feng Qin. Han Yuan shook his head. What he said was true. The more he interacted with Feng Qin, the more shocked he felt. Junior brother Feng, take this. Feng Qin didn't want to linger on this topic, so he waved his hand and asked with a smile, I wonder why senior brother Han Yuan is looking for me? However, before he left, he had to raise his ranking. Oh, what kind of person am I in senior brother Han Yuan's eyes? Feng Qin smiled. He felt that this Han Yuan was quite good. Of course, I want to see your innate God rune of order. Han Yuan said, I am not a match for senior brother Han Yuan. Feng Qin said directly. Don't worry. There is no need to determine the victor between us. I just want to see your innate God rune of order. Han Yuan said, Voila! In the end, Feng Qin agreed to Han Yuan's request. A good divine technique should be cultivated by an absolute monster. He also wanted to know what level his strength had reached. Here, Feng Qin asked, Follow me. Han Yuan's figure flashed and entered the void. Seeing this, Feng Qin grinned and followed closely behind. He was an expert at the peak of the Unity Realm. His strength was exceedingly high, allowing him to sweep across all inner sect disciples. Even among the Unity Realm experts in the Eastern Profound Heaven, he was quite famous. The cold wind rustled. On a desolate mountain peak in the limitless Sword Mountain Range, No one came here all year round. Han Yuan's figure flashed and entered the void. Seeing this, Fang Qin grinned and followed closely behind. However, only one sword could decide the outcome of the battle. On the mountain peak, Fang Qin and Han Yuan looked at each other. Sharp sword qi flashed around their bodies. Fighting with Fang Qin could be considered as fulfilling the wish of all these years. Junior brother Fang, make your move, Han Yuan said. Fang Qin nodded and released his innate god rune of order. Wang. An extremely terrifying power swept across the entire mountain peak. Seeing this, Han Yuan retreated quickly. His eyes widened as he stared at the innate god rune of order above Fang Qin's head. Fang Qin did not hide his strength. He directly executed the fourth move of the traceless sword technique. Is this the legendary innate god rune of order? Han Yuan felt that the suppression of the innate god rune of order was too strong. If I were in the divine rune realm, I would lose without a fight, Han Yuan said to himself. However, his eyes were burning with passion. Junior brother Fang, take this! Han Yuan bellowed as he brandished the long sword in his hand. A dazzling golden sword radiance expanded in the void. Then, it charged toward Fang Qin with an unstoppable force. After seeing the innate god rune of order, Han Yuan proposed to fight with Fang Qin using his physical body. Traceless sword technique. Fang Qin did not hide his strength. He directly executed the fourth move of the traceless sword technique. This was a sword technique that he had just created. Its attack power was extremely strong. Crack! As soon as the fourth move of the traceless sword technique was executed, it directly shattered the void. Dong! After the two sword lights collided, there was a deafening sound. Then, the two sword lights shattered at the same time. Fang Qin could not help but take a few steps back. After stabilizing his body, the divine rune of order drilled into his body. He looked at Han Yuan in shock. Amazing! He kept the hidden star sword and gave Han Yuan a thumbs up. Junior brother Fang, your sword technique is really amazing. Fang Qin's voice was transmitted into the courtyard of the god of thunder. Han Yuan could not help but praise Fang Qin. He had used all his strength just now to barely block Fang Qin's attack. This was enough to shock him, as expected of the innate god rune of order. I am ashamed of my inferiority, Han Yuan said with a smile. If it was a battle of life and death, I would definitely die. Fang Qin said, Senior brother Han, you don't have to be humble. With your strength, it is hard to find a match even in the Unity realm. Han Yuan shook his head. From a certain point of view, he had already lost. After all, Fang Qin's cultivation was only at the divine rune realm, while he had reached the peak of the Unity realm. On the mountain peak, a violent wind blew and thunder rumbled. After seeing the innate god rune of order, Han Yuan proposed to fight against Fang Qin with his fleshly body. The myriad sword body was stuck at a bottleneck, and Fang Qin naturally could not ask for more. Han Yuan's special physique was the rare murderous sword body. Although it was only one word different from the myriad sword body, there was still a slight difference between the two. On the mountain peak, a violent wind blew and thunder rumbled. After a while, Fang Qin and Han Yuan sat on the mountain peak. Their clothes were drenched in sweat, but their faces were filled with smiles. It has been a long time since I had such an enjoyable battle, Han Yuan said. Ever since he became the #1 inner sect disciple, no one could challenge his position, not even the god of thunder and the others. Don't worry, there is no need to determine the victor between us. I just need to see the innate god rune of order, Han Yuan said. But now, Fang Qin's fleshly body was actually on par with his. Han Yuan could not help but praise Fang Qin. He had used all his strength just now to barely block Fang Qin's attack. This was enough to shock him. Whoosh! Han Yuan waved his hand, and a ray of light entered Fang Chen's mind. Fang Chen was about to speak when he suddenly sensed a large amount of information in the ray of light. He was shocked. Thunder rumbled incessantly in the sky. The god of thunder had displayed a terrifying attack power. This is my demonic dragon body refinement art. You are qualified to cultivate it, Han Yuan said calmly. Logically speaking, he was on par with Fang Chen and could not be considered a loss. But with Han Yuan's pride, he believed that strictly speaking he had lost. Moreover, he fully approved of Fang Chen cultivating the demonic dragon body refinement art. Han Yuan's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Seeing this, Fang Chen grinned and followed closely behind. A good divine art should be cultivated by a peerless genius. Dong! Thank you, Senior Brother Han Yuan. Thank you, Senior Brother Han Yuan. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. He would never forget this kindness. Follow me. Perhaps in your hands, the demonic dragon body refinement art can flourish. Han Yuan said leisurely. Han Yuan pursed his lips and smiled. His first impression of Fang Chen was quite good. After fighting with Fang Chen, he had fulfilled his wish of all these years. I am not a match for Senior Brother Han Yuan, Fang Chen said directly. He was in a good mood. After resting for a long time, he stood up and looked at Fang Chen. Junior Brother Fang, cultivate well and strive to break through to the unity realm as soon as possible. After obtaining the demonic dragon body refinement art, Fang Chen was not in a hurry to cultivate it. The god of thunder thought that he had misheard and revealed a disdainful expression. Do you really think that you can suppress me just because you defeated me with your fleshly body? He had another important thing to do now, and that was to return to the myriad Devil Islands and retrieve the 9-star Golden Dragon Oregon. After obtaining the demonic dragon body refinement art, Fang Chen was not in a hurry to cultivate it. It has been more than a year. The amount of or extracted should be quite a lot, right? Fang Chen thought. However, before leaving, he had to raise his ranking. Soon, Fang Chen found the courtyard of the God of Thunder. God of Thunder. Fang Chen's voice transmitted into the courtyard of the God of Thunder. Wang. A thunderbolt descended from the sky, and the tall figure of the God of Thunder appeared instantly. Fang Chen, what are you doing here? Ever since he lost to Fang Chen in the gravity space, the God of Thunder had been harboring hatred in his heart, waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. Of course, I am here to challenge you, Fang Chen said indifferently. You want to challenge me? The God of Thunder thought that he had misheard and revealed a disdainful expression. Do you really think that you can suppress me just because you defeated me with your fleshly body? Seeing this, Fang Chen was too lazy to explain. Do you accept my challenge or not? Fang Chen asked impatiently. All right, I accept. The God of Thunder's voice was like thunder, exploding in the sky above the inner sect. Countless disciples heard the news and rushed over to watch from afar. Is Fang Chen crazy? He wants to challenge the God of Thunder? I am not a match for Senior Brother Han Yuan. Fang Chen said directly. The God of Thunder is ranked 5th in the inner sect. Did he eat too much? Just because his fleshly body is stronger than the God of Thunder, he is arrogant to this extent? Although he was ranked 1st in the inner sect, he did not have the slightest bit of arrogance. On the contrary, he was very polite to him. Ever since he became the inner sect's #1, no one could challenge his position, not even the God of Thunder and the others. Many disciples did not have high hopes for Fang Chen, thinking that he was too arrogant. This is my demonic dragon body refinement art. You are qualified to cultivate it, Han Yuan said calmly. However, Fang Chen did not care. Kid, I will let you know the power of the God of Thunder. Crash! Rumble! Thunder rumbled in the sky as the God of Thunder displayed his terrifying attack power. Whoosh! However, only one sword could decide the outcome of the battle. After Fang Chen displayed the fourth move of the traceless sword art, he turned around and left, not even looking at the God of Thunder. Fang Chen cupped his fists in thanks. He would never forget this kindness. Chapter 22:14. Genius 1. Second, remember, love divided by little? I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. When Fang Chen's figure turned into a black dot and disappeared, the void collapsed. The invisible sword light pierced through the thunder god's defense with incomparable sharpness. Love, go, little, say, w, chupuchi. The crisp and clear sound was shocking. The thunder god frantically tried to resist, but it was useless. The attack power of the sword light was too strong. Furthermore, when the sword light struck, the god of thunder vaguely felt that the flow of time and space around him had changed slightly, causing him to hallucinate. Although the stars turned around in an instant, it was still too late. Fang Chen's body flew out of the teleportation array in a sorry state. He coughed a few times and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. When the transparent sword light pierced through the thunder god's defense and pierced into his body, it directly exploded. The thunder god's body directly exploded, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. The badly mutilated body fell to the ground. Half of his body was destroyed, and blood stained his entire body. His skull was also directly shattered, and his primordial spirit floated out. At this moment, all the disciples' hearts were filled with admiration for Fang Chen. Ah! A miserable cry came from the thunder god's primordial spirit. The many disciples who were watching from afar were pulled back from their shock by this miserable cry. Overall, the development of the myriad demon islands was similar to Fang Chen's expectations. Stormy waves were set off in their hearts as they looked at the badly mutilated thunder god dumbfoundedly. Usually, they were known as the pillars of the younger generation of the Wuji sword sect. However, after entering the inner sect for so long, they had not made any name for themselves. Was this still the high and mighty thunder god in their hearts? One sword, just one sword, completely pierced through the thunder god's defense. The incident this time also reminded Fang Chen that he had to be careful of Tianqing's remnant clan. The most important thing was that Fang Chen was so confident in his sword. After using it, he turned around and left, as if he had already expected such a result. At this moment, the admiration the disciples had for Fang Chen in their hearts could not be any greater. Those disciples who had once mocked and looked down on Fang Chen were trembling inside. Being able to send the thunder god flying with a single slash and almost kill him, such an expert was at least one of the top 3 in the inner sect. Unknowingly, Fang Chen had already reached such heights, while they were still mediocre. This was the difference between them. After a long while, the murderous aura in the air gradually dissipated. Some disciples who had a good relationship with Thunder God helped him up and brought him back to the courtyard for treatment. Even more disciples lowered their heads and quietly left. This battle had greatly stimulated them. Normally, they were the pillars of the younger generation of the limitless sword sect. However, after being in the inner sect for so long, he still hadn't made a name for himself. Being chased by 4 Unity Realm experts, he did not dare to be careless. He executed the 4th move of the traceless sword technique, forcing the Unity Realm experts to retreat. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he rushed into the teleportation array. On the other hand, Fang Chen had widened the gap between them in just a year. A crisp sound resounded. In the void outside Zaikai Town, fresh blood splattered and 2 corpses fell to the ground. Overall, the development of the Myriad Devil Island was more or less what Fang Chen had expected. After this battle, Fang Chen's name resounded throughout the inner sect. The attacks of the 4 Unity Realm experts landed on the teleportation array in an instant. Furthermore, he had replaced the Thunder God as the new 5th expert of the inner sect. Of course, Everyone was clear that with Fang Chen's strength, he could easily be ranked in the top 3, but the latter did not seem to care. After defeating the Thunder God, he hurriedly left the inner sect. It's you? There's actually a 9-star golden dragon mine here. The 4th move of the traceless sword technique was very powerful. It might not be enough to deal with Han Yuan, but it was more than enough to deal with the Thunder God. Fang Chen left the inner sect and arrived at the Star River prefecture of the outer sect. With the resources he left behind, Star and Moon had already grown. They were quite famous in the outer sect. After chatting for a while, Fang Chen took the teleportation array and arrived at Zaikai Town. The target has appeared. Act immediately. Kill without mercy. The experts from the Sky Pillar Remnant clan who were hiding near Zaikai Town attacked the moment they discovered Fang Chen. Kill. The 5 Unity Realm experts attacked Fang Chen together. Not good. Fang Chen cursed inwardly. He could feel a sharp aura approaching him. He executed the time-space collapse technique and rapidly fled. Die. The 5 Unity Realm experts appeared in 5 different directions around Zaikai Town, surrounding Fang Chen in the middle. Fang Chen cursed inwardly. He could feel a sharp aura approaching him. He executed the time-space collapse technique and rapidly fled. It's you? The incident this time also reminded Fang Chen that he had to be careful of Tianqing's remnant clan. Sky Pillar Remnant clan? Fang Chen's eyes revealed a trace of gloom when he saw this. Audacious. At this moment, ripples flickered in the void. Swordmaster appeared. The aura on Swordmaster's body was very strong. He flicked his finger, causing a sword light to shoot towards one of the experts surrounding Fang Chen. At that moment, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The entire Zaikai Town was cut in half. The shockwaves from the battle were huge. Pu Qi. Fang Chen, who was near the teleportation array, had an extremely gloomy expression. This Unity Realm expert was heavily injured by Swordmaster. Just as Swordmaster was preparing to deal with another Unity Realm expert, a figure shrouded in black fog appeared in front of him. Just as Swordmaster was preparing to deal with another Unity Realm expert, a figure shrouded in black fog appeared in front of him. Swordmaster, your opponent is me. I am late. This was the gap between them. It's you? Swordmaster said gloomily. He slashed out with the sword in his hand, and even more disciples lowered their heads and left silently. At that moment, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The entire Zaikai Town was cut in half. The shockwaves from the battle were huge. Let's end this quickly. Jian Wuji shook his head. It's not your fault. It's my negligence. The person in charge of the Sky Pillar Remnant clan also knew it wasn't wise to fight for a long time. He appeared here just to obstruct Swordmaster. Otherwise, it would be hard for the plan to succeed. Courting death. Swordmaster was furious. He attacked at lightning speed, displaying the absolute art of the limitless sword sect. He kept fighting with the person in charge of the Sky Pillar Remnant clan. The person in charge of the Sky Pillar Remnant clan also knew it wasn't wise to fight for a long time. He appeared here just to obstruct Swordmaster. Otherwise, it would be hard for the plan to succeed. He had already transmitted a message to Jian Wuji. The latter was on his way here. For a moment, it was hard for him to force the other party back. He had already transmitted a message to Jian Wuji. The latter was on his way here. At this moment, the void rippled and Swordmaster appeared. Fang Chen, who was near the teleportation array, had an extremely gloomy expression. Being chased by 4 Unity Realm experts, he did not dare to be careless. He executed the 4th move of his traceless sword technique, forcing back the Unity Realm experts who were close to him. He made use of this opportunity to rush into the teleportation array. Those disciples who once mocked and looked down on Fang Chen felt their hearts trembling. Attack together. Kill him. The attacks of the 4 Unity Realm experts landed on the teleportation array in an instant. Nevertheless, Fong Chen was the first to activate the teleportation array. White light flashed. The teleportation array suffered heavy damage, but it was still activated. Voila! Fong Chen's figure disappeared from the teleportation array. Attack together. Kill him. And at the same time, the combined attacks of the 4 Unity Realm experts completely destroyed the teleportation array. Myriad Devil Islands, Training Ground, Floating Sky Palace. Damn! Seeing this, the person in charge of the Sky Pillar Remnant race cursed. He forced Swordmaster back with a punch before retreating rapidly. Thinking of leaving? Swordmaster's expression turned gloomy. He snorted and extended his hand, grabbing towards the void. At that moment, 2 Unity Realm experts were caught in his hands. Die. Ah. Swordmaster fell into madness. He erupted with a vast power, directly imprisoning the 2 Unity Realm experts. Hoo! Jian Wuji rushed over. He glanced at Swordmaster before slashing out at the void. Puchi! Audacious! A crisp sound rang out. Fresh blood splattered in the void outside Zeikai Town. 2 corpses fell on the ground. At a glance, they were the 2 Unity Realm experts who had just escaped. As for the other 2 who were caught by Swordmaster, they knew they could not escape and directly exploded. Woof, woof, woof. The target has appeared. I am late. Jian Wuji came to the side of Swordmaster and said, This Unity Realm expert was heavily injured by Swordmaster. This matter is my fault. Did I underestimate the determination of the Sky Pillar Remnant race? Swordmaster asked. Jian Wuji shook his head. It is not your fault. It is my negligence. This matter is my fault. Did I underestimate the determination of the Sky Pillar Remnant race? Swordmaster asked. Cough, cough, cough. Myriad Devil Islands, Training Ground, Floating Sky Palace. A few days later, Fong Chen's body flew out from the teleportation array in a sorry state. He coughed a few times before spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Voila! Damned Sky Pillar Remnant race. Fong Chen endured the injuries on his body. He sat cross-legged on the ground with difficulty and began recuperating. Fortunately, this teleportation array was established by an expert from the Void Star Heaven. Its sturdiness was extraordinary. Otherwise, he would have been heavily injured. The incident this time also reminded Fong Chen that he had to be careful of Tian Qin's remnant clan. A few days later, Fong Chen's injuries had more or less recovered. He left the training ground and came to the Myriad Devil Palace. My lord, why are you here? Myriad Devil Island Lord called out excitedly. Mocha was stunned for a moment before hurriedly saying, My lord. After a year of development, the Myriad Devil Islands were gradually recovering. In addition to the endless energy provided by the 9-star Golden Dragon ores, many divine inscriptions realm cultivators appeared in the Myriad Devil Islands. There were even 2 Unity realm cultivators. Overall, the development of the Myriad Devil Islands was more or less what Fong Chen expected. How much 9-star Golden Dragon ores have been mined in this year? Fong Chen asked. A total of 200 million ores have been mined. The development of the Myriad Devil Islands has used 50 million ores. There is still 150 million ores left. Myriad Devil Island Lord reported. As for the 2 who were caught by Swordmaster, they knew that they could not escape and directly exploded. Hearing this, Fong Chen nodded in satisfaction. The remaining 50 million ores can be left in the Myriad Devil Islands. I will take 100 million ores. Fong Chen said, Oh right, how long can the 9-star Golden Dragon ores be mined? Myriad Devil Island Lord pondered for a moment before saying, About 10 more years. At the same time in the primal chaos void, an old man rode on a huge dog and floated near the 9-star golden dragon oars. Was this still the thunder god in their hearts? There is actually a 9-star golden dragon oars here. The old man saw through the array an illusory realm set up by Fangchen with a glance. Being chased by 4 Unity Realm experts, he did not dare to be careless. He executed the 4th move of the traceless sword technique, forcing the Unity Realm experts to retreat. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he rushed into the teleportation array. Woof, woof, woof. The huge dog under the old man let out a few barks. Don't be anxious. Such a huge oar should be enough for you to eat your fill. At the next moment, the old man rode on the huge dog and appeared above the 9-star golden dragon oars. Go and eat. Don't hurt the innocent cultivators. Chapter 22:15. Genius 1 Second, remember love, go, /little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Just as he finished speaking, the big black dog had already charged toward Fangchen. Hearing this, the big black dog lowered its head. Clearly, it knew how terrifying the innate order sigil was. The old man stood above the 9-star gold dragon mine and looked down. His mount, the big black dog, had already rushed into the mine and was crazily chewing on the 9-star gold dragon ore. I can't believe I found a 9-star gold dragon mine in such a remote place. Battle through the heavens, manga E/CX 16/==. Lord Wang, something bad has happened. The old man was calm and composed as he muttered to himself. There were many unknown places in the vast, chaotic void. Some seemed remote, but they contained endless treasures. This made the old man even more determined to continue traveling the chaotic void. In the 9-star gold dragon mine, the sudden appearance of the big black dog alarmed the miners. Beast, get out of here. The miners not far from the big black dog were all Void Realm warriors. Seeing this, they roared angrily and rushed toward the big black dog in a flash. Woof, woof, woof. The big black dog swallowed a large piece of 9-star gold dragon ore and barked at the Void Realm miners. Suddenly, a terrifying aura swept over. The miners were shocked to find that their bodies were imprisoned in the void, unable to move. Some time ago, I heard that an innate order sigil appeared in the void star sky. You must have obtained it, right? The old man continued to ask. The latter had no choice but to use his most powerful attack. They looked at the big black dog in horror, but the latter didn't care about them at all. It turned its head and continued to devour the ore. The 4th level of the traceless sword technique was instantly used. The extremely strange, transparent sword light changed the flow of time around it and stabbed toward the big black dog. Whoosh! When the big black dog was far away, the miners could finally move their bodies. Quickly find Lord Wang. The miners hurried to a spacious area in the mine. There was a temporary room here, and Lord Wang, who was in charge of supervising the work, was resting here. Lord Wang, something bad has happened. Lord Wang, something big has happened to the mine. To think that a 9-star golden dragon vein would be discovered in such a remote place. Little friend, was the rune you unleashed earlier an innate divine rune of order? The old man asked in a gentle manner. Hearing their voices, a divine inscriptions realm martial artist walked out from the crowd. What the hell happened? Lord Wang asked with a frown. The big black dog swallowed a large piece of 9-star golden dragon, or in one gulp, before barking at a few Void Realm miners. This was the territory of the Myriad Devil Islands. Who would dare to behave atrociously here? A big black dog descended from the sky and is devouring the mine. That big black dog is too scary. Just as we were about to get close, it imprisoned our bodies in the void. After hearing their reports, Lord Wang realized that the situation was more troublesome than he had expected. He immediately reported this matter to the Myriad Devil Islands. Traceless sword technique. Myriad Devil Islands, Myriad Devil Hall. Just as Fong Chen was conversing with the Myriad Devil Islands lord, the latter's countenance suddenly changed. "What's wrong?" Fong Chen asked. "Lord, something bad has happened." The Myriad Devil Islands lord said, "Our men discovered a big black dog descending from the sky and entering the mine. It is devouring the ore. A few miners tried to stop it, but the big dog merely bit them a few times and their bodies were imprisoned in the void." The Myriad Devil Islands lord said slowly. Hearing this, Fong Chen stood up. He had set up a heaven-piercing array and multiple illusory realms. Ordinary divine inscriptions realm martial artists wouldn't be able to sneak in silently. What the hell happened? However, this old man has never taken advantage of others. Since this mine is yours, I will naturally compensate you. The old man continued. To be able to witness an innate divine rune of order, this trip is not in vain. Ha ha ha. Could it be a Unity realm expert? Fong Chen pondered rapidly in his mind. At the same time, he left the Myriad Devil Islands and flew towards the location of the 9-star Golden Dragon Mine. Tell them not to act rashly. Wait for me to arrive before making a decision, Fong Chen said. At that moment, a terrifying aura swept over. A few miners were shocked to discover that their bodies were imprisoned in the void. They couldn't move at all. A few miners tried to stop it, but the big dog merely bit them a few times and their bodies were imprisoned in the void. The Myriad Devil Islands lord said slowly. His voice sounded a little impatient. Ordinary divine inscriptions realm martial artists would definitely not come to such a remote place. The only possibility was that some unparalleled expert was traveling through the primal chaos void and accidentally discovered this mine. A few days later, Fong Chen arrived at the location of the 9-star Golden Dragon Mine. His body floated in the void. When he looked over, he was slightly surprised. The array and the illusory realm don't show any signs of damage. How did the big black dog enter? Fong Chen's figure flashed and arrived above the mine. A few days later, Fong Chen arrived at the location of the 9-star Golden Dragon Mine. Stop! The old man was nearby, but he didn't notice him at all. He spread out his spiritual sense and instantly enveloped the entire mine. Soon he discovered the big black dog. At this moment, Fong Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked at the mine below in disbelief. What was once a perfect mineral vein had now become a mess. Most importantly, 2/3 of the mine was gone. Only a small portion was left. The big black dog stood in the depths of the mine and devoured it in big mouthfuls. Roar! It ate all of it? Fong Chen muttered to himself. His heart was in turmoil. He couldn't see through the big black dog's realm. This made him somewhat afraid to act rashly. The old man nearby was also observing Fong Chen with interest. The old man was surprised to find that Fong Chen actually had the body of 10,000 swords. He is a good sword cultivator seedling. I just don't know how much potential he has, the old man said indifferently. Then he stood with his hands behind his back and his gaze fell on his big black dog. If it eats all of this mine, Xiao Hei can sleep for another 100 years, right? The old man said. Swoosh! Fong Chen used the space-time collapse skill and instantly arrived in the depths of the mine. The big black dog that was devouring the ore found him and barked at him. Fellow cultivator, this mine is mine. It doesn't seem right for you to swallow it without knowing the truth. Fong Chen cupped his hands and said. A look of surprise appeared on his face. He hurriedly stopped the big black dog. Xiao Hei, stop. Woof, woof, woof. The big black dog couldn't control him. After barking a few times, it continued to devour. Seeing this, Fong Chen was a little angry. Stop. Fong Chen let out a low growl and threw out a punch that landed directly on the big black dog. Suddenly, a terrifying aura swept over. The miners were shocked to find that their bodies were imprisoned in the void and they couldn't move. Immediately, the big black dog stopped eating. Its black eyes, which were as big as gongs, stared at Fong Chen. "Fellow cultivator, this mine is mine. It doesn't seem right for you to swallow it without knowing the truth." Fong Chen cupped his hands and said, "Woof!" The big black dog barked at the sky and charged straight at Fong Chen. The big black dog opened its mouth and bit at the divine rune of order. It wanted to devour the damned divine rune. The old man stood on the 9-star Golden Dragon mine and looked down. What a powerful aura! After listening to the reports of the few people, Lord Wong felt that things were more troublesome than expected. The old man was right in front of him, but he couldn't detect him with his divine sense. Fong Chen let out a low growl and threw out a punch that landed directly on the big black dog. After feeling the wild aura of the big black dog, Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. He used the space-time collapse technique and took out the hidden star sword. Hearing the voices of the few people, a divine rune realm martial artist walked out. Traceless sword technique. The 4th level of the traceless sword technique was instantly displayed. The extremely strange transparent sword light changed the flow of time and stabbed at the big black dog. What did this mean? It meant that the old man's strength was far beyond his. Crack! The big black dog opened its mouth and bit the transparent sword light with its teeth. This, Fong Chen's heart trembled. Wasn't this big black dog a little too powerful? Above the mine, the old man nodded slightly when he saw Fong Chen display the traceless sword technique. Not bad. This young man's potential in the sword Dao is already extraordinary, the old man said. However, he didn't think that Fong Chen could withstand the attack of the big black dog. Fong Chen was talking to the myriad demon island lord when the latter's expression suddenly changed. Just as he finished speaking, the big black dog had already charged towards Fong Chen once again. The latter had no choice but to use his strongest attack. Above his head, an extremely shocking innate divine rune of order suddenly appeared. In an instant, the aura within the entire mine became incomparably solemn. Roar! Immediately, the big black dog stopped eating. Its black eyes, which were as big as gongs, stared at Fong Chen. This is... The big black dog opened its mouth and bit at the innate divine rune of order without hesitation. It wanted to devour this damned divine rune. When the old man above the mine saw the innate divine rune of order, his expression changed drastically. This is... A look of surprise appeared on his face, and he hurriedly stopped the big black dog. "Xiao Hei, stop!" A big black dog descended from the sky and is devouring the mine. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure appeared between Xiao Hei and Fong Chen. With a gentle wave of his hand, the innate divine rune of order above Fong Chen's head was forcibly suppressed. The big black dog also stopped attacking and licked the old man's palm with its big tongue. "You dare to devour the innate divine rune of order?" The old man glared at the big black dog and said slowly. Hearing this, the big black dog lowered its head. Obviously, it also knew how terrifying the innate divine rune of order was. The old man turned to look at Fong Chen with a trace of surprise in his eyes. "Young friend, what you just released, was it the innate divine rune of order?" The old man asked gently. Fong Chen nodded. His heart was in turmoil. The old man was right in front of him, but his consciousness couldn't capture him at all. The old man said calmly. Then he stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze fell on his black dog. What did this mean? It meant that the old man's strength was far beyond his. Some time ago, I heard that an innate divine rune of order appeared in the void star sky. I think you must have obtained it? The old man continued to ask. Senior, I have offended you. The old man nearby also observed Fong Chen with interest. Such an expert could kill without leaving a trace, and Fong Chen didn't dare to offend him. The old man waved his hand, indicating that it was fine. A genius who can absorb the innate divine rune of order is indeed one in a million. Xiao Hei, and I were passing by and found this mine. Xiao Hei happened to be hungry and ate some of your ore, the old man said with a smile. Chapter 22:16. Genius 1. Second, remember love divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. According to the information we have, the surviving members of Tianqing's clan in Eastern Profound Heaven have only one mission, and that is to kill you. Love, go, little, say, W. Chu, Jian Wuji continued. Fang Chen's defeat of Thunder God and his rise to the top 5 of the inner sect had caused a huge commotion. However, Fang Chen himself didn't care about this at all. All his actions were to improve his strength and protect the people he wanted to protect. Thunder God was furious, but he couldn't do anything about it. After returning to the inner sect, he originally wanted to comprehend the insights left behind by Paragon Demon Sword, who knew that Jian Wuji would come looking for him. Sect Master. Jian Wuji nodded and sat down on the stone bench in the pavilion. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Fang Chen with a faint smile. Being stared at by such an expert made Fang Chen feel uncomfortable. You should know that Tianqing's clan has revived in Void Star Sky and wants to occupy it, Jian Wuji said. Fang Chen nodded and listened quietly. According to the information we have, the surviving members of Tianqing's clan in Eastern Profound Heaven have only one mission, and that is to kill you, Jian Wuji continued. His hatred for Fang Chen increased. Fang Chen curled his lips when he heard this. He felt a little helpless. It was all because of the innate divine runes of order. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been targeted by Tianqing's clan. Of course, you don't have to worry. Sword Master will always protect you in the dark. Jian Wuji chuckled. How's your cultivation recently? Are you confident in defeating Han Yuan? How could he miss out on such a good cultivation ground? Han Yuan was worthy of being the #1 person in the inner sect. He was a peak Unity realm expert. Jian Wuji had high expectations for Fang Chen. Ever since Fang Chen defeated Thunder God, Jian Wuji knew that Fang Chen had grown. Thunder God was furious, but he couldn't do anything about it. The innate divine runes of order had brought him great benefits. Over time, Fang Chen's understanding of alchemy also improved greatly. Senior apprentice brother Han Yuan is a peak Unity realm expert. It will be quite difficult to defeat him. Fang Chen said humbly. Jian Wuji didn't ask any further. The smile on his face gradually disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression. I came to find you because I have something to tell you, Jian Wuji said. Our Dongxian heaven has a total of 3 top sects and a few first-rate sects. Every once in a while, we will send the elite disciples of the sect to exchange pointers with each other. Due to the appearance of Tianqing's descendants, our plans were disrupted. Therefore, after our discussion, this exchange will be held in advance. Furthermore, we will integrate the entire exchange process and select the 5 strongest disciples, sending them to a secret place. Jian Wuji said. Hearing this, Fang Chen was slightly tempted. He could feel that Jian Wuji's tone was somewhat serious. It seemed that the appearance of Tianqing's descendants had completely disrupted Dongxian Heaven's situation. Jian Wuji had high expectations of Fang Chen. Since Fang Chen had defeated Thunder God, he knew that Fang Chen had grown up. Dongshuan's Grand Meet is the grandest event in Dongxian Heaven. Many sects will participate. Every sect will send some disciples to participate. It looks like a competition between disciples, but it is actually a competition between the reserve forces of the sect, Jian Wuji said. I plan to let you participate. With Fang Chen's strength, he was qualified to participate in Dongshuan's Grand Meet. Dongshuan's Grand Meet will be held in the Divine Phoenix sect. 3 months later, I will take you to the Divine Phoenix sect. Cultivate well during this time. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Jian Wuji and Fang Chen chatted for a long time. During this time, Jian Wuji also gave some pointers regarding the sword Dao. Taking advantage of Dongshuan's grand meeting this time, the leaders of the various sects had to discuss how to completely eradicate the remnants of Tianqing's family. Fang Chen said apologetically, "My apologies, this junior is focused on cultivation. I came to you this time because I have something to tell you," Jian Wuji said. "Dongshin Heaven has 3 top sects and some first-rate sects. Every once in a while, we will send elite disciples from our sect to exchange pointers." However, as soon as Jian Wuji left, Fang Chen was called to the medicine hall by Ling Danzi. "You still know to come back?" Ling Danzi glared at Fang Chen and said with some displeasure, "Senior." Fang Chen said apologetically. He had promised Ling Danzi that if he entered the inner sect, he would be Ling Danzi's medicine boy for 3 years. This was the Divine Phoenix sect's territory. It was not impossible to quietly coerce and lure him to hand over the innate soul reversal art. The grand meet of Dongshan will be held in the Divine Phoenix sect. 3 months later, I will bring you all to the Divine Phoenix sect. During this time, you should cultivate well. From then on, they would pass it down from generation to generation with the goal of obtaining the innate soul reversal art. He had been busy during this time and had no time to care about Ling Danzi, so he felt a little apologetic. "All right, no more nonsense. I am going to start refining the pills." Ling Danzi waved his hand and concentrated on concocting pills. Fang Chen was responsible for assisting from the side, playing the role of his medicine boy well. In fact, many people envied Fang Chen for being able to be close to Ling Danzi. For the next period of time, Ling Danzi had been refining pills on a large scale. Each time, Fang Chen watched from the side. As time passed, Fang Chen's understanding of alchemy improved greatly. How could he miss out on such a good cultivation ground? Soon, Fang Chen's alchemy cultivation base broke through to the immortal ascension level. This was not a small improvement for him. But obviously, Fang Chen was not satisfied. Ling Danzi was a heaven-opening level alchemist. Every time he watched Ling Danzi refine pills, Fang Chen would be enlightened. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, Fang Chen could already refine upper-class immortal ascension level pills. Even Ling Danzi was incomparably shocked. Wasn't this speed of comprehension a little too shocking? "Kid, you really don't plan to be my disciple?" Ling Danzi asked. Fang Chen said apologetically, "I am sorry, this junior is focused on cultivation." Ling Danzi was speechless and turned to leave. The grand meet of Dongshan was held in advance. The main reason for all this was the revival of Tianqing's family. In his generation, he had also tried to find the innate soul reversal art. All the sect in Dongshin Heaven were paying attention to the movement of Tianqing's family. Taking advantage of this grand meet of Dongshan, many sect leaders also had to discuss how to completely eradicate the remnants of Tianqing's family. As long as they were not eliminated, many sect members would be in constant fear, unable to find peace. After a comprehensive evaluation, Jian Wuji selected 20 disciples to participate in Dongshuan's grand meet. Surprisingly, God of Thunder was not selected. Even though Xiao Chen had already done his best to recover after being severely injured by Fang Chen's sword strike, he was still not chosen. For this, God of Thunder was furious, but there was nothing he could do. His hatred for Fang Chen increased. However, this could not affect Fang Chen's cultivation. How could he miss out on such a good cultivation ground? Under Jian Wuji's lead, the people of the Wuji Sword sect came to the Divine Phoenix sect. He had to get the innate soul reversal art. On a mountain peak with birds chirping and flowers blooming, there were endless short peaks everywhere. The tall peak in the middle of the short peaks was the Divine Phoenix Peak. Swoosh! The grand meet of Dongshan is about to begin. "I'll take the disciples here for a stroll," said Jian Wuji. The air rippled as Jian Wuji brought Fang Chen and the others to the Divine Phoenix Peak. Most importantly, the bloodline power in Huang Mo's body was very compatible with the innate soul reversal art. Ha ha ha, old monster Jian, you're early. The Divine Phoenix sect leader came out to greet them with a chuckle. Kid, you really don't plan to be my disciple? Asked Ling Danzi. The grand meet of Dongxian is about to begin. I'll take the disciples here for a stroll, said Jian Wuji. The Divine Phoenix sect leader waved his hand and said, Settle the guests of the Wuji sword sect well. The innate divine sigil of order had brought him great benefits. Then he left the place with Jian Wuji. Everyone, please follow me, old man Huang Tian said with a chuckle. Soon, the disciples of the Wuji sword sect were arranged to stay in a luxurious residence. The Divine Phoenix sect is indeed a sacred place for the cultivation of the Tao of Souls. Such a mysterious power of the Tao of Souls is really shocking. Fang Chen was also a soul cultivator and could sense the enormous power of the Tao of Souls surrounding the Divine Phoenix sect. He returned to his room and sat down cross-legged, beginning to cultivate the innate soul reversal art. How could he miss out on such a good place for cultivation? Buzz! The incantation of the innate soul reversal art began to circulate in his mind. Suddenly, a faint aura rippled around him. However, what Fang Qin didn't know was that while he was cultivating, within a certain pavilion in the Divine Phoenix sect, a man dressed in luxurious clothing suddenly opened his eyes. Innate soul reversal art. This person was Huang Mo, the fifth disciple of the Divine Phoenix sect. Could it be that the Wuji sword sect also cultivates the Tao of Souls? Huang Mo stood up abruptly, an excited smile in his eyes. In his generation, he had also tried to find the innate soul reversal art. If it was really a disciple of the Wuji sword sect who was cultivating it, it would be great. No one knew better than Huang Mo how powerful the innate soul reversal art was. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the bloodline power in Huang Mo's body was very compatible with the innate soul reversal art. His ancestor was fortunate enough to see the innate soul reversal art and was full of praise for it. He believed that the innate soul reversal art was a very suitable Tao of Souls for their sect. However, his ancestor didn't obtain the innate soul reversal art until his death. Since then, they had passed it down for generations with the goal of obtaining the innate soul reversal art. Voila! Ling Danzi was a heaven-opening alchemist and was very powerful. Every time Fang Qin watched Ling Danzi refine pills, he would be enlightened. Huang Mo opened his palm and a black light flashed. Senior Brother Han Yuan is a peak unity realm expert. It will be difficult to defeat him, Fang Qin said modestly. His eyes were filled with madness. Fang Chen was now able to refine upper-grade heaven-reaching elixirs. The Divine Phoenix sect master came out personally to welcome him with a smile. In fact, many people envied Fang Qin for being able to get close to Ling Danzi. He had to get the innate soul reversal art. Only I can fully activate the strongest innate soul reversal art, Huang Mo shouted in his heart. In his generation, he had also tried to find the innate soul reversal art. However, when he found out that the innate soul reversal art was in the hands of the Wuji sword sect, he gave up on it. Now he finally had the chance. Is there someone in the Wuji sword sect who cultivates the Tao of Souls? Sect master. Although he had been severely injured by Fang Qin and had tried his best to recover, he was still not chosen. This was the territory of the Divine Phoenix sect. It was not impossible for them to secretly coerce him to hand over the innate soul reversal art. Soon, the disciples of the Wuji sword sect were arranged to stay in a luxurious mansion. Chapter 22:17. Genius 1. Second, remember love divided by little? I will provide you with interesting novels to read. In just one night, Fang Qin had cultivated the innate soul reversal technique to the peak of the first level. He was only one step away from the second level. Love, go, little, say, Webkahi slowly opened his eyes, a smile on his face. If I can continue to cultivate in the Divine Phoenix sect, it won't take long for me to successfully cultivate the innate soul reversal technique, Feng Qin said to himself. After one night, the Divine Phoenix sect was bustling with activity. There were still a few days before Dongshuan's grand meeting. The disciples of various sects arrived one after another. After one night, the Divine Phoenix sect was bustling with activity. Feng Qin stopped cultivating, got up and walked out of his room, ready to go out for a walk. I wonder how Huang Xian and Huang Xian are doing now. They had fought side by side in the world of divine sigil back then, especially Huang Xian, whom they had known since they were at the demonic islands. However, just as he walked out of the residence, he coincidentally bumped into Huang Xian's parents. Brother Jean, this person is a disciple of the Wuji sword sect. Should we investigate his background before we act? The shifty-eyed disciple asked. Feng Qin exclaimed softly and nodded slightly at the two of them. Feng Qin looked up at them, a little confused. Why are you here? Huang Xian's mother asked in surprise. Yes, this is the Divine Phoenix sect's important place. Which small sect did you come from? Huang Xian's father said, It looks like you've been doing well these years to be able to grow up in a small sect. There were many sects participating in Dongshuan's grand meeting this time. Huang Xian's parents subconsciously thought that Feng Qin had come here through some small sect. They could see that Feng Qin's cultivation level was still in the divine sigil realm. They could see that Feng Qin's cultivation level was still in the divine sigil realm. They shook their heads slightly, a trace of disdain flashing across their faces. Yes, this is the Divine Phoenix sect's important place. Which small sect did you come from? Huang Xian's father said, Seems like you've been doing pretty well all these years. You're actually able to grow up in a small sect. Over the years, their strength had improved greatly and they had already entered the Divine Phoenix sect's inner sect. As a result, the number of times he met Huang Xian became less and less. Were these people trying to curry favor with Huang Xian's parents? After the previous trip to the Divine Inscriptions world, they had met Huang Xian once. After asking her about the situation, they returned to the inner sect. At that time, he didn't ask much and Huang Xian didn't mention Feng Qin. They knew that a disciple of the Wuji sword sect had obtained the natural order divine pattern, but they never thought that it was Feng Qin. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in Huang Mo's palm. Seeing that Feng Qin did not speak, the two of them seemed somewhat displeased. What? Do you think you're great just because you can participate in Dongshuan's grand meet? Huang Xian's mother said indifferently, Although our Xian is still in the outer sect, her strength is several times stronger than yours. If you put her in your sect, no one in the younger generation would be a match for her. Were these people trying to curry favor with Huang Xian's parents? As they spoke, they were full of admiration for their daughter. Feng Qin shook his head slightly. Originally, he still had a good impression of the two of them. However, at this moment, it was all gone. There was no need to have a deep relationship with such people. Yes, especially after Xian came out of the Divine Inscriptions world. Her strength has increased tremendously. In just a short year, she has become the first in the outer sect. I think Xian, I will be able to enter the inner sect after this Dongxian grand meet. Speaking of Huang Xian, her father was even more enraptured. Seniors, if there is nothing else, this junior will take his leave first. With that, Feng Qin left directly. What's there to be proud of? Isn't he just a disciple of a small sect? Huang Xian's mother's eyes flashed with a cold light. When Dongxian Grand meet begins, I must tell his sect's higher-ups that this fellow is not worth nurturing. Feng Qin nodded lightly at Huang Xian and said, You have improved quite a bit as well. Forget it. Why bother with him? Anyway, he and Xian are people from two different worlds. It is impossible for them to be together, Huang Xian's mother said. Passing through the garden, Fong Chen came to the square. Thinking of Huang Xian's parents, Fong Chen was a little amused. The shifty-eyed man was a little worried. They did not even know the name of this person. It would be troublesome if they kicked an iron plate. If the Wuji sword sect was a small sect, then he did not know what other large sects there were in Dongxin heaven. What was laughable was that they were so ignorant that they were showing off. Somewhere in the void, a man in embroidered clothes stood on a cloud, staring at Fong Chen. They did not know that if it were not for Fong Chen, their precious daughter would have died in the divine inscriptions world long ago. Shaking his head, he shook off these annoying thoughts. Forget it. There is no need to be angry, Fong Chen said faintly. Just as he was about to leave, a group of people quickly surrounded him. Fong Chen looked up at them, a little confused. Okay. Fong Chen went around them and was about to leave, but he was stopped. What do you mean? Fong Chen asked. After seeing him, the disciples who wanted to deal with Fong Chen changed their expressions and hurriedly left. Wuji sword sect's disciple? The man in embroidered clothes said coldly, You just came to the Divine Phoenix sect, and you dare to seduce Huang Xan. Kid, you dare to be rude to Elder Huang? Are you looking down on our Divine Phoenix sect? One of them said. At that time, they did not ask much, and Huang Xian did not mention Fong Chen. Humph, what a good childhood sweetheart. Hearing this, Fong Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. Were these people sucking up to Huang Xian's parents? After a night, the Divine Phoenix sect was very lively. You can say whatever you want, Fong Chen said indifferently. Investigate what? As long as it is not Han Yuan or Thunder God. I'm not afraid of anyone in the Wuji sword sect. Jin Yin said coldly, You are courting death. As they spoke, a few people were ready to teach Fong Chen a lesson. However, at this moment, a figure in luxurious clothes walked over slowly. With each step he took, the ground trembled slightly. After seeing him, the disciples who wanted to deal with Fong Chen changed their expressions and hurriedly left. Hearing this, Fong Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. Huang Mo stared at Fong Chen and said, I can give you a day to consider. If you have thought it through, come find me. Therefore, he met Huang Xian less and less. Fong Chen said faintly. The luxurious man walked to Fong Chen, his dark eyes looking straight into Fong Chen's eyes. There were still a few days before Dongshuan's grand meeting. The disciples of the major sect arrived one after another. You are a soul cultivator too? Huang Mo asked. Seeing Fong Chen's silence, Huang Mo continued, You cultivate the innate soul reversal art. Hearing this, Fong Chen was finally surprised. Passing through the garden, Fong Chen came to the square. Few people knew that he cultivated the innate soul reversal art and had never exposed it in front of outsiders. How did he know? You are a disciple of the Divine Phoenix sect? Fong Chen asked. I am Huang Mo. Huang Mo revealed his identity. I am interested in your innate soul reversal art. I wonder if you are willing to trade with me? Sorry, I am not willing. Fong Chen refused directly. Huang Mo waved his hand, not angry at all. You don't have to rush to refuse. You are a soul cultivator too. You must know that the Divine Phoenix sect is a sacred place for soul cultivators. If you agree to give me the innate soul reversal art, I can bring you to a place with a stronger soul aura for you to cultivate. The luxurious man walked to Fong Chen, his dark eyes looking straight into Fong Chen's eyes. Fong Chen was puzzled. Logically speaking, the Divine Phoenix sect was a major soul cultivator sect and should have many soul arts. Why was Huang Mo interested in his innate soul reversal art? What was going on? Quietly he observed Huang Mo while running the incantation of the innate soul reversing technique in his head. Wisps of subtle aura quietly appeared around him. Were these people sucking up to Huang Xian's parents? Huang Xian's mother asked in surprise. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in Huang Mo's palm. Fang Chen was surprised to see this. The innate soul reversal art can make him react? Is there something in his body related to the innate soul reversal art? Fang Chen guessed inwardly. Huang Mo stared at Fang Chen. I can give you a day to think about it. Once you have made up your mind, come find me. With that, Huang Mo turned and left. Staring at Huang Mo's back, Fang Chen fell into deep thought. Seniors, if there's nothing else, this junior will take his leave first. After saying those words, Fang Chen directly left. Brother Fang, why are you here? Suddenly, a soft voice entered Fang Chen's ears. He turned to look and realized that it was Huang Xan. That's right. With your potential, attending Dongshuan's gathering is nothing, Huang Xan said with a smile. Fang Chen nodded gently at Huang Xian and said, You have improved a lot as well. He could see that Huang Xian's attainment in the art of the soul had reached an extremely high level. He must be on the list to attend Dongshuan's gathering. Duo cultivation was like this. Sometimes they would be stuck at a bottleneck for many years. However, once they broke through, their ability would shoot up like a rocket. This was also why Huang Xan was the only one who had entered the inner sect among the few who had survived the divine sigil world and had achieved what he had now. As for Wen Kong and Dagger God, although they were still exceptional, they were still a little lacking. The shifty-eyed man was a little worried. They did not know this person's name. It would be troublesome if they had offended him. Is this your first time in the Divine Phoenix sect? Let me show you around. Huang Xian chuckled and said, The foundation of the Divine Phoenix sect is much deeper than that of the Wuji Sword sect. There are many interesting places on the Divine Phoenix Peak. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in Huang Mo's palm. Seeing that Fang Chen was silent, the two of them seemed a little displeased. Sure, Fang Chen nodded. On a mountain top, Huang Xian and Fang Chen stood side by side, looking down at the strange scenery below. In another part of the void, a man in embroidered clothes stood on a cloud, staring at Fang Chen. A disciple of the Wuji Sword sect? The man in embroidered clothes said coldly, You just came to the Divine Phoenix sect, and you dare to openly seduce Huang Xan. Brother Jean, this fellow should know junior sister Huang Xan. They seem to be childhood sweethearts. A shifty-eyed disciple beside the man in embroidered clothes whispered, What a childhood sweetheart. The man in embroidered clothes snorted and said disdainfully, Do you think others can touch the woman that I Jean Yin like? Brother Jean, this person is a disciple of the Wuji Sword sect. Should we investigate his background before making a move? The shifty-eyed disciple asked. Investigate what? As long as it's not Han Yuan or Thunder God. I'm not afraid of anyone from the Wuji Sword sect. Jean Yin said coldly. Fang Chen thought to himself, What if? The shifty-eyed man was a little worried. They did not know this person's name. It would be troublesome if they offended him. Chapter 2218. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? This is a wonderful novel for you to read. Jean Yin walked out of the clouds and came to the peak of the mountain, glaring at Fang Chen. This caused the shifty-eyed disciple to feel somewhat helpless. He was timid by nature and was afraid of offending someone. However, he could not stop Jean Yin from teaching this arrogant guy a lesson. Xian, or why are you here? Since you want the innate soul reversal skill, I will let you have a taste of its power. Jean Yin did not attack Fang Chen directly because she wanted to show her gentleness in front of her beloved woman. Instead, she smiled gently at Huang Xan. When the latter heard this, she turned around. When she saw that it was Jean Yin, her expression changed slightly. This scene was captured by Fang Chen. He looked at Jean Yin without batting an eyelid. Xan, I have something to tell you, Jean Yin said. Huang Xan shook her head and said, I am bringing Brother Fang to visit the scenic spots of Divine Phoenix sect. Jin Yin was embarrassed by Huang Xian's rejection. His face darkened. Boom! Xian, you would rather be with this kind of person than accompany me? Jin Yun asked. Brother Fang is my guest. You are not allowed to insult him like this, Huang Xian said coldly. Hearing this, the anger in Jin Yun's heart burned even more. He knew Huang Xian better than anyone else. She was gentle and would not get angry. He thought that he could easily subdue Huang Xian and get the innate soul reversal skill. Who would have thought that he would alert the divine phoenix, sect master, and lose the soul stone? However, Huang Xian's expression changed when he said that Huang Xian was not good. Soul stone open. Since you want the innate soul reversal skill, I will let you have a taste of its power. This infuriated Jin Yin. He walked towards Fang Qin step by step, his pitch-black eyes looking down at Fang Qin condescendingly. However, Huang Xian's expression changed when he said that Huang Xian was not good. A toad wants to eat swan meat. What a joke! Jin Yin said, Do you think that just because you're a disciple of the limitless sword sect, you can look down on everyone? Who are you? I don't even know you. So why should I pay attention to you? Fang Qin said calmly. You, brat, Huang Xian is my woman. You'd better stay away from her. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer, Jin Yin threatened. Jin Yin, you've gone too far. Huang Xian was furious. The shifty-eyed man pulled Jin Yin and left the mountain peak. Fang Qin shook his head. He turned to look at Huang Xian and asked, Do you need me to help you? Voila! Huang Xian looked at Fang Qin apologetically and shook her head. Don't worry, it'll be done soon. Xian, you'd rather be with this kind of trash than accompany me? Jin Yun asked. Fang Qin chuckled and walked towards Jin Yin. Voila! What? You want to fight? Who is afraid of you? Before Jin Yin could finish her words, she felt her body fly out uncontrollably. What's going on? Immediately after, Jin Yin felt a shocking force attacking her body. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching pain swept through her body. Bang! There was a loud bang, and Jin Yin's body fell heavily on the ground, creating a big pit. Brother Jin, the shifty-eyed man, was shocked. He hurried to the big pit and helped Jin Yin up. Jin Yin endured the pain all over her body and looked at Fang Qin in horror. Who are you? Jin Yin asked in a deep voice. You don't have the right to know. Get lost before I change my mind. If you dare to pester Huang Xian, I don't mind taking your life. Fang Qin said indifferently. Brother Jin, let's go. The shifty-eyed man pulled Jin Yin and left the mountain peak. I'm sorry to have caused you trouble, Huang Xian said apologetically. It's okay. After the commotion caused by Jin Yin, Fang Qin was not in the mood to continue strolling. After bidding farewell to Huang Xian, he returned to his luxurious mansion. Night fell. The latter waved his hand and said, It's no big deal. Moreover, Fang Qin is not injured. Fang Qin continued to practice the innate soul reversal technique, wanting to break through to the second level in one go. However, an unexpected figure came, quietly. Insignificant skill. How is it? What do you think of my suggestion? Huang Mo stood quietly in the dark. His heavy voice entered Fang Qin's ears. What suggestion? Bang! Let's disperse, Jian Wuji said to the crowd below. Fang Qin pretended not to know. Are you going to hand over the innate soul reversal technique or not? Huang Mo was a little angry and said coldly. Night fell. Fang Qin shrugged and said, I'm not handing it over. The first person to rush over was Han Yuan. When he saw the two fighting, he immediately shouted, Huang Mo, how dare you sneak attack junior brother Fang? After saying that, he directly entered the room and ignored Huang Mo. The latter's face was extremely gloomy. With a bang, he kicked the door open and appeared in front of Fang Qin. What if I insist on asking for it? Huang Mo threatened. You won't get it. Fang Chen said calmly, not at all caring about Huang Mo's threat. You're courting death. The other disciples had also arrived. They were all watching. Huang Mo attacked with lightning speed. A terrifying soul Dao aura instantly spread out and condensed into an incredible attack in the room. Since you want the innate soul reversal technique, I'll let you have a taste of its power. Fang Chen sneered and performed the innate soul reversal technique. Swoosh! The terrifying soul Dao aura hovered above Fang Chen's head and quickly condensed into a long sword. The other disciples had also arrived. They were all watching. Go! Fang Chen bellowed. His long sword carried a vast amount of soul Dao power and attacked Huang Mo insignificant skill. Boom! Without any explanation, Jin Yin walked out from the clouds and came to the mountain peak. He stared at Fang Chen angrily. Huang Mo sneered and continued to attack. Boom! Give it to me. When the two soul Dao auras collided, Huang Mo's heart was in turmoil and he quickly retreated. This infuriated Jin Yin. He walked towards Fang Chen step by step, his pitch-black eyes looking down at Fang Chen condescendingly. How can this be? In the air, Jian Wuji and Divine Phoenix, sect master, stood side by side and looked at the scene below quietly. In order to show his gentlemanly manner in front of his beloved woman, Jin Yin did not attack Fang Chen directly. Instead, he looked at Huang Xian with a gentle smile. Huang Mo, who had steadied himself, heard cracking sounds coming from his body. If he had not dodged in time, the terrifying soul Dao sword would have pierced through his body. Is this the innate soul reversal technique? With this thought in mind, Huang Mo licked his dry lips as the greed in his eyes intensified. Buzz! In order to show his gentlemanly manner in front of his beloved woman, Jin Yin did not attack Fang Chen directly. Instead, he looked at Huang Xian with a gentle smile. Huang Mo spread out his right hand, and a ray of light flashed in his palm. This is really good stuff. You, brat, Huang Xian is my woman. You'd better stay away from her. Otherwise, I will make you suffer. Jin Yin threatened. Soul stone open. As Huang Mo growled, a thumb-sized black stone suddenly appeared in his palm. This black stone emitted a very powerful soul Dao power, and the aura it emitted was actually somewhat similar to the innate soul reversal technique. You are indeed a natural divine, order rune. This is... Fang Chen opened his eyes wide and looked at the soul stone. His heart trembled. His intuition told him that this stone had a lot to do with the innate soul reversal technique. Perhaps this was how Huang Mo found out that he had cultivated this divine skill. I must get it. Before he left, a thick murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen's eyes were burning. When he used the innate soul reversal technique, he also used the space-time collapse technique. Crack! The space-time collapse technique. In the small room, Fang Chen's figure kept flashing. Swoosh! Before Huang Mo could fully activate the energy in the soul stone, he slashed out with a hidden star sword. The traceless sword principle was used. The destructive power in a small area was very strong. The terrifying sword chi engulfed Huang Mo bang. Huang Mo could not withstand the attack of the traceless sword principle. He was in a sorry state, and the soul stone flew out of his palm. Give it to me. Fang Chen opened his hand and sucked. Suddenly, the small soul stone fell into his palm. Let's disperse, Jian Wuji said to the people below. Swoosh! Fang Chen opened his eyes wide and looked at the soul stone. His heart trembled. Buzz! Bang! The terrifying soul Dao aura shrouded the soul stone and cut off its connection with Huang Mo. Huang Mo let out a miserable shriek. Instantly, it attracted the attention of many Wuji sword sect disciples in the luxurious mansion. The first to rush over was Han Yuan. When he saw the two fighting, he immediately shouted, Huang Mo, how dare you sneak an attack on junior brother Fang? Whoosh! Whoosh! The other disciples had also arrived. They were all watching. This is really good stuff. This is too much. Jianwuji and the Divine Phoenix sect master stood side by side in the air and looked at the scene below quietly. The Divine Phoenix sect master was unhappy. The Wuji sword sect was a guest. How could Huang Mo attack a guest? This was a disgrace to the Divine Phoenix sect. Whoosh! The Divine Phoenix sect master grabbed Huang Mo, who was in a sorry state, and lifted him into the air. Xin, or why are you here? Enough! The Divine Phoenix sect master scolded, and Huang Mo immediately came to his senses. Sect master, Before Huang Mo could finish, he was scolded by the Divine Phoenix sect master and dared not speak. Don't you think it's embarrassing? Get out of here. Huang Mo did not dare to disobey the Divine Phoenix sect master's order and left dejectedly. Before he left, a strong murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at Fangchen. He thought that he could easily subdue the latter and obtain the innate reversal soul technique. Who would have thought that he would not only alarm the Divine Phoenix sect master, but also lose the soul stone? Old monster Jian, the Divine Phoenix sect master looked at Jianwuji apologetically. Who are you? Jin Yin asked in a low voice. The latter waved his hand and said, It's no big deal. Besides, Fangchen is not injured. Soul stone open. Everyone disperse. Jianwuji said to the crowd below, as expected of a natural divine sigil of order. The Divine Phoenix sect master looked at Fangchen with a complicated expression. A divine sigil realm cultivation base could actually force Huang Mo to such an extent. No wonder Jianwuji would bring him to Dongshuan's gathering. Huang Mo could not resist the attack of the traceless swordsmanship at all. His body was in a sorry state, and the soul stone flew out of his hand. Soon, the luxurious residence regained its peace. Fangchen played with the soul stone in his hand, secretly delighted. Chapter 2219. Geniuses remember love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The soul stone was the essence of the soul, condensed from the lifetime of the soul after the death of a master of the soul path. Yes, they don't even know the strength of the 3 sects' disciples. How sad. This was originally brought from the miniature universe by Huang Mo, left behind by his ancestors. However, he had gone for wool and come home shorn, and Fangchen had obtained it. After obtaining the soul stone, Fangchen immediately began to cultivate. How could he not grasp such a good opportunity? If the higher-ups of the Divine Phoenix sect knew about this, there would be changes. In this way, the cultivation of the innate soul reversal technique would be much easier. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After a long time, Fangchen took a deep breath and slowly loosened his hand, calming the shock in his heart. Holding the soul stone in his hand, the aura of the soul path spread out, slowly absorbing the soul essence in the soul stone. At first, the soul essence resisted, but after trying for a few hours, he could finally absorb the soul essence. In this way, the cultivation of the innate soul reversal technique would be much easier. When the Dongxian Grand Meet arrived, Fangchen had successfully cultivated the 2nd level of the innate soul reversal technique, and all the credit was due to the soul stone. Fangchen and the others also came to the Divine Phoenix square early in the morning. Humph, even the Wuji sword sect is a small sect. Then I would like to ask the 2 of you, who are the so-called big sects? In the Wuji sword sect area, some disciples asked with dissatisfaction. Opening his eyes, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and put away the soul stone, feeling pleased. Soul stone. Fangchen sighed inwardly. He did not expect to obtain the legendary soul stone in this way. If the Divine Phoenix sect knew about the existence of the soul stone, they would definitely go crazy. Thinking about it, Huang Mo did not tell anyone about this. Today, the entire Divine Phoenix sect was bustling. Every sect in Dongxian heaven had sent representatives to the Divine Phoenix sect to participate in the Dongxian Grand Meet. Fang Chen and the others also came to the Divine Phoenix square early in the morning. Fang Chen sighed inwardly. He didn't expect to obtain the legendary Soul Stone in this way. This was a square that the Divine Phoenix sect had specially built to host Dongxuan's Grand Meet. This was originally something Huang Mo had brought from the miniature universe. It had been left behind by his ancestor. Every sect stood in an orderly manner according to their own area, quietly standing there. The area where the three great sect was located was at the forefront. There are so many people, Fang Chen exclaimed as he swept his gaze across the surroundings. It was a dark patch of land filled with people. Elder, He San told Fang Chen the name of the saber demon. Junior brother Fang, the ones we need to pay attention to in this Dongxian summit are the disciples of the other two sects. Those smaller sects are not worth mentioning, said Han Yuan in a low voice. Unfortunately, Fang Chen had already seen through them. Then he pointed at the Divine Phoenix sect's area. At the very front, there was a beautiful woman wearing tight black clothes that perfectly outlined her impressive figure. Her face was filled with a cold expression, as if she was 1,000 miles away from everyone. She is Huang Jiao, the leader of the younger generation of the Divine Phoenix sect. Her cultivation base has also reached the peak of the Unity Realm. Her Soul Dao techniques are unpredictable. She is a strong opponent, Han Yuan introduced to Fang Chen. Fang Chen's gaze fell on Huang Jiao. Now that he had cultivated the second stage of the innate soul reversal technique, he could clearly feel the flow of soul power in Huang Jiao's mind. Her soul power is like a tide. She is indeed a strong opponent, Fang Chen said to himself. Then he pointed at the Divine Phoenix sect's area. At the very front, there was a beautiful woman wearing tight black clothes that perfectly outlined her impressive figure. Other than that, you need to pay attention to the other disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect. Han Yuan continued to introduce. Fang Chen nodded his head one by one. When Han Yuan pointed in the direction of the Divine Blade sect, Fang Chen's indifferent face finally showed a hint of seriousness. This person is the strongest disciple of the Divine Blade sect. Even I don't have full confidence in defeating him. Han Yuan said, he calls himself the Saber Demon. He was born for the saber and is a demon for the saber. He has a huge prejudice against the Limitless Sword sect. He has always wanted to prove that the saber is the king of all weapons. He has killed many disciples of the Limitless Sword sect. Fang Chen did not hear a single word that Han Yuan said after that. He felt his brain explode and become blank all of a sudden. His pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at the blade demon. Hearing this, Huang Xian's parents' hearts were in turmoil. The latter stood quietly, surrounded by a dense saber aura. It was as if he was indifferent to everything. He seemed to have sensed Fang Chen's gaze and turned his head to look at him. A look of disdain appeared in his eyes. He then turned his head and ignored Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil at this moment. Saber Demon, if the people of the Divine Phoenix sect knew about the existence of the Soul Stone, they would go crazy. Fang Chen muttered to himself. A murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. His pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at the blade demon. My master, Gu Yuan, died in his hands. Before Fang Chen entered the inner sect, he had asked Elder Hishan which disciple of the Divine Blade sect was the one who had killed his master, Gu Yuan. Elder He-san had told Fang Chen the name of the saber demon. When they met for the first time, Fang Chen was filled with rage when he thought of his master's tragic death. He clenched his fists, wishing he could charge over and tear the saber demon into pieces. Saber demon. However, his rationality told him that he could not do this. He had to hold it in. Today was the opening ceremony of Dongxuan's grand event. He could not ruin it. I will avenge my master with my own hands. If the people of the Divine Phoenix sect knew about the existence of the Soul Stone, they would go crazy. He did not have the chance nor the ability before. Now he was infinitely close to avenging his master. Yes, they don't even know the strength of the 3 sect's disciples. How sad. After a long time, Fong Qin took a deep breath and slowly loosened his grip, calming the shock in his heart. Fong, Chen exclaimed as he swept his gaze across the surroundings. It was a dark patch of land filled with people. Junior brother Fong, are you all right? Han Yuan asked. I'm fine, Fong Qin said. In the spacious Divine Phoenix Square, each area was clearly separated. The sect's disciples stood in an orderly manner. Huang Xian's parents were in charge of managing the area in this grand event. These weak sect's disciples are trying to show off in Dongshuan's grand event. How laughable, Huang Xian's mother said coldly. Yes, they don't even know the strength of the 3 sect's disciples. How sad. The closer they got to the front of the Divine Phoenix Square, the longer they stayed. Those who could stand in front were basically from some large sect. As they spoke, they had already walked from the back of the Divine Phoenix Square to check the situation in the square. When they passed by the weak sect's area, they did not even bother to look at it. When they passed by the area of the slightly stronger sect's area, they paused slightly. This was obviously looking down on them. However, they were the elders of the Divine Phoenix sect. Others could not wait to curry favor with them. How could they dare to be angry? The closer they got to the front of the Divine Phoenix Square, the longer they stayed. Those who could stand in front were basically from some large sect. Ha ha ha, both elders have worked hard. If the Divine Phoenix sect knew about the existence of the Spirit Stone, they would definitely go crazy. Sect leader He, long time no see. When Dongshuan's grand event is over, you must come to my place and get drunk. In the spacious Divine Phoenix Square, each area was clearly separated. The sect's disciples stood in an orderly manner. Along the way, everyone greeted Huang Xian's parents. This made the 2 of them feel rather smug. Finally, they arrived at the Divine Blade sect's area. This way, the cultivation of the innate soul reversal technique was much easier. The 2 of them stopped and looked around at the many disciples. Finally, their gazes fell on the saber demon. When they passed by the area of the slightly stronger sect's area, they paused slightly. This was obviously looking down on them. At first, the spirit essence resisted, but after trying for a few hours, it was finally able to absorb the spirit essence. Today, the entire Divine Phoenix sect was bustling. Every sect in Dongxian heaven had sent representatives to the Divine Phoenix sect to participate in Dongshuan's grand event. I think this must be the saber demon of the younger generation of the Divine Blade sect. It's really amazing to have such achievements at such a young age, Huang Xian's mother praised. I'm sorry, we are in charge of the area management for this grand event. If you need anything, just let us know. The 2 of them deliberately made friends with the saber demon, but the latter ignored them and left awkwardly. At this moment, everyone's gaze fell on Fong Qin. Then they walked to the Divine Phoenix sect's area. After a short conversation, they went around the center of the square and came to the Wuji Sword sect's area. Nephew Han Yuan, do you still recognize me? Huang Xian's father saw Han Yuan and asked with a smile, When you were in the outer sect, I followed old man Huang Tian to the Wuji Sword sect once. Before Han Yuan could speak, Huang Xian's mother exclaimed, Why are you here? At this moment, everyone's gaze fell on Fong Qin. Why can't I be here? Fong Qin asked in return. Didn't you join a small sect? Huang Xian's father looked at Fong Qin in confusion. Did I say that? Junior brother Fong is an inner disciple of the Wuji Sword sect. Han Yuan frowned and said slowly. The 2 of them stopped and looked at the many disciples. Finally, their gaze fell on the saber demon. Hearing this, Huang Xian's parents' hearts were in turmoil. There are so many people here. A complicated expression appeared on their faces as they looked at Fang Qin awkwardly. How is this possible? The two of them could not believe their eyes. How could he grow so quickly? Even the Wuji sword sect is a small sect. Then I would like to ask the two of you, who is the big sect that you are talking about? A disciple from the Wuji sword sect asked unhappily. I will take revenge for my master personally. I'm sorry, Huang Xian bit the bullet and apologized. We were in the wrong previously. We apologize to you. His pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at the blade demon. What a joke! They did not dare to offend an inner disciple of the Wuji sword sect. When we were in Zakai town, I felt that you would be successful in the future. At that time, I invited you to join the Divine Phoenix sect, but you rejected me. I did not expect you to grow to such a stage in the blink of an eye. I think Xian will be happy when she knows about it, right? Huang Xian's father purposely brought up his daughter to reduce the gap between him and Fang Qin. Unfortunately, Fang Qin had already seen through them. He shook his head and turned to look elsewhere. Why aren't you leaving? Can't you see that senior brother Fang doesn't want to talk to you? A disciple mocked. Chapter 2220. Genius 1. Second, remember love divided by little? We provide you with interesting novels to read. Dongshuan's grand meet officially began with the 3 sect master speeches. Love, go little, say, Webku forget it. Fang Qin said indifferently. After all, these two were Huang Xian's parents. They only looked down on him and had no intention of harming him. There was no need to be calculative with them. Junior Brother Wu. Fang Chen nodded at Junior Brother Wu and turned around to listen quietly to the Divine Phoenix sect master's speech. If you can get a spot and enter the demon city, you have a chance to obtain the inheritance of the demon Lord Tianxing. Han Yuan said, at the same time, you can compete with the experts of the other 3 heavens. If you can come out alive, you can at least break through the ordinary bottleneck and step into a higher realm. Fang Chen's status in the Wuji sword sect was very high. He had the natural divine sigil of order, so even Han Yuan treated him well. In addition, he had slashed half of the god of thunder's body in half, which shocked everyone. Vaguely, Fang Chen was the leader. Knowing that these 2 reckless elders dared to mock Fang Chen, they naturally had to express their stance. However, after hearing Fang Chen's words, no one said anything else. Even if the loser died, the sect could not take it out on them. Fang Chen shook his head. He was not interested in these things. If he had the time, he would rather improve his strength. Huang Xian's parents were embarrassed, their faces burning. They nodded slightly at Fang Chen and left quickly. The Demon City was an ancient city that had existed for a long time. It was said that it was almost as old as Zuxingshan. They did not have the face to continue to stay. Dongshuan's grand meet officially began with the 3 sect master speeches. Every Dongshuan's grand meet was extremely lively. The disciples of each sect gathered together to exchange pointers and learn from each other before ranking. There were also some old monsters who lived in seclusion, watching from the dark. If there were disciples with good potential, they would appear at the right time and accept them as their disciples. One long battle after another was carried out fiercely. In the blink of an eye, the scorching sun hung high in the sky. Noon had arrived. Therefore, many disciples of small sect did not have much of a way out and could only rely on Dongshuan's grand meeting every year. Knowing that these 2 reckless elders actually dared to mock Fang Qin, they naturally had to express their stance. The unparalleled expert that Han Yuan spoke of was Demon Venerable Heaven Saint. At this moment, the Divine Phoenix sect master continued. The following events will last for a month, and the strongest 5 will be decided. They had tried their best to showcase themselves at the grand meet in order to catch the attention of those hidden powerhouses. Once one was chosen by them, they would have a meteoric rise and a limitless future. In the blink of an eye, the scorching sun hung high in the sky. Noon had arrived. In the huge Divine Phoenix Square, all the disciples were quietly waiting. Their blood was already boiling in their hearts, and they could not wait to fight. I've said what I need to say. I hope that everyone can have an outstanding performance in Dongxuan's grand meet this time. The Divine Phoenix Sect Master finally said, if he can enter the top 5, we will bestow upon him a generous gift. Hearing this, everyone's hearts trembled. Dongxuan's grand meet had thus begun. Everyone raised their heads to look at the Divine Phoenix Sect Master with burning gazes. Could it be that opportunity? It seemed that some disciples had already guessed it. Their faces were filled with shock as they looked at the Divine Phoenix Sect Master in disbelief. Heavens, there are actually 5 spots this time. In the past, it was always 1 spot. At most, there were only 2 spots. They did not have the face to continue to stay. Hearing this, Fang Chen's expression finally changed. Many disciples were extremely excited. Fang Chen was a little surprised as he asked in a low voice, Senior Brother Han Yuan, do you know what this generous gift is? Why are these people so excited? Not only were the others excited, but Han Yuan was also rather excited. However, he was also very rational. With so many young disciples of Dongxian Heaven competing for the top spot, it was very difficult to obtain a spot. Junior Brother Fang, you've only been in the Wuji Sword sect for a short time, so it's understandable that you don't know. Han Yuan tried his best to calm his excitement and said slowly, there is a very special place in our Void Star sky. This special place is called the Demon City. Although it is called city, it is actually an independent space. Countless peerless experts have walked out of this space in the past. Junior Brother Fang, don't you want to take a look? It's good to understand your opponents in advance. Maybe you'll meet them in the finals. Han Yuan asked. The 3 sect masters and some reclusive experts have walked out of the Demon City. Han Yuan's words were tinged with excitement. The Demon City is the strongest sacred ground for cultivation in the entire Void Star sky. Many outstanding geniuses have entered to cultivate for countless years. Some have fallen, while others have reached the heavens in a single step. As time passed, countless peerless experts were buried in the Demon City, and countless inheritances have been passed down. Under normal circumstances, one has to be at least in the Unity realm to enter. Every Dongxian Grand Meet would select a few spots and send the most outstanding disciples into it. Of course, other than our Dongxian Heaven, the other 3 regions will also select some outstanding disciples to compete. The Demon City was an ancient city that had existed for a very long time. It was said that it was almost as old as Void Star Sky. The reason why the Demon City was so famous in Suxing Sky was because an unparalleled expert had died in the Demon City. Countless disciples wanted to obtain his inheritance, but no one had obtained it until now. Demon Venerable Heavenly Saint? Fang Chen murmured softly. The peerless expert that Han Yuan had mentioned was the Demon Venerable Heavenly Saint. That's right. Hundreds of billions of years ago, the Demon Venerable Heavenly Saint had once unified the entire Void Star sky. Wherever he went, no one dared to call themselves king. Han Yuan took a deep breath and said slowly, this was the cruelty of Dongxuan's Grand Meet. One could imagine how difficult it was to stand out among tens of thousands of people. However, all in all, the disciples of the 3 great sect were under less pressure. Hearing this, Fang Chen's expression finally changed. In the blink of an eye, the sun hung high in the sky. Noon had arrived. Unifying Void Star sky was enough to show how strong the Demon Venerable Heavenly Saint was. Even a peerless expert like the Galaxy Forefather couldn't unify Void Star sky. If you can get a spot and enter the Demon City, you'll have a chance to obtain the Demon Venerable Heavenly Saint's inheritance, Han Yuan said. At the same time, you can compete with the experts of the other 3 heavens. If you can come out alive, you can at least break through the ordinary bottleneck and step into a higher realm. Battle after battle raged on fiercely. The 3 sect masters and some reclusive experts came from the demon city. Han Yuan's words were tinged with excitement. The demon city is the strongest cultivation sanctuary in the entire void star sky. Many outstanding geniuses have entered to cultivate for countless years. Some have fallen, while others have reached the heavens in a single bound. The Divine Phoenix sect master continued. The next event will last for a month, and the strongest 5 will be decided. After the Divine Phoenix sect master finished speaking, Jian Wuji announced the rules of the competition. As long as one stepped onto the stage, life and death would be determined. One could use any method to win the battle. Of course, this was only a portion of the Dongxian sect. The other weaker sects were not qualified to participate in such a grand event. Even if the loser died, their sect could not take their anger out on them. There were more than 70 sects and more than 10,000 participants. This was the cruelty of Dongshuan's grand event. One could only imagine the difficulty of standing out among tens of thousands of people. However, overall, the pressure on the disciples of the 3 sects was relatively low. The ones who were truly stressed were the disciples of the smaller sects. They had been preparing for Dongshuan's grand event for a very long time and did not want to give up because of this. Every time Dongxian grand meeting was held, there would always be some dark horses. Driven by a strong desire to survive, they would unleash the power that was hidden in their bodies and could even kill the disciples of the 3 sections. After the opening ceremony, it was time for the main event. There were more than 70 sects and more than 10,000 participants. Of course, this was only a portion of the Dongxian sect. The other weaker sects were not qualified to participate in such a grand event. The disciples of the 3 sects did not have to participate in the early elimination rounds and could enter the finals directly. This was also recognized by all the sects. After all, the disciples of the 3 sects were too strong and stood at the top of the younger generation in Dongxian heaven. If they participated in the elimination rounds, the disciples of the smaller sects would not have a chance to survive. Let's go back. There was nothing to do for the next few days, so Fang Chen turned to leave directly. Junior brother Fang, don't you want to watch? It's good to understand your opponents in advance. Who knows, you might meet them in the finals. Han Yuan asked. Fang Chen shook his head. He was not interested in these things. If he had the time, he might as well improve his own strength. In the Divine Phoenix Square, the commotion was deafening. Dongshuan's grand event had begun. One long battle after another was carried out fiercely. Dongshuan's grand event had begun. It seemed that some of the disciples had already guessed it. Their faces were filled with shock as they looked at the Divine Phoenix sect leader in disbelief. Fang Chen returned to his luxurious residence and sat cross-legged in his room to cultivate the demonic dragon refinement art. Since he had obtained senior brother Han Yuan's refinement art, he had not had the time to cultivate properly. In the huge Divine Phoenix Square, all the disciples were waiting quietly. Their blood was already boiling in their hearts, and they could not wait to fight. They could take this opportunity to cultivate it. If they could succeed, their strength would definitely increase again. Above the Divine Phoenix Peak, clouds and mist swirled. The commotion below shook the heavens, breaking the silence of the 9 heavens. Suddenly, an old man riding a large black dog appeared in the sky. Dongshuan's grand event? The old man looked down and grinned. He had been drifting in solitude and had not felt such a lively atmosphere for a long time. The old man stopped here, ready to enjoy the scenery. The 3 sect leaders and some reclusive experts came from the demon city. Han Yuan's words were tinged with excitement. The demon city is the strongest cultivation ground in the entire void star sky. Many outstanding geniuses have entered to cultivate over the years. Some have fallen, while others have reached the heavens in a single bound. Although these battles were not worth mentioning in his eyes, he did not care at all when he reached his level. The old man looked down and grinned. Suddenly, the old man noticed Fang Qin. Is this fellow here to participate in Dongshuan's grand event as well? The old man was a little surprised. He had not expected to meet Fang Qin here. He looked down at the large black dog, whose aura had grown even sharper. The big black dog had undergone an earth-shattering change. Its essence was undergoing a metamorphosis, and the root of all this was because of Fang Qin's 9 starstone. This fellow seems to be cultivating. When Han Yuan heard this, he tried to calm his excitement and said slowly, "There is a very special place in our void star sky. This special place is called the Demon City. Although it is called a city, it is actually an independent space. Countless peerless experts have walked out of this space in the past." The old man saw through Fang Qin with a glance. That's right. With his current cultivation base, it's difficult for him to fully comprehend the demon sword's Tao of Ashura. Chapter 22-21. Genius remembers love in 1 second / small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The demonic dragon body refinement technique was something that Han Yuan had accidentally obtained in some ruins. It was said that the founder of this body refinement technique was the famous saint of Draconic Demon. His strength was so powerful that it made people tremble. The myriad sword domain spread out and enveloped the entire mansion. Next match, Breaking Water Sex Han Shui versus Devil Dragon Sex Chen Fan. This is Breaking Water Sex Han Shui. He's very strong and a strong opponent. Below, the disciples of the 3 major sect were discussing in low voices. The saint of Draconic Demon was a physical body cultivator. His physical strength was unparalleled in the world. Crack. So, it's the saint of Draconic Demon's body refinement technique. No wonder. When Han Yuan had given him this divine art, he had felt that it was an extraordinary divine art. Now he finally understood. He had once read about the legend of the saint of Draconic Demon in the inner sect's ancient books. Even Jian Wuji felt inferior to him. His strength could be imagined. Unfortunately, the saint of Draconic Demon had disappeared. His whereabouts were still a mystery. After Fang Qin carefully looked at the demonic dragon body refinement technique, he found that it was only an incomplete copy. It only had the first 3 levels. That's right. If Han Yuan had the complete demonic dragon body refinement technique, he would have broken through long ago. Fang Qin muttered to himself. He thought that he wouldn't be able to master the demonic dragon body refinement technique in a short period of time. Who would have thought that he would be able to master it by chance? His myriad sword body could contain everything. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as the myriad fusion body, it was still relatively easy to cultivate the demonic dragon body refinement technique. In the following time, Fang Qin first comprehended the demonic dragon body refinement technique, then began to cultivate. 3 days later. Next match, Breaking Water Sex Han Shui versus Devil Dragon Sex Qin Fan. Fang Qin spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. There was a hint of surprise on his face. He actually reached the first level so quickly. When I was cultivating, a light mark flashed in my mind and some aura emerged. He was very clear about the difficulty of cultivating the demonic dragon body refinement technique. Even if he was a genius, it was impossible to master it in such a short period of time. When I was cultivating, a light mark flashed in my mind and some aura appeared. Fang Qin pondered to himself. At that time, he didn't pay much attention to it, but now that he thought about it, it was indeed terrifying. Fang Qin pondered to himself. At that time, he didn't pay much attention to it, but now that he thought about it, it was indeed terrifying. That's the Azura sword Tao inheritance that the old man bestowed upon me. Could it be? Fang Qin turned pale with fright as if he had discovered a shocking secret. Venerable demon sword, saint of Draconic Demon. These 2 peerless powerhouses both had the word demon in their titles. Moreover, their inherited divine arts were mixed with some demonic aura. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. They didn't expect Qin Fan to still have some tricks up his sleeve. It must be because the auras of the demonic Tao resonated with each other. Venerable demonic sword's comprehension of the sword Tao helped him resolve his difficulties. Thinking of this, Feng Chen revealed a bright smile on his face. Originally, he thought that he would not be able to grasp the demonic dragon body refining technique in a short period of time. Who would have thought that, by chance, he would actually succeed in cultivating it all of a sudden? Out of the 10,000 disciples, a total of 3,000 had died. There were also some who were seriously injured or even crippled. I wonder what the background of that old man is. Feng Chen muttered to himself. In any case, although he couldn't comprehend the Azura sword Tao, a venerable demonic sword for the time being, it was of great benefit to him. Suddenly someone exclaimed, "Ha ha ha." Feng Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Crackle. In addition, Feng Chen saw ripples appearing on the surface of his skin. With a thought, crackling sounds came from his body, followed by a violent sword Tao aura that filled his body. The 10,000 swords domain spread out and shrouded the entire mansion. A deafening sound spread out as the talismans exploded and blasted Han Shui's body out of the martial arts arena. Feng Chen was still controlling it. If the 10,000 swords domain was activated to the extreme, the entire divine phoenix peak would be shrouded in it. In addition, Feng Chen saw ripples appearing on the surface of his skin. These ripples actually contain the power of runes. Combining body refinement and talismans, this saint of draconic demon is really powerful. After a long time, Feng Chen couldn't help but sigh. He was once a powerful talisman master and had a certain understanding of the talisman Tao. If the current me were to compete with senior brother Han Yuan in terms of physical strength, I wouldn't necessarily be weaker than him, Feng Chen said with a smile. With a casual glance, one could tell that these complicated ripples were the result of the combination of body refinement and talismans. Buzz! Feng Chen stomped his foot, and the ripples on the surface of his skin quickly covered his entire body. At the same time, Feng Chen discovered an imperceptible sword Tao radiance on these ripples. These sword Tao radiances were slowly absorbing the power within the ripples. When the 10,000 swords body completely absorbs the power within the ripples, the demonic dragon body refinement art should be able to reach the second level, right? Feng Chen thought to himself. After cultivating the first level of the demonic dragon body refinement art, his strength had skyrocketed. If he were to face the god of thunder now, he wouldn't even need to use the traceless sword. A single punch would be enough to blast his head apart. If the current me were to compete with senior brother Han Yuan in terms of physical strength, I wouldn't necessarily be weaker than him, Feng Chen said with a smile. Dongshuan's grand meet had just begun, and his strength had already increased a little. This was good news for him. Continue to consolidate. After a moment of thought, he calmed his mind and sat down cross-legged to continue cultivating. Time passed, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The battles on the Divine Phoenix Square had been too intense in this half a month. Time passed, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Out of the 10,000 disciples, 3,000 had fallen, and some were heavily injured or even crippled. Of course, there were still a number of dark horses that had emerged. The potential they had erupted at the edge of life and death was astounding. So, it's the saint of draconic demons' body refinement art. No wonder. After half a month of battles, the elimination round was finally coming to an end. There were a total of 60 participating disciples from the three sect, and the remaining 40 spots for the finals would be won by the disciples of the other sect. Tens of thousands of people fighting for the 40 spots. One could imagine how intense the battles would be. On the Divine Phoenix Square, this is Han Shui of the water-breaking sect. He's very strong, a formidable opponent. Below, the disciples of the three sect discussed in low voices. Among the dark horses that had emerged in the past half a month, Han Shui was the number one dark horse. He swept away the disciples of the other sect with an invincible stance. 3 days later. Next match, Han Shui of the Water-Breaking Sect versus Chen Fan of the Demonic Dragon Sect. The Saint of Draconic Demon was a cultivator of the body refinement art. The strength of his physical body was unparalleled. Seeing this, Chen Fan waved his palm, his finger lightly tapping the air a few times. On the training platform, Han Shui stood with his hands behind his back, his face full of disdain. In his opinion, other than the disciples of the Three Sect, the other disciples were not his opponents, and were not even qualified to make him use his full strength. This time, I must let the world know of my potential, Han Shui said to himself. Please. Chen Fan walked onto the training platform and said to Han Shui. Many disciples were discussing, fervently, crackle, crackle. To be able to walk to the last step, Chen Fan's strength was obvious to all. Chen Fan's strength is also very strong. Han Shui has met a formidable opponent. Chen Fan is also the dark horse of this year's Dongxin Grand Meet. He even has hopes of competing with Han Shui for the title of the strongest dark horse. Neither is willing to give an inch. I feel that Chen Fan is very likely to defeat Han Shui. Many disciples were discussing, fervently. However, when these words fell into Han Shui's ears, he was disdainful. A bunch of idiots. Han Shui said to himself. Han Shui's attack had missed. You are not my opponent. Then, Han Shui looked up at Chen Fan and said coldly. His voice was very arrogant and insufferably arrogant. We haven't fought yet. How do you know that I am not your opponent? Chen Fan frowned slightly and said with some displeasure. Is that so? It looks like you won't give up until all hope is gone. Moreover, their inherited divine arts were mixed with some demonic aura. Han Shui sneered and said, Let me see what you have to fight with me. As soon as Han Shui finished speaking, a violent force suddenly emerged from his palms. Then he pushed out 2 palms towards the void. A vast force descended from the sky and surrounded Chen Fan. Han Shui sneered and his figure flashed. The violent force collided with the void talisman. Swoosh! Seeing this, Chen Fan waved his palm and his finger lightly tapped a few times in the void. Suddenly, a complicated talisman appeared in the void, faintly discernible. Talisman Master? Chen Fan retracted his aura and walked down the martial art stage in a low-key manner. The crowd exclaimed. They did not expect Chen Fan to have hidden his skills before this. So what if you are a talisman master? Han Shui sneered and his figure flashed. The violent force collided with the void talisman. Crack! Talisman Master? A crack appeared on the talisman. Han Shui's smile became even wilder. What's the use of a talisman that can't even withstand a single blow? As he spoke, Han Shui increased the strength of his attack and charged towards Chen Fan. The crowd shook their heads. Chen Fan was about to lose. However, what happened next was completely unexpected. Han Shui's attack had actually missed. When he realized it, Chen Fan appeared behind him and pointed his finger. A scorching talisman was fiercely imprinted on Han Shui's back. Boom! A deafening sound spread. The talisman exploded and blasted Han Shui's body out of the martial arts stage. Suddenly, the entire Divine Phoenix Square fell into a dead silence. Chen Fan retracted his aura and walked down the martial arts stage in a low-key manner. Chen Fan walked up to the martial arts stage and said to Han Shui. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, That's the Universe Talisman? This exclamation caused an uproar in the Divine Phoenix Square. The crowd looked at Chen Fan in surprise. Even some of the leaders of the sect on the rostrum were astonished. I didn't expect the demonic dragon sect to have such a genius. Even Jian Wuji felt inferior to him. One could imagine how strong he was. Yes, to be able to comprehend the Universe Talisman. He's considered very powerful in the Unity realm. 3 days later, he was very clear about the difficulty of cultivating the demonic dragon body refinement technique. Even if he was a genius, It was impossible for him to grasp it in such a short period of time. To be able to reach the final step, Chen Fan's strength was obvious to all. Yes, to be able to comprehend the Universe Talisman. He's considered very powerful in the Unity realm. The Universe Talisman can kill people without leaving a trace. It's a pity that he's still lacking. If he can go to the Demon City to sharpen himself, he'll definitely become a famous talisman master in the Void Star Sky. Clearly, many higher-ups had given Chen Fan a high evaluation of his performance. In the end, it was because of the Universe Talisman. This was still under the control of Fangchen. If he pushed the Myriad Sword domain to the limit, the entire Divine Phoenix Peak could be enveloped. He actually reached the first level so quickly. Chapter 22. Genius 1. Second, remember love divided by little? We provide you with interesting novels to read. After 20 days, the elimination round finally ended. Love, go, little, say, web, w. Too many of the eliminated disciples were filled with resentment, but there was nothing they could do. This was the reality. After 20 days of competition, the top 100 disciples have finally emerged. In the next 10 days, there will be more intense finals. The Divine Phoenix sect leader paused for a moment before continuing. The finals are simple. Every round is a 2-on-1 battle. The winner will continue to the next round while the loser will be eliminated. This will continue until the top 5 are decided. They were born in small sect and their potential was average. In addition, their resources could not be compared to the bigger sects. As time went by, the gap was too obvious. However, there were also some dark horses that emerged and garnered the attention of the crowd. Even the saber demon, who was resting with its eyes closed, opened its eyes abruptly. Among them, the one who received the most attention and was also the strongest dark horse in this year's Dongxian Grand Meet was Chen Fan. This person was an expert in the talisman arts. He was proficient in all kinds of profound talismans and had even cultivated the Qingquan talisman. Many experts were more optimistic about Chen Fan. They believed that he could challenge some of the disciples of the 3 major sects who were slightly stronger than him. He might even enter the next round of competition. Thinking of this, Han Yuan chuckled bitterly in his heart. Other than Chen Fan, Han Shui, who had been defeated by him, was also considered a dark horse. Fang Chen's arrogant attitude infuriated Han Shui. With a stomp of his foot, the latter pounced on Fang Chen. Humph! His strength had also been recognized by everyone, and it was obvious to all. Of course, there were some dark horses, but they were all overshadowed by the brilliance of these 2 people. There were 40 disciples standing on the martial arts stage, led by Chen Fan and Han Shui. Their eyes were filled with fervor. Who knew how much effort they had put in to stand out among tens of thousands of people and enter the top 40? I must stand out in this year's Dongxian Grand Meet. When it was Fang Chen's turn, it was already afternoon. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fang Chen ascended the stage. Some disciples said to themselves with their fists clenched, "How did he succeed so quickly?" On this day, Fang Chen also arrived at the Divine Phoenix Plaza. In addition to the 60 disciples from the 3 sect, there were a total of 100 disciples participating in the finals. The finals were very simple. It was a 2-on-1 battle, and the winner of each battle would be able to advance to the next round. Han Shui thought to himself, although the rules seemed simple, the difficulty was not small. That's right. How can a mere disciple of the Wuji Sword sect compare to senior brother? Many of the so-called dark horses simply could not withstand the attacks of the 3 sects' disciples and were forced to retreat. This was especially true for the saber demon, Huang Jiao, Han Yuan, and the others, who were said to be the most popular contenders for the championship. Their radiance shone in all directions, making it hard for the younger generation of Dongxian heaven to breathe. On the rostrum, the Divine Phoenix sect master stood up and looked around. Finally, a faint smile appeared on his face. After 20 days of competition, the top 100 disciples have finally all appeared. In the next 10 days, there will be even more intense finals. At this point, the Divine Phoenix Sect Master paused for a moment before continuing. The finals are very simple. Each round will be a 2-on-1 battle. The winner will continue to the next round, while the loser will be eliminated. This will continue until the top 5 are determined. Thinking of this, Han Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. As soon as the Divine Phoenix Sect Master finished speaking, there was a commotion below. The disciples of the 3 major sects couldn't wait to strike. Finally, a faint smile appeared on his face. After all, what they really cared about was the legendary Demon City. Entering the Demon City represented a meteoric rise and a limitless future, and he was at the Unity Realm. Boom! Soon, the lot drawing was completed. Fang Chen's opponent was Han Shui, who had been defeated by Qin Fan. However, he did not care at all. On this day, Fang Chen also arrived at the Divine Phoenix Plaza. There were a total of 50 battles for the 100 people. Soon the battles began. Many of the so-called dark horses could not withstand the attacks of the 3 sects' disciples and were forced to retreat. Puchi, when it was Fang Chen's turn, it was already afternoon. Huang Jiao's consciousness was very strong, but she still could not see through Fang Chen. She started to pay more attention to him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fang Chen stepped onto the martial arts stage. This is Fang Chen, the lucky guy who got the innate order divine rune. Humph! Soon, there was a clamor of discussion among the crowd. Immediately, the hearts of those disciples who didn't know Fang Chen were filled with shock. That was the innate order divine rune, which only existed in legends. How could this guy get it? Even the saber demon, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Finally, a faint smile appeared on his face. His pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at Fang Chen. Innate divine rune of order? Fang Chen's arrogant attitude infuriated Han Shui. The latter stomped his foot and pounced on Fang Chen. He had seen Fang Chen before the start of Dongshuan's event, but he did not know Fang Chen at that time, so he ignored him. Now that he thought about it, his heart was burning with passion, his blood boiling. I hope you won't disappoint me. Han Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head, staring at Fang Chen quietly. The saber demon thought to himself. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chen and Han Shui stood opposite each other. Seeing Fang Chen's indifferent expression, Han Shui's face darkened. Humph! Han Shui snorted. After being defeated by Fang Chen, he had been very angry. Now that he saw Fang Chen's expression, he was even more furious. So what if you have the innate order divine rune? Aren't you just a divine rune? In Han Shui's eyes, the innate order divine rune was not as scary as he imagined. He only knew that Fang Chen was a divine rune. He, on the other hand, was in the Unity Realm. There was an insurmountable gap between these 2 realms. Isn't it just luck that allowed you to join the Wuji Sword Sect? If I could get the same resources as you, I could kill you in a second. Han Shui thought to himself. Wang, violent energy was emitted from his body. With a thought, the terrifying energy condensed into a huge tiger above his head. This tiger bared its fangs and brandished its claws, releasing an aura of death that made some of the weaker disciples present pale. After all, what they really cared about was the legendary Demon City. Too weak. Fang Chen shook his head lightly. Although Han Shui was a dark horse, his strength was really weak. Among them, the strongest dark horse in this year's Dongshin Conference was Qin Fan. Although in initial stage Unity, Realm Guy was close to intermediate stage Unity Realm, he was still not worth mentioning in Fang Chen's eyes. Han Shui thought that he could defeat Fang Chen. However, in the next moment, he would realize how naive his thoughts were. You're courting death. Fang Chen's arrogant attitude completely infuriated Han Shui. The latter stomped his foot and immediately pounced on Fang Chen. At the same time, the tiger shadow above his head opened its bloody mouth and launched a strong attack on Fang Chen. However, no matter the wind and rain, I will stand tall. Han Shui thought that he could defeat Fang Chen. However, in the next moment, he would realize how naive his thoughts were. Boom! A light punch landed on Han Shui's body. However, the latter's body was sent flying as if he had been hit hard, crashing outside the Divine Phoenix Square. Pucci! Han Shui spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Just as he was about to stand up, he felt dizzy and fell to the ground. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Wasn't Fang Chen's strength too strong? He knocked Han Shui out with a punch. Han Shui! The people of the Pa Sui sect exclaimed as they helped Han Shui up and took him away. They came from a small sect, and their potential was average. In addition, they could not compare with the big sect in terms of resources. As time passed, the gap was too obvious. There were talents in every generation, and each generation was stronger than the previous. On the rostrum, Jian Wuji nodded in satisfaction. In the Divine Blade sect area, the demon of the saber watched the scene without any expression on his face. His physical strength is not bad, but it's still a little lacking. The demon of the saber said to himself, "That's right. How can a mere disciple of the Wuji sword sect compare with senior brother?" Fang Chen's arrogant attitude completely infuriated Han Shui. The latter stomped his foot and immediately pounced on Fang Chen. That's right. Fang Chen was lucky enough to obtain the innate divine sigil of order. In my opinion, if senior brother attacks, he won't be able to resist at all. The champion of this year's Dongxin Grand meet belongs to senior brother. In the Divine Phoenix sect area, Huang Jiao narrowed her eyes and stared at Fang Chen. The finals were simple. It was a 2-on-1 battle. If one won one battle, they would advance to the next round. Vaguely, she felt a different aura from Fang Chen. I can't see through this guy. Huang Jiao's divine sense was very strong, but she still couldn't see through him. She started to take Fang Chen seriously. At this moment, the most shocked person was Han Yuan. He widened his eyes and stared at the ripples on the surface of Fang Chen's skin. How is this possible? If he remembered correctly, these ripples were the unique ripples of his demonic dragon physique refinement art. He cultivated it so quickly. In the Divine Phoenix sect area, Huang Jiao narrowed her eyes and stared at Fang Chen. Han Yuan cried out involuntarily. He recalled that he had spent 3 years to cultivate the first stage of the demonic dragon physique refinement art. As for Fang Chen, he had succeeded so quickly. Thinking of this, Han Yuan laughed bitterly in his heart. There were talents in every generation, and each generation was stronger than the last. He, who had once been extremely proud, was nothing compared to junior brother Fang's potential. Among them, the strongest dark horse in this year's Dongxin Grand Meet was Chun Fan. Han Yuan smiled wryly and shook his head, staring quietly at Fang Chen. Fang Chen had won this battle easily, and his name was known by all the disciples of the major sect. So what if you're born with the divine sigil of order? You're still not a divine sigil realm cultivator. When night fell, the curtains finally fell on the last match of the first round of the finals. Even the saber demon, who had been resting with its eyes closed, suddenly opened them. All the disciples were shouting Chun Fan's name. Chun Fan had once again created a miracle in this battle. As a disciple of the demonic dragon sect, he had actually defeated a disciple of the Divine Phoenix sect. The Divine Phoenix sect was one of the top 3 sects. The strength of its inner disciples could be imagined. Before this, everyone had thought that this battle would be one-sided without any suspense. However, Chun Fan had displayed superb talisman mastery in the battle. The dazzling array of talismans had forced the Divine Phoenix sect disciple to retreat, thus winning the battle. Soon, a clamor of discussion came from the crowd. This Chun Fan is not simple. Jian Wuji and the Saber God sect leader spoke slowly, as if they had seen something. The champion of this year's Dongshin Grand Meet belongs to senior brother. Chapter 22-23. Genius remembers love in 1 second / small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Fong Chen also noticed the dark horse, Qin Fan. This person's attainments in the Talisman Master Dao were indeed very strong. However, this was not the main point of Fong Chen's attention. He vaguely felt that there was a special aura on Qin Fan's body. As for what it was, he couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. At night, a gentle breeze blew past. Fong Chen and Han Yuan looked at each other as they sat in the pavilion. Junior brother Fong, I, Han Yuan, have never admired anyone before. However, after watching your battle today, I'm completely in awe of you. Han Yuan said with a smile, I've been studying the demonic dragon body tempering art for many years. No one knows its mysteries better than me. Although I know that junior brother Fong is talented and can cultivate the demonic dragon body tempering art, I didn't expect you to be able to master it so quickly. Han Yuan continued, Even I don't dare to say that I can win against you in terms of physical strength. Senior brother is too modest. Fong Chen said, Senior brother's demonic dragon body tempering art has already reached the 2nd level, right? Hearing this, Han Yuan chuckled and waved his hand. Before Fong Chen cultivated the demonic dragon body tempering art, he was already able to fight with him for so many rounds without losing. Now that he had cultivated the 1st level of the demonic dragon body tempering art, it was hard to say who would win in terms of pure strength. By the way, senior brother Han, do you know anything about the saber demon? Fong Chen suddenly changed the topic. Saber demon? Hearing this, the smile on Han Yuan's face disappeared. He said in a low voice, the saber demon is very strong. How many lives has he taken with his swift saber? The saber demon was the most outstanding genius of the divine saber sect in recent years. His potential was so strong that no one in Dongshin heaven could compare to him. After the drawing of lots, there would be 25 battles. The speed of the swift saber he cultivated had reached the extreme. With a thought, he could slash out tens of thousands of times. Moreover, the attack power of each slash was equally strong. However, this was not the main point of Fong Chen's attention. Who would be able to resist such an expert? On the main stage, Jian Wuji frowned but didn't say anything. However, this was not the focus of Fong Chen's attention. To be honest, I have confidence in Huang Jiao in this Dongshin summit, but I have no confidence in Saber Demon, Han Yuan said solemnly. The Divine Phoenix Plaza was deathly silent. If it was possible, who would not want to be the champion of Dongshin? This was a matter of reputation. For a genius like Han Yuan, reputation was also very important. However, from Han Yuan's tone, it seemed that he had given up on the fight for 1st place. I hope we do not meet the Saber Demon in the elimination round. Otherwise, the outcome will be hard to predict. Han Yuan said helplessly. After the drawing of lots, there would be 25 battles. There were only 5 spots in this election. He just needed to get into the top 5. He did not want to meet the Saber Demon in advance. If he failed, he would not be able to enter the Demon City. In addition to the grudges between the Divine Sword Sect and the Wuji Sword Sect over the years, the Saber Demon has always declared that he wants to suppress the Wuji Sword Sect and make the Divine Sword Sect's saber the king of all weapons. The Saber Demon is cruel and merciless. If he meets any of the disciples of the Limitless Sword Sect outside, he will kill them without mercy. Sometimes he will even sneak into the Wuji town and assassinate the disciples of the Wuji Sword Sect. Han Yuan said helplessly. If I did not see it with my own eyes, I would not have dared to imagine that there would be such a genius in the chaotic void. Junior brother, if you meet the Saber Demon, you must be careful, Han Yuan reminded. Quick saber? Is it known for its speed? The quick saber that he cultivated was extremely fast. With just a thought, he could slash out tens of thousands of times. Moreover, the attack power of each slash was equally strong. Fang Chen mumbled to himself, "Junior brother, don't underestimate the quick saber." The quick saber was originally a mid-level cosmic level divine art, but the saber demon improved it to a supreme level cosmic level divine art. It even received the personal recognition of the divine sword sect master, who believes that the saber demon was born for the saber. "His bones are filled with the obsession of the saber," Han Yuan said. Immediately, the disciple's body was torn into pieces, no longer resembling a human. In addition to the grudge between the divine sword sect and the Wuji sword sect all these years, the saber demon has always said that he will suppress the Wuji sword sect and make the saber of the divine sword sect the king of weapons. The saber demon is cruel. If he meets the disciples of the Wuji sword sect outside, he will kill them without mercy. Sometimes he will even sneak into the Wuji town to assassinate our disciples, Han Yuan said helplessly. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded lightly, his fingers tapping on the stone table irregularly. However, all the experts of Dongxian heaven gathered together and did not realize that someone was spying on them secretly. If possible, who would not want to be the champion of Dongxian Grand Meat? This was a matter of honor. The tragic death of his master, Guyuan, came to his mind. His master must have come to the Wuji town with great difficulty and coincidentally met the saber demon who had sneaked in and killed him. Thinking of this, Fang Chen clenched his fists so tightly that they creaked. Han Yuan saw that Fang Chen's expression was not right and hurriedly called out, "Junior brother Fang, are you all right?" The disciple of the Wuji sword sect trembled slightly, suppressing the fear in his heart as he walked onto the stage. After the drawing of lots, there would be 25 battles. Fang Chen knew that he had lost his composure and nodded apologetically at Han Yuan, saying, "Senior brother Han, I'm fine." After the first round of the competition ended, the second round of the finals continued after 2 days of rest. After 50 people were eliminated, there were only 50 participating disciples left. At a glance, other than Qin Fan, the rest were all disciples of the three sect. This made many small sects sigh that Dongxian heaven was still the world of the three sect. It was impossible for a small sect like them to stand out. Just as the drawing of lots ended, a disciple of the Wuji sword sect complained. The sect master of the dragon demon suppressed the excitement in his heart and secretly prayed for Qin Fan. No one was happier than the sect master of the dragon demon. The fact that Qin Fan was able to come this far had greatly exceeded his expectations. He was excited, hoping that Qin Fan could create the biggest miracle of this year's Dongxian Grand Meet and win a spot. I've studied the demonic dragon physique refinement art for many years. No one knows its mysteries better than I do. Although I know that junior brother Fang is talented and can cultivate the demonic dragon physique refinement art, I didn't expect you to master it so quickly. Han Yuan continued, "Now, even I dare not say that I can win against you in terms of physical strength. Food had to be eaten one bite at a time, and the road had to be taken one step at a time. The sect master of the dragon demon suppressed the excitement in his heart and secretly prayed for Qin Fan. Today was still the drawing of lots. After the drawing of lots, there would be 25 battles. How could it be the saber demon? Just as the drawing of lots ended, a disciple of the Wuji sword sect complained, "Just admit defeat. Don't give the saber demon any chance to attack." Han Yuan instructed, "I know." The disciple was very unwilling. If he hadn't met the saber demon, he could have continued to advance. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have dared to imagine that there was a genius with such heaven-defying potential in the chaos. When the battle began, the saber demon was the first to go up. He looked at the Wuji sword sect's area provocatively, especially when his gaze landed on Fang Chen. His eyes revealed a hint of mockery. Only the old man knew that what Qin Fan used was not the universal talisman. It was a void fragmentation talisman that was even stronger than the universal talisman. Get up here and accept your death. The saber demon's cold voice spread across the entire divine phoenix square. I have studied the demonic dragon physique refinement art for many years. No one knows it better than me. Although I know that Junior Brother Fong is talented and can cultivate the demonic dragon physique refinement art, I didn't expect you to master it so quickly. Han Yuan continued. Now, even I don't dare to say that I can win against you in terms of physical strength. The disciple of the Wuji sword sect trembled slightly. He suppressed the fear in his heart and walked up the stage. I concede. Before he could say the word, he felt a wild force squeezing him. However, this wasn't the main point of Fong Chen's attention. His throat was moving, but he couldn't say the last word. Puchi! The saber demon waved his hand, and thousands of saber lights appeared on the stage. These saber lights struck the body of the Wuji sword sect's disciple with lightning speed. Instantly, the disciple's body was torn into pieces, no longer resembling a human. The divine phoenix square was dead silent. Everyone was shocked by the saber demon's horrifying strength. On the rostrum, Jian Wuji frowned but didn't say anything. According to the rules, the saber demon didn't break the rules. Even if he said anything, it would be useless. The saber god sect's leader looked at the saber demon with interest. Not bad. Quicksaber has improved again. If there are no accidents, the saber demon will be the champion of this year's Dongxian Grand Meet. Even the divine phoenix sect's leader sighed. In the Wuji sword sect's area, Fong Chen felt the saber demon's gaze on him. He raised his head and looked at the saber demon. The latter sneered and said in disdain, I'll wait for you. D****, I still underestimated the saber demon's strength. Han Yuan cursed. For a moment, the divine phoenix square was filled with deafening roars. They were all shouting the saber demon's name loudly. In the clouds in the sky, the old man rode on the big black dog and gently stroked its head. For a moment, the divine phoenix square was filled with deafening roars. They were all shouting the saber demon's name loudly. These saber lights struck the body of the Wuji sword sect's disciple with lightning speed. The latter turned his head and licked the old man's withered hand. Chen Fan against the saber god sect's disciple. This kid's strength is not bad. He's a born genius in the saber Dao. It's a pity that he's vicious and can't achieve great things, the old man commented. He shook his head and his gaze fell on Fong Chen. Immediately, a smile appeared on his face. The more he observed Fong Chen, the more he realized that this kid's potential was very strong. Junior brother, don't underestimate this swift saber. It was originally a middle-grade universe, level divine technique, but the saber demon improved it to a supreme-grade universe, level divine technique. He even received the personal recognition of the saber god sect master, who believes that the saber demon was born for the saber. His bones are filled with an obsession for the saber Dao, Han Yuan said. The more he observed Fong Chen, the more he realized that this kid's potential was very strong. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have dared to imagine that there would be a genius with such heaven-defying potential in the chaos void. The old man sighed. He's even stronger than the reincarnations of those unparalleled powerhouses. However, the old man quickly understood. A person who was naturally recognized by the divine order pattern was definitely the chosen one. In the old man's eyes, if Fong Chen didn't die prematurely, his future achievements would definitely surpass everyone present. Fong Chen said, Senior brother's demonic dragon body tempering technique has already reached the 2nd level, right? He might even surpass his good friend, Venerable Demon Sword. It won't take long for this kid to fully comprehend the Azura Sword Dao, right? The old man chuckled. In the clouds and the void. However, all the experts in the eastern profound heaven gathered together. None of them noticed that someone was secretly spying on them. The second round of the competition continued in an orderly manner. The number of casualties in the battles between the disciples of the three great sects was much lower. Chun Fan versus the disciples of the Saber God sect. Everyone's eyes lit up. They wanted to see if Chun Fan could continue his miracles. In the void, the old man looked at Chun Fan and muttered to himself, "There's a force in this kid's body that doesn't belong to him. I guess this is also the reason why he can unleash a void fragmentation realm talisman at such a young age." As soon as the lot drawing ended, a disciple of the Limitless Sword sect complained. Before Fong Qin cultivated the demonic dragon body tempering technique, he could already fight with him for so many rounds without losing. Chapter 22-24. Genius 1. Second, remember love divided by little? We provide you with exciting novels to read. The battle was as fierce as ever. Love go little, say Netka, however. The results were always surprising. The dark horse Chin Fan had created another miracle. After defeating the Saber God sect's disciple, he was already standing at the top of Dongxian Heaven's younger generation. Winning this battle meant that he had entered the top 25 of Dongshuan's Grand Meet. Obviously, the leaders of the smaller sect did not think highly of Fong Qin. In the entire Dongxian Heaven, there were no more than 25 people who could surpass him among the younger generation. What kind of honor was this? What kind of power was this? Before this, no one would have thought that Chun Fan of the Dragon Demon sect could come this far. Everyone's eyes were focused on Chin Fan. There was surprise, shock, and confusion on their faces. They could not believe it. How powerful was Chun Fan's talisman? The Saber God sect's leader, who had mocked Jianwuji and the Divine Phoenix sect's leader on the rostrum, also looked solemn. At this time, he also realized that something was wrong. Buzz, the talisman he used is not the Qinkuan talisman at all. At first, everyone thought it was the Qinkuan talisman. It's the soul assimilation technique. However, as time passed, the three sect masters began to notice some clues. They surrounded his mind and primordial spirit, trying to take control of his body. What kind of talisman is it? Why is it so powerful? The Saber God sect's leader was very puzzled. The disciples in the Divine Phoenix Plaza were also shocked to the extreme, especially Han Shui, who had competed with Chun Fan for the title of the strongest dark horse. His face was full of bitterness. After losing to Chin Fan, he was still a little unconvinced. He thought that the latter had used the Qinkuan talisman to defeat him by luck. However, now he finally understood the gap between them. It turned out that Chun Fan did not see him as an opponent at all. Thinking of this, Han Shui shook his head helplessly and sighed. The Divine Phoenix sect's leader was shocked. Fong Chen was excellent in all aspects. In a trance, Huang Yun felt her heart tremble, and her delicate body involuntarily took a few steps back. Fong Chen and the others also narrowed their eyes and stared at Chin Fan. In terms of overall strength, Huang Yin was probably not much stronger than Thunder God. His talisman seems very strange. Only Fong Qin seemed to have sensed something, but he wasn't sure. The Blade Demon was still really calm. He felt that although Chin Fan was strong, he wasn't his match. He wasn't even worth paying attention to. The second round of finals was getting more and more intense. The last match was finally Fong Chen's turn. His opponent was the third-ranked disciple of the Divine Phoenix sect, Huang Yin. Senior sister Huang Yin, you must teach this fellow a good lesson. Many disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect roared. Huang Yin took light steps and walked onto the martial arts stage. Fong Qin stood there quietly, motionless. While thinking, Fong Qin performed the innate soul reversal technique. She was surrounded by a dense soul Dao aura. Her beautiful eyes twinkled as she stared at Fong Qin. Her primordial spirit was severely injured, and her delicate body fell limply to the ground. I've long heard that those who are born with the divine sigil of order are very young. Now that I've seen you in person, You really live up to your reputation," Huang Yun said in a sweet voice. Fang Chen was unmoved, standing there quietly. Huang Yan's voice contained the Soul Dao aura, trying to disturb Fang Chen's mind. It was a pity that Fang Chen's attainments in the Soul Dao were no weaker than hers. On the rostrum, some leaders of the sect discussed softly. Huang Yan's Soul Dao technique is very powerful. I think Fang Chen won't be able to withstand it. Fang Chen's physical strength is strong, and his divine sigil of order is too powerful. As long as we don't let him get close, Huang Yun can attack from afar using her Soul Dao technique. Fang Chen can't do anything about it. It's a pity that those who are born with the divine sigil of order are only in the divine sigil realm. If he steps into the unity realm, it's hard to say who will be the champion of this year's Dongxin Grand Meet. Obviously, many leaders of the small sect did not think highly of Fang Chen. After all, the difference in cultivation base was obvious. The gap could not be made up. However, the three sect leaders each had their own opinions. If it's a close combat, Huang Yin will probably lose. There's only a chance if it's a long-distance battle, the sect leader of the Saber God sect said. That's not necessarily true. Huang Yin has great potential and has cultivated the art of soul assimilation. I think highly of Huang Yin, the sect leader of the Divine Phoenix sect said with a smile. Jian Wuji, who was on the side, was silent. Before the battle, he already knew the result. Fang Chen would definitely win this battle. It was very hard for him to imagine how a martial artist could gather so many inconceivable things on himself. In terms of overall ability, Huang Yin was probably not much stronger than Thunder God. Especially Han Shui, who had once competed with Chen Fan for the strongest dark horse. His face was filled with bitterness. Fang Chen had almost killed Thunder God with one strike. One could imagine that his ability was completely above Thunder God's. If he really fought with Huang Yun, his chances of winning were very high. Back on the arena, Huang Yun found that Fang Chen was unmoved. She bit her red lips as a strange look flashed in her eyes. Buzz! In a trance, Huang Yun felt her heart tremble, and her delicate body involuntarily took a few steps back. Since she could not disturb his mind, she would use the art of soul assimilation to trap him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Beautiful. Using the soul doctrine to defeat Huang Yun. What a slap in the face. The wild aura of the soul doctrine instantly filled the air. Suddenly, a gust of wind whistled past, and there was an eerie and terrifying aura in the surrounding air. I have long heard that the possessor of the Order Divine rune is very young. Today, I have seen that you live up to your reputation, Huang Yun said in a delicate voice. Huang Yun walked up to the arena with light steps. Art of soul assimilation. Huang Yun shouted and waved her hand. She controlled the rich aura of the soul doctrine and used a tricky route to surround Fang Chen. Before the battle, she already knew the result. Fang Chen would definitely win this battle. Fang Chen stood quietly and did not move. It's useless. Many disciples on the Divine Phoenix Square exclaimed when they saw the situation. At that moment, he also realized that something was wrong. He's not dodging. Is he scared out of his wits? Huang Yun controlled the incantation of the innate soul reversing skill and formed a cold, long sword above his head. In the eyes of the crowd, the long sword could shatter at any time. It could not withstand the attack of the art of soul assimilation. This is the art of soul assimilation. Oh no, Fang Chen's mind is most likely trapped. What a terrifying soul doctrine divine skill. Huang Yin is not simple. Many disciples exclaimed loudly. The disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect and Divine Sword sect also sneered in disdain and mocked Fang Chen. How can someone like him compete with Senior Brother Dao? What a joke! However, the outcome was always surprising. Even Han Yuan is no match for Senior Brother Dao. Some disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect were about to mock Fang Chen when they suddenly noticed the aura of the soul doctrine on him. Ignorance is the most terrifying thing. Does he think that he is a soul doctrine genius? Trying to use the soul doctrine to resist the art of soul assimilation. What a joke. Hey, is he also a soul cultivator? Is he using the soul doctrine to resist the art of soul assimilation? Ignorance is the most terrifying thing. Does he think that he is a soul doctrine genius? Trying to use the soul doctrine to resist the art of soul assimilation. What a joke. They knew that Feng Chen was using the soul doctrine to resist the art of soul assimilation. However, the disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect still mocked and ridiculed him. What attainments could a sword cultivator have in the soul doctrine? He was simply displaying his slight skill in front of an expert. On the martial arts arena, the berserk soul Dao aura drilled into Feng Chen's body through every opening. It surrounded his mind and primordial spirit, trying to control his body. The Divine Phoenix sect's soul doctrine technique is quite unique. After losing to Qin Fan, he was still a little unconvinced. He thought that Qin Fan had defeated him by luck using the cosmic talisman. Feng Chen sighed. However, a mere art of soul assimilation is not a problem for me. Buzz. However, as time passed, the three sect masters still saw some clues. While they were thinking, Feng Chen used the innate soul reversal skill. With a thought, the energy within the soul stone surged out silently and merged with the soul Dao aura. He controlled the incantation of the innate soul reversal skill and formed a cold, long sword above his head. In the eyes of the crowd, the long sword could shatter at any time and could not resist the attack of the art of soul assimilation. It's useless. Huang Yin also shook her head gently and continued to attack, wanting to end the battle. Suddenly, Feng Chen's dark eyes penetrated the soul doctrine aura and fell on Huang Yin. She knew that Feng Chen was using the soul doctrine technique to resist the art of soul assimilation. In a trance, Huang Yin felt her heart tremble, and her delicate body, involuntarily, took a few steps back. What's wrong with me? Huang Yin was a little confused, but she quickly regained her composure and continued to attack. In particular, Han Shui, who had competed with Qin Fan for the title of the strongest dark horse, had a bitter look on his face. Huang Yin shouted and waved her hand. She controlled the rich soul doctrine aura and used a tricky route to surround Feng Chen. Just as the crowd saw that the soul power longsword was about to collapse, a berserk soul power suddenly surged out from Feng Chen's body. Before this, no one would have thought that Qin Fan of the Dragon Demon sect could come this far. The overwhelming soul doctrine aura instantly drowned the entire martial arts practice ring. Only Feng Chen seemed to have sensed something, but he was not sure. Crack! The soul power sword carried a terrifying power and pierced through Huang Yin's art of soul assimilation, sending her flying. Ah! Huang Yin let out a miserable shriek. Her primordial spirit was severely injured and her delicate body fell to the ground. The overwhelming soul doctrine aura instantly drowned the martial arts practice ring. An unprecedented fear appeared in her heart. The entire square was in an uproar. Huang Yan's voice contained the soul doctrine aura as she tried to disturb Feng Chen's mind. On the rostrum, the Divine Phoenix sect master also stood up and glared at Feng Chen. This is the art of soul assimilation. Oh no, Feng Chen's mind might be trapped. Innate soul reversal skill? Huang Yan's voice contained the soul doctrine aura as she tried to disturb Feng Chen's mind. He also knew about the Wuji sword sect's innate soul reversal skill, but very few disciples had been able to cultivate it. Isn't this guy a little too abnormal? His physical strength is far beyond his peers, and even his soul doctrine techniques are so strange. The Divine Phoenix sect master was shocked. Feng Chen was outstanding in all aspects. It was very hard for him to imagine how a martial artist could gather so many inconceivable things on himself. Even the sect master of the Divine Blade sect looked at Feng Chen with a grave expression. Now he finally knew why Fang Qin could absorb the innate order divine runes. Previously, he had underestimated Fang Qin. Now he finally started to take him seriously. Jian Wuji sat quietly and nodded in satisfaction. Beautiful. Using the soul doctrine technique to defeat Huang Yin. What a slap in the face. Unfortunately, Fang Chen's attainments in the soul doctrine were not weaker than hers. With a thought, the energy within the soul stone surged out silently and merged with the soul Dao aura. Yes, it's funny that some ignorant people are still mocking Senior Brother Fang. The Divine Phoenix Sect soul doctrine technique is only SOO. In my opinion, Senior Brother Fang's soul doctrine technique is enough to defeat the Divine Phoenix Sect disciples. In the Divine Phoenix Sect area, many disciples looked grave and lowered their heads. They felt humiliated. Even the most powerful supreme talent, Huang Jiao, looked at Fang Qin with a tinge of fear in her eyes. A sword cultivator had defeated Huang Yin with the soul doctrine technique. This was the most powerful counterattack. The soul power sword carried terrifying power and pierced through Huang Yin's art of soul assimilation, sending her flying. Chapter 22-25. Geniuses remember love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Fang Qin had become the most dazzling existence in Dongxuan's grand meet to this point. Originally, he was born with the divine sigil of order and could bring about a certain amount of discussion wherever he went. However, after this battle, he told the world with his strong stance that he was not a weakling with the divine sigil of order. After the shock, the divine phoenix square fell into silence. All the disciples looked at Fang Qin strangely. Senior brother Dao Xian. Under the orders of the 3 lords, the divine phoenix square was empty in the blink of an eye. After the second round of the competition, 25 people were eliminated, leaving 25 people. In other words, 1 person would advance directly to the 4th round of the competition, while the other 24 people would fight in pairs. Many people were secretly trying to find out more about Fang Qin. Before this, they were all wrong. They thought that Fang Qin was just an undeserved reputation. This was especially true for those disciples who had threatened Fang Qin and wanted to teach him a lesson when he had first arrived at the Divine Phoenix Sect. Chen Fan's confidence and courage came from this. They had long been hiding in a corner, not daring to come out. Every time they thought of this, their hearts were full of palpitations, becoming the most terrifying inner demon. Huang Mo, who was grounded by the Divine Phoenix Sect Lord, was also in a state of shock. He was afraid, glad that the Divine Phoenix Sect Lord had come in time. Otherwise, he would have died in Fang Chen's hands. He thought that Fang Qin was just an undeserved reputation. So what if he lost the Soul Stone? At least he got his life back. As long as the green hills were there, there was hope. Late at night, in the Draconic Demon Sect residence, the Draconic Demon Sect Lord was talking to Qin Fan. Fan, your Qinkuan talisman? It's really amazing, the Draconic Demon Sect Lord said with a smile. Fang Qin of the Wuji Sword Sect, are you confident in dealing with him? Hearing this, Qin Fan's eyes flickered. He was just lucky to get the divine sigil of order. With my attainments as a talisman master, dealing with him is not a problem, Chen Fan said faintly, seemingly very confident. Many people were secretly inquiring about Fang Qin. Before this, they were all wrong. Fan, don't be careless. That Fang Qin is very strong in both physical strength and soul power. Don't forget, he is only a sword cultivator. His true trump card must be his sword arts. Even Huang Yin was unable to force him to use his sword arts. I am also unable to see through him, reminded the Draconic Demon Sect Master. Sect Master, don't worry. If he encounters me, I don't mind suppressing him and destroying the innate divine runes of order to absorb the energy within them, Chen Fan said. Seeing this, the sect leader of the Dragon Demon Sect did not say anything more. After exhorting Zhang Xian, he he turned around and left. Looking at the departing figure of the sect master of the dragon demon, the confidence on Chun Fan's face instantly disappeared. Is what you said true? Chun Fan seemed to be talking to himself. You've also sensed that Fong Chen's strength. It's simply impossible to defeat him, Chun Fan continued. At this moment, a gloomy and hoarse voice sounded in Chun Fan's ears. Don't worry. How can they compare to the talisman master Dao that I passed on to you? The voice came from Chun Fan's body. They all think that this is a talisman, a Qinkuan talisman, but they don't know that this is the legendary Void Fragmentation Talisman. But Chun Fan wanted to say something, but was stopped by the voice. After a long time, the saber demon muttered to himself, Don't worry. At the critical moment, I will secretly take action. I guarantee that you'll be able to enter the top 5 and get a spot to go to the Demon City. The voice continued, As long as you can bring me into the Demon City, I will fulfill my promise. When you come out of the Demon City, the entire Void Star sky will tremble for you. The entire Divine Phoenix Square was completely boiling. The more the old man interacted with him, the more he realized that the latter's potential was far from what it seemed on the surface. Many small sect leaders were fighting to win over the sect master of the Dragon Demon sect. The worry on Chun Fan's face gradually disappeared. The blood in his body was boiling, and his previous worries were thrown to the back of his mind. He clenched his fists and nodded to himself. The world looks down on me, Chun Fan. I will slap everyone's face with my absolute strength. Just you wait. In the vast Divine Phoenix Peak, no one knew Chun Fan's secret except for the old man and the big black dog. Even the 3 sect masters could only vaguely sense Chun Fan's Qinkuan talisman. It was a little special, but they could not discover that there was another voice in his body. Chun Fan's confidence and courage came from this. He felt a lingering fear. He was glad that the Divine Phoenix sect master had come in time. Otherwise, he would have died in the hands of Fong Qin. Chun Fan's luck was better in the 3rd round of the finals. This made many people feel helpless. Among the 25 people so far, Chun Fan's ability was relatively the weakest. Many people wanted to draw Chun Fan so that they could guarantee to enter the top 12. However, they were disappointed. Chun Fan directly advanced to the 4th round. This meant that his lowest ranking in this Dongxian Grand Meet was 13th. A dragon's roar resounded through the sky. This was a historical record of Dongxian Grand Meet, and at the same time, it made the Dragon Demon sect famous. He frowned slightly, as if thinking about something. Many small sect leaders were fighting to win over the Dragon Demon sect master. With Chun Fan's potential, he would definitely be taken in as a disciple by those hidden experts. The rise of the Dragon Demon sect was just around the corner. The 3rd round of the competition began. The entire Divine Phoenix Square was in an uproar. Han Yuan drew the 3rd-ranked disciple of the Divine Blade sect. Although the latter's saber skills were sharp, he was still no match for Han Yuan. In the end, Han Yuan successfully advanced. Huang Jiao, Saber Demon, and other experts also advanced one by one. Many small sect leaders were fighting to win over the Dragon Demon sect master. When Fong Qin stepped onto the arena again, the Divine Phoenix Square was in an uproar. Fong Chen's opponent this time was the 4th-ranked disciple of the Divine Blade sect, Dao Xian. Many people were very excited. They could finally see Fong Chen's close combat ability. Was Dao Xian's saber skill stronger, or Fong Chen's swordsmanship stronger? Kill. Dao Xian also knew that Fong Qin was very strong. He did not give him any chance and directly used the Divine Blade sect's ultimate technique, the Dragon Saber God-breaking technique. Don't worry, sect master. If he meets me, I don't mind suppressing him. Then I will shatter the innate divine pattern of order and absorb its internal power, Chun Fan said. It seems that we still underestimated Fong Qin. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded through the sky. The old man threw a piece of ore to the big black dog and said with a smile, "This guy." Immediately after, the terrifying saber chi in the sky condensed into a giant golden dragon. The giant golden dragon held a ferocious saber in its claws and swooped down with terrifying power. Traceless swordsmanship. Dao Xian was the lackey of the saber demon. Fang Qin did not have a good impression of him. There was even a faint trace of disgust in his heart. The first move, the second move, the third move. Many people wanted to draw Qin Fan. That way, they would be guaranteed to enter the top 12. He continuously used the first 3 moves of the traceless swordsmanship. The incredible sword light directly pierced through the giant golden dragon's body and pierced towards Dao Xian. Not good. Dao Xian cried out and desperately dodged. Splat! Blood splattered across the sky. One of Dao Xian's arms fell to the ground. His broken body smashed a big hole in the ground. He was in a sorry state and directly fell into a coma. Senior brother Dao Xian. Every time they thought of this, their hearts would palpitate. It directly became the most terrifying inner demon. The disciples of the Divine Blade sect exclaimed one after another. This made many people feel helpless. So far, Chen Fan's strength was relatively the weakest among the 25 people. At the same time, they glared at Fang Qin. If looks could kill, Fang Qin would have been cut into pieces by them. The saber demon's indifferent face also showed a hint of seriousness. He frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about something. Traceless swordsmanship? After a long time, the saber demon muttered to himself. The entire Divine Phoenix Square was in an uproar. A dragon's roar reverberated through the sky. The third round of the competition began. The worry on Qin Fan's face gradually disappeared. This was Fang Chen's first time using swordsmanship. However, it ended in such a way. It was really too shocking. This sharp swordsmanship is comparable to the saber demons. It seems that we still underestimated Fang Qin. Along the way, Fang Qin left an incomparably shocking scene in front of everyone. In the end, everyone attributed all of this to the innate order divine pattern. The Divine Blade, sect master on the rostrum, looked solemn and did not say a word. The Divine Phoenix, sect master, was extremely surprised. He stared at Fang Qin. His soul path aura spread, trying to see through the latter. Jian Wuji had long expected this result and was relatively calm. Was Dao Xian's swordsmanship stronger, or was Fang Chen's swordsmanship stronger? Huang Jiao's beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at Fang Qin. She thought that this person would be a strong opponent. Han Yuan and the others were beaming with joy. After the shock, many people were sighing. Fang Qin had already become a force to be reckoned with. It was impossible to get rid of him quickly. With the cultivation base of the divine pattern realm, he had defeated Dao Xian with a single strike. How strong was this? With the cultivation base of the divine pattern realm, he had defeated Dao Xian with a single strike. How strong was this? Even the saber demon could not do this at this level. Late at night, innate order divine pattern. The saber demon clenched his fists and shouted in his heart. This ignited his fighting spirit. He swore to suppress Fang Qin and seize the innate order divine pattern. He would absorb the power within it into his body and use it for himself. A Unity Realm expert could merge all the divine patterns into one. The entire Divine Phoenix Square was in an uproar. They could not absorb the innate order divine pattern, but they could shatter it and absorb the power that escaped. Traceless swordsmanship. Qin Fan advanced to the 4th round directly. This meant that his lowest ranking in this Dongxin Grand meet was 13th place. After a long time, the saber demon muttered to himself. Many people had their eyes on the innate order divine pattern, but after this battle many people retreated. Han Yuan had drawn the 3rd-ranked disciple of the Saber God sect. Although the latter saber skills were sharp, he was still no match for Han Yuan. "Don't worry, sect master. If he meets me, I don't mind suppressing him and shattering the innate order divine pattern to absorb the power within," Qin Fan said. All the disciples looked at Fang Qin strangely. Enjoying the cheers of the crowd, Fang Chun walked down the stage. Looking at the sect master of the draconic demon's departing figure, the confidence on Qin Fan's face instantly disappeared. The sect master of the Saber God sect on the rostrum looked solemn and did not say a word. In the clouds in the sky, the old man tossed a piece of or to the big black dog and said with a smile, "This guy," the more he interacted with him, the more the old man realized that the latter's potential was far more than what he saw on the surface. All the disciples looked at Fang Qin strangely. Those unknown things that were hidden in the depths of one's body were the ones that were worth paying attention to. Chapter 22-26. Genius remembers. Love in 1 second. /small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Fang Chen's strong performance shocked everyone. No one dared to look down on this monstrous genius who was born with divine runes of order. Even the knife demon and Huang Jiao saw him as a rival. If someone had said before this that Fang Chen was also one of the favorites to win this year's Dongxian meet, many people would have scoffed. After all, the latter's cultivation was only at the divine inscription realm. The gap between the deity imprint realm and the unity realm could not be bridged. Most of the disciples present were at the unity realm. Only Fang Qin was slightly special. The reason why he had attracted so much attention was because he was born with the divine order sigil. But now, the strength he displayed had far surpassed that of unity realm experts. He defeated Dao Xian with a single sword strike, leaving the latter with no chance to fight back. This was enough to shock everyone. The entire Divine Phoenix Square was in an uproar. Countless disciples widened their eyes and stared at Fang Qin as if they were looking at a monster. Fang Qin smiled faintly and walked down the martial arts stage. He didn't care about the threatening look in the knife demon's eyes. "Even if you didn't come looking for me, I would have gone looking for you." The enmity of killing his master was absolutely irreconcilable, because Fang Chen's battle was too shocking. Therefore, although the following disciples' battles were also very exciting, many people no longer paid attention to them. Just like that, the third round of the finals ended hastily. The 12 victorious disciples advanced to the fourth round. Including the dark horse Qin Fan, who had a bye, there were 13 people in total. Among the 13 people, 8 of them had to be eliminated. Only the 5 strongest ones would be able to enter the Devil City. After the third round, everyone rested for a day. The fourth round of the competition began in full swing. The rules of the fourth round were slightly changed. There were a total of 13 people, and they no longer drew lots. Instead, they went through a round of challenges. Every disciple was given 2 chances to challenge the challenger. If they failed both times, they would be eliminated immediately. "Love, go, little, say," when there were only 5 disciples left, the battle would end. After the Divine Phoenix sect master announced the rules, everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. Only the sect master of the Draconic Demon sect was worried about Qin Fan. If there was a lottery system, it was extremely likely that Qin Fan would pass. Now that the challenge system was implemented and Qin Fan was the weakest among the 13, there would definitely be a lot of people coming to challenge him. I hope Qin Fan can withstand it. The sect master of the Draconic Demon sect clenched his fists and prayed in his heart. 13 people stood side by side in front of the martial arts practice stage. The first person to step onto the martial arts practice stage was a disciple of the Divine Phoenix sect. His gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on Qin Fan. "I want to challenge Qin Fan." He was ranked 4th in the Divine Phoenix sect, and his strength was average. He did not have much confidence in challenging the disciples of the other 3 sects, so he could only challenge Qin Fan. Despite being challenged, Qin Fan's face remained calm as he stepped onto the stage. "Kill." The battle was on the verge of breaking out. A terrifying soul path aura emerged around the divine phoenix, sect disciple. Under his control, it condensed into a long spear. This long spear contained a power that made people tremble. He's going all out right from the start? Many disciples around the martial arts stage exclaimed in surprise. It seemed that the disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect also wanted to end this battle quickly. He wondered how Chun Fan would be able to withstand them. A universal talisman? Seeing Chun Fan activate the talisman, the crowd muttered to themselves. On the martial arts stage, Chun Fan looked at the soul power spear that was constantly approaching him, and a trace of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. Immediately he let out a low roar, and a majestic talisman, Tao Power, appeared in the sky. The next moment he waved his palm, and the terrifying talisman burned directly in the sky. The power of the flame was too amazing, and it directly engulfed the soul power spear. Love, go little, say W Chu hiss. To everyone's astonishment, the soul power spear was directly burned to ashes by the flame of the talisman. Bang! The body of the divine phoenix, sect disciple, flew out directly and fell to the ground. His mouth was full of blood, and his face was pale. This, everyone exclaimed. Chun Fan's talisman was too powerful, wasn't it? It could burn the soul power spear to ashes. It's too terrifying. Everyone redefined Chun Fan, and the latter's dark horse nature was fully revealed. Chun Fan won the first round. The corners of Fong Chen's mouth curled up, and a faint smile appeared on his face. After this battle, he was more confident in himself. He turned his head and glanced at the rostrum. They did not realize that he had used a power that did not belong to him in the battle just now. It seems that it's just as he said. The people present did not notice his existence at all, Chun Fan thought to himself. Immediately he turned his head and swept his gaze across the crowd, and his gaze fell on Dao He, who was ranked second in the Divine Sword Sect. I challenge Dao He of the Divine Sword Sect. Since he was already standing on the martial arts stage, he had to show his absolute strength to intimidate everyone and let them know that he was not a pushover. Humph, you dare to challenge me? Your dark horse journey ends here. Dao He sneered, and with a leap he landed on the martial arts stage. Swoosh! He waved the battle saber in his hand continuously. Streaks of extremely sharp saber light flashed in the sky. Swoosh! In the next moment, the terrifying saber light directly surrounded Chun Fan's body. Is this all you've got? Seeing that Chun Fan was trapped by his saber light, Dao He sneered and continued to increase the intensity of his attacks, wanting to defeat Chun Fan in one fell swoop. Below the martial arts stage, Fong Chun narrowed his eyes and watched this scene. He vaguely felt that Chun Fan still had a trump card that he had not used yet. There seems to be a complicated aura on Chun Fan's body. Fong Chun frowned. He could not see through Chun Fan. Amidst the crowd's exclamations, Chun Fan once again used a powerful talisman. A faint aura quietly spread out from Chun Fan's body. When this aura drilled into the talisman, it immediately exploded. The terrifying explosive force swept across the entire martial arts stage. Bang! A figure flew out from the smoke. When the crowd saw this, they gasped. Even Dao He was no match for Chun Fan? Chun Fan's strength was too strong, wasn't it? He'll definitely be in the top 5. After a long while, many disciples thought to themselves. Until today, Chun Fan had shocked them too much. Some people even imagined the scene of Chun Fan going up against Fong Chun. However, such a scene did not happen. If they had thought of Chun Fan as a soft persimmon before, now that Chun Fan had defeated Dao He, there was a hint of fear in their eyes when they looked at Chun Fan. Chun Fan walked down the martial arts stage indifferently. He believed that if they knew what was good for them, they would no longer dare to challenge him. After a brief shock, the Divine Blade Sect's disciple walked up to the martial arts stage. I challenge Fong Chun. The result was obvious. Fong Chun defeated his opponent with absolute strength. Time passed by. In the blink of an eye, the challenge had gone on for an entire morning. Noon came, and the scorching sun hung high in the sky. On the rostrum, the three sect leaders looked at the martial arts stage with solemn expressions. Countless battles had been fought, and the rankings were more or less fixed. According to the points, the top 5 were Dao Demon, Huang Jiao, Han Yuan, Fang Chen, and Qin Fan. Dong! A deafening chime of a bell echoed across the sky. It signaled the end of this year's Dongxin Grand Meet. The 5 experts did not make a move directly, which made many disciples feel regretful. In fact, the Dao Demon had wanted to challenge Fang Chen, but the latter had rejected him directly. He was already in the top 5. Why would he accept the Dao Demon's challenge? Besides, although he wanted to kill the Dao Demon, this was the Divine Blade Sect's leader. It was not appropriate for him to make a move. Let's fight again in the Demon City. The Dao Demon's eyes were cold as he stared at Fang Chen and said coldly. Fang Chen put on an indifferent expression and did not even look at the Blade Demon. Qin Fan, who was behind the 4 of them, had a trace of madness in his eyes. When we enter the Demon City, all of you will die. The Divine Phoenix Sect's leader stood up and announced the end of Dongxuan's Grand Meet. The 5 geniuses were qualified to enter the Demon City. At this moment, the Divine Blade Sect's leader took a step forward. A strong aura instantly spread out and enveloped Fang Chen. Immediately, Fang Chen felt his body tense as a terrifying force squeezed around him. "Old Dao, what are you trying to do?" Jian Wuji roared angrily and blocked in front of Fang Chen. "This person deliberately killed my Divine Blade Sect's disciples in Dongxuan's Grand Meet. As the sect leader, can I teach him a lesson?" The Divine Blade Sect's leader sneered. "You are too much," Jian Wuji said darkly. Chapter 22-27. Genius 1. Second, remember love divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. *T. I haven't said that the Saber Demon deliberately killed my Wuji Sword Sect's disciple. Love, go, little, say, Net Kujin Wuji, cursed angrily. He didn't care that he was a grandmaster. He had to pay attention to his image. Fang Chen was a super genius of the limitless sword sect that appeared once in a trillion years. What if this old man, Dao, secretly killed him? I'm also very curious about the innate divine sigil of order. What's the harm in giving it a try? The sect master of the Divine Blade Sect spoke casually as if what Fang Chen had done was a trivial matter. However, Jian Wuji insisted on protecting Fang Chen. Buzz! The sect leader of the Divine Blade Sect sneered. With a thought, a majestic illusion instantly trapped Jian Wuji. Strange old sword, play by yourself. After saying that, the sect master appeared in front of Fang Chen. Jian Wuji roared angrily in the illusion. However, he couldn't break out of the illusion in a short time. Damn it, you actually hid such a technique. Jian Wuji attacked crazily. The extremely wild sword Qi continued to wreak havoc in the illusion. Kid, you're very arrogant. The sect master used his aura to suppress Fang Chen, wanting him to kneel down. Fang Chen suppressed the anger in his heart. He activated the myriad sword body and forcibly resisted the sect master's aura. The dignified sect master, the top expert of Dongxin Heaven, is only SO. Fang Chen sneered. Without the protection of strange old sword, who do you think you are? The sect master said, your innate divine sigil of order originally belonged to our sect's disciple, but you snatched it away. Last time, there were experts like the Xing ancestor in the dark, so I didn't dare to attack you. However, who's going to save you now? You! Fang Chen was speechless. Brother Dao, why lower yourself to the level of a junior? The sect master of the Divine Phoenix Sect came out to mediate. If the sect master of the Divine Blade Sect really killed Fang Chen, Jian Wuji would definitely go crazy. A civil war would break out in Dongshin heaven before they could exterminate Tianqing's clan. Humph! A mere divine inscription realm cultivator has disrespected my divine saber sect time and time again. If I don't teach you a lesson, how can I make the world trust my divine saber sect in the future? With that, the sect master of the divine sword sect walked towards Fangchen step by step. He gently raised his palm and extended his fingertips. At the same time, in the clouds of the void, the big black dog barked at the ground below, seemingly extremely displeased with the sect master of the divine blade sect. The old man gently stroked the big black dog's head and said, "Xiaohei, don't worry." After saying that, a look of disdain flashed across the old man's eyes. Humph, what a shameless person. The old man snorted coldly and waved his hand. Suddenly, a silent ray of light quickly blended into the void and swooped down towards the sect master of the divine blade sect. Just as the sect master of the divine blade sect's finger was about to touch Fang Chen's body, it was suddenly obstructed by an invisible force in the void. The sect master of the divine blade sect frowned slightly when he heard that. Break. The sect master of the divine blade sect let out a low roar. The power in his body surged and gathered on his finger. He pointed it fiercely at Fang Chen's chest. If this finger landed, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. The sect master of the divine blade sect was too vicious. Uft. However, the next scene left everyone dumbfounded. When the sect master of the divine blade sect's finger touched Fang Chen's body, an invisible force appeared in the void and directly severed the sect master of the divine blade sect's finger. Oh no! The sect master of the divine blade sect secretly cursed as he felt a majestic force attacking him. Although he quickly retreated, it was too late. His finger was severed and blood splattered across the sky. Love, go little, say W, choose dare. The sect master of the divine blade sect steadied himself. His face was pale as he stared at the void. Isn't it too sinister for you to attack in the dark? The sect master of the divine blade sect suppressed the shock in his heart and raised his head to look at the void. No matter how he probed, he could not sense any aura. This made him even more shocked. Where did Fang Chen come from? Why was there a powerhouse protecting him in the dark? He could sense that the powerhouse in the dark was no weaker than him. He was puzzled as he raised his head to look at the blue sky. As soon as his voice fell, it immediately caused an uproar. What? Someone is secretly protecting Fang Chen? Where did this person come from? Why can't the sect master of the divine blade sect do anything to him? The sect master of the divine blade sect's finger was severed in the void. The person in the dark is too powerful, isn't he? Many disciples sucked in a breath of cold air. The disciples of the three major sect had complicated looks in their eyes, especially the saber demon. He would never have dreamed that there was such a terrifying existence behind Fang Chen. How is this possible? The saber demon shook his head vigorously. He could not believe what he was seeing. Boom! At this moment, the illusion shattered and Jianwuji, who was shrouded in terrifying sword qi, walked out of it. His face was filled with anger. Old Monster Saber, you despicable and shameless guy. I want to fight you. Jianwuji roared in anger and was ready to attack. However, when he saw the bleeding finger of the sect master of the Divine Blade sect, he was shocked. He hurriedly turned his head to look at Fang Chen and suddenly realized that the latter was safe and sound. What happened? Jianwuji was shocked and asked hurriedly. Fang Chen was also very confused. Who was protecting him in the dark and even severed the finger of the sect master of the Divine Blade sect? Could it be Ancestor Xinghe? Soon Jianwuji suspected that the person in the dark was Ancestor Xinghe. He had a gloating smile on his face and looked at the sect master of the Divine Blade sect again. You went for wool and came home shorn. Now even your finger is severed, haha. Seeing the expression of the sect master of the Divine Blade sect, Jian Wuji wanted to laugh. At this moment, a melodious voice came from the void. Is that all a sect master can do? After this voice finished speaking, there was no more sound. The sect master of the Divine Blade sect's expression changed. He was in a dilemma. He knew that the person in the dark was very powerful. It was very likely that he was one of the few who stood at the peak of the starry sky. After thinking for a long time, he cupped his fists and said to the void, "Sir, this matter will not end just like that. I will avenge my severed finger in the future." "You?" A disdainful voice came from the void again. "You are not qualified to be my enemy. If you want to avenge your severed finger, you'd better look for Fong Qin." Hearing this, Fong Qin had the urge to curse. "Are you trying to save me, or are you trying to find me an enemy?" How could he defeat the sect master of the Divine Blade sect in a short time? However, the more he listened, the more certain the sect master of the Divine Blade sect was that the person in the dark had a close relationship with Fong Qin. Thinking of this, the sect master of the Divine Blade sect snorted coldly and left the Divine Phoenix Peak with his disciples. He left behind a confused crowd. "Senior, thank you for your help." Jian Wuji cupped his fists and said. However, no matter how much he said, there was no more sound coming from the void. A farce had ended in such a way. Everyone could not help but shake their heads when they saw the sect master of the Divine Blade sect's severed finger. It was not easy to absorb the divine runes of order. The force behind him could easily sever the sect master of the Divine Blade sect's finger without anyone noticing. It was terrifying just thinking about it. In just half a day, the Divine Phoenix Peak had quieted down. Under the invitation of the Divine Phoenix sect master, the people of the Wuji sword sect temporarily stayed. "Brother Jian, why are you in such a hurry to go back?" "Since you're here at the Divine Phoenix sect, I naturally have to be a good host," the sect master of the Divine Phoenix sect said with a smile. Jian Wuji sneered in his heart. This guy had always been neutral. Today he was shocked by the mysterious powerhouse behind Fong Qin and finally decided to stand on the side of the Wuji sword sect. Thus, Jian Wuji did not refuse. The two sect masters discussed secret matters while Fong Qin and the others were taken by Huang Jiao to tour the Divine Phoenix sect. "Brother Fong, you're indeed the chosen one." "I admire you," Huang Jiao said with a smile. "Junior Brother Fong, aren't you too domineering? That old man wanted to show you who's boss, but in the end his finger was severed and he left with his tail between his legs," Han Yuan said. "When has the sect master of the Divine Blade sect suffered such humiliation? Just thinking about it makes me feel good. Who told him to be so arrogant? But then again, Brother Fong, the mysterious powerhouse behind you is really powerful. I wonder who it is." Someone asked. Fong Qin chuckled. Everyone saw that Fong Qin was unwilling to say and did not pursue the matter. "All right, let's not talk about this. Let's let Miss Huang Jiao take us to tour the beautiful scenery of the Divine Phoenix sect." Han Yuan hurriedly changed the topic. At the foot of the Divine Phoenix Peak, the people of the Dragon Demon sect were on their way back. Chun Fan walked at the back of the group. Chapter 2228. Geniuses remember love in 1 second? We provide you with exciting novels to read. The Wuji Sword sect had reaped the most benefits from this Dongxian Grand Meet. They had taken 2 of the 5 spots. The Divine Blade sect was the most dejected, as only the Blade Demon had taken 1 spot. Dao, he could have won a spot as well, but the dark horse, Chin Fan, had snatched it away. Of course, this was not enough to make the Divine Blade sect master completely enraged. He was a top expert of Dongxian heaven, but he could not even do anything to a junior in the divine pattern realm. His finger had been cut off by the expert behind him. This was a blatant humiliation. However, he had no way to take revenge and could not even find the mysterious expert. Therefore, all his hatred could only be vented on Fong Qin. He had already given the saber demon a death order. When they entered the demon city, they had to kill Fang Qin at all costs. The Wuji Sword Sect members hurried back to the Divine Phoenix Sect after spending some time in the Divine Phoenix Sect. After returning to the sect, Fang Qin went to the Xinghe Prefecture. The Xinghe Prefecture had unquestionably become one of the most powerful residences among the 73 branches of the outer sect. Star and Moon's strength had also improved by leaps and bounds. With regarding the Xinghe Prefecture, almost no one dared to provoke them. Fang Qin had been staying in the Xinghe Prefecture for the past few days. Bang! A few days later, a deafening sound suddenly rang throughout the Xinghe Prefecture. Fang Qin, who was accompanying his wife, Star and Moon, frowned slightly. His divine sense spread out and found that the Iron Giant had punched the gates of the Xinghe Prefecture. The Iron Giant. Fang Qin's tone was a little displeased. Ever since you entered the inner sect, the Iron Giant seemed to have been provoked. Every time he went into seclusion, he would come to the Xinghe Prefecture to challenge me. Star and Moon said softly. His greeting is always the same. I'm used to it. Hearing this, Fang Qin nodded slightly. I'll go out and send him away. Star and Moon got up and walked out of the Xinghe Prefecture. The Iron Giant. Star and Moon stared at the Iron Giant and shouted, My physical strength has improved again. I've come to spar with you. The Iron Giant's rough voice reached Star and Moon's ears. Star and Moon shook his head. The latter had an ulterior motive. The only reason he wanted to spar with him was to force Fang Qin to return from the inner sect so that he could spar with him. You'll never be able to defeat my husband. Let's stop here. Star and Moon waved her small, fair hand gently. Star and Moon's words caused the Iron Giant's expression to change drastically. No, that's impossible. Given my attainments in the path of the physical body, it's impossible for him to surpass me. Thinking of Fang Qin, the Iron Giant's heart was in chaos and he kept shouting. Bang! The Iron Giant abruptly threw a punch at Xingyu at lightning speed. With a thought, she activated her profound Yin Phoenix physique, and a dense, profound Yin aura instantly spread out. Crack! The Iron Giant's strength was too strong. Star and Moon's profound Yin Phoenix physique could only withstand his casual attack. Even Fang Qin's wife's physical strength had improved so quickly. The Iron Giant was greatly stimulated. He threw out another punch. The power of this punch was the strongest he could unleash at the moment. The Iron Giant roared, and his huge body approached Star and Moon. Crack! Cracks appeared on Star and Moon's rainproof shield formed by the profound Yin aura. At this moment, Fang Qin, who was in the mansion, saw this scene and shook his head slightly. It seemed that he had to take action himself. Iron Giant. A voice that seemed to be filled with wisdom drilled into the Iron Giant's ears. Suddenly, the Iron Giant felt a vast force pushing his body back. The power on his fist was instantly stripped clean. Thump! Thump! The Iron Giant steadied himself and looked at Fang Qin, who was behind Star and Moon, in disbelief. You finally came out? The Iron Giant's eyes were burning as he stared at Fang Qin. With your physical strength, no one in the outer sect can beat you. Why did you bully my wife? Fang Qin asked indifferently. The Iron Giant said, I didn't bully her. I only sparred with her. And every time we sparred, I hoped that you would come out from the inner sect. My physical strength has been improving, and my potential has been completely stimulated. I believe that I have the strength to fight you. Star and Moon gently nodded. Although the Iron Giant was very rude every time he came, he was not a bad person. He did not have any other thoughts about Star and Moon. Hearing this, the chill in Fang Qin's heart gradually dissipated. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the Iron Giant. You are no match for me, Fang Qin said indifferently. After cultivating the first level of the demonic dragon body tempering art, His physical strength was comparable to Han Yuan's. A mere iron giant had long been left behind by him. However, the iron giant seemed to be very persistent. Suddenly, a thought appeared in Fang Chen's mind. "I can fight you, but there must be a wager," Fang Chen said. "What wager?" The iron giant only wanted to fight with a clear conscience, and he could accept any wager. "If you lose, how about you join the Star River office?" Fang Chen said with a smile. The iron giant's expression changed. In fact, he did not belong to any mansion. After joining the Wuji Sword sect, he casually joined his current mansion. "If you join the Star River office, I will teach you my understanding of the physical Tao. How about it?" Fang Chen tempted the iron giant step by step. The latter's attainments in the physical Tao were indeed very strong. In the outer sect, his strength was top-notch. After Wen Kong entered the inner sect, the iron giant could be said to be the strongest person in the outer sect. With him presiding over the Star River Prefecture, Fang Chen had even less to worry about. In the end, the iron giant could not resist Fang Chen's temptation and agreed to the latter's request. "Don't be happy too early. It's not certain who will win yet." The iron giant grinned. "If you lose, you have to come to the outer sect to fight with me every month. How about that?" "No problem. I will stand here. If you can force me to take half a step back, it will be my loss." Fang Chen smiled. Since he wanted to subdue the iron giant, he had to defeat him in his strongest state. Only then could he subdue the iron giant. "You are too arrogant." The iron giant's expression changed drastically. With a roar, he activated all his strength and attacked Fang Chen. The latter activated the myriad sword body and raised his defense to the maximum. He stood there quietly with a smile on his face. Boom! The iron giant's fist landed on Fang Chen's body, but the latter did not move at all. "How is this possible?" the iron giant cried out. Again, he did not believe it and continued to attack with punch after punch. In a moment, he could no longer remember how many punches he had thrown. The strength of each punch was the greatest power he could muster. Huff! An hour later, the iron giant sat on the ground, panting. He was as tired as a dead dog. He tried his best to lift his eyelids and look at the monster in front of him. "Do you admit defeat?" Fang Chen walked closer and asked. "You." The iron giant did not know what to say. In the end, he shook his head helplessly and spat out 2 words. "Pervert." The iron giant was a one-track mind. Once he had decided on something, he would never change his mind. Fang Chen took advantage of this and played a small trick to trick him into the Star River office. The iron giant's move to the Star River office caused a huge commotion in the outer sect. But since then, everyone's heart palpitated when they thought of the Star River office. Before Fang Chen's power dissipated, the iron giant joined in. From then on, the Star River office stood out in the outer sect. After making arrangements for the iron giant, Fang Chen reluctantly bid farewell to Star and Moon and returned to the inner sect. He promised Xingyue that he would accompany her well after coming out of the demon city. "Kid, you still know to come back?" As soon as he entered the inner sect, Ling Danzi came over angrily. Whoosh! Just as Ling Danzi finished speaking, Black Iron also appeared. Seeing the sorry state of the two, Fang Chen was somewhat stunned. He could not understand what was going on. "Seniors, it's all because of you," Black Iron said calmly. His temper was not as fiery as Ling Danzi's, so he carefully explained the cause and effect of the matter. After listening, Fang Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. The two of them actually fought because of him. Wasn't this too comical? Was this still the high and mighty heaven opening Grandmaster in the eyes of the inner sect disciples? "You are my apprentice. How can you let this guy yell at you?" Ling Danzi glared at Black Iron. Chapter 22-29. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? I will provide you with interesting novels to read. After understanding the cause and effect of the matter, Fong Qin did not know whether to laugh or cry. The reason was that he had slaughtered everyone in Dongshuan's banquet and successfully won the slot to enter the demon city. When the news came back, Ling Danzi and Eben Jinren could not sit still. The demon city was a great attraction to them. Every time the Wuji sword sect won a slot, they would ask this disciple to help them find materials for refining weapons and pills in the demon city. This time was no exception. Both of them thought of Fong Qin immediately. Ling Danzi was hot-tempered. He thought that Fong Chen was his apprentice and could not do anything for Eben Jinren. Otherwise, it would affect the efficiency. It would be a pity if they could not find the precious spiritual herbs. However, Eben Jinren did not relent in this aspect, so the two of them fought. In the end, there was no winner. They could only wait for Fong Qin to come back and make a decision. Seniors, is it necessary to fight over such a small matter? Fong Chen persuaded. What do you know? The spiritual herbs I asked you to find this time are extremely precious in the chaos void. It will take a long time, Ling Danzi said. Old Monsterling, you are too unreasonable. Why can he only help you? Eben Jinren said. Fong Qin shook his head and said directly, Seniors, there is no need to be like this. Isn't it just looking for materials for refining pills and weapons? I can help too, can it? After a long time of persuasion, the two of them stopped fighting and stopped fighting. Senior Ling Danzi, you go first, Fong Qin said. The two seniors took good care of him. If there was a chance, he would not mind finding rare materials for them. My alchemy realm has been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time. Love, go, little, say, W. Quit requires a fire dragon herb. This spiritual herb is very precious and rare in the chaos void. I have heard that there is such a spiritual herb in the demon city. Ling Danzi said, Of course, I will not let you work for nothing. I will personally teach you the art of alchemy during this time, so that you can reach the peak of heaven ascension level before entering the demon city. Above the sky-reaching level was the sky-opening level. Fong Chen's eyes lit up. Rest assured, Senior Ling Danzi. This junior will do his best. Fong Qin cupped his fists and said. As he spoke, Ling Danzi took out 3 brown-colored pills from his bosom. Their fragrance filled the air. These 3 pills are the strongest pills I can refine so far. They've already reached the peak of the heaven opening grade. They're called soul-returning pills. As long as there's a sliver of your soul left, no matter how heavily injured you are, you'll be able to recover rapidly after consuming it. Ling Danzi said, Of course, this kind of nourishing elixir also has certain side effects, so I only gave you 3 pills. You have 3 chances to take them. Soul-returning pill? Fong Qin was secretly delighted and very excited. Casting soul, Tao divine, arts consumed a lot of soul Tao energy. Just think about it. What would happen if his soul Tao energy was completely depleted during a battle with an enemy? This soul-returning pill was simply a divine pill. Fong Qin was very eager to get his hands on it. With this soul-returning pill, it was equivalent to having more life insurance. This was a very good deal. You don't have to be too pressured. I gave you these 3 soul-returning pills, not to force you to find the fire dragon grass. I also know that the fire dragon grass is very difficult to find. Everything depends on luck. Ling Danzi gently patted Fong Chen's shoulder and said, I'll go back first. Come find me when you're done. With that, Ling Danzi turned and left. TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems that Ling Danzi is also willing to give you these soul-returning pills this time. Immortal He, Tai couldn't help but sigh. The refining process of the soul-returning pill is extremely difficult. Even Ling Danzi is not 100% sure that he can successfully refine it. I remember that Ling Danzi only refined a total of 10 soul-returning pills. He gave 5 to the sect and had 5 left for himself. He gave you 3 at once. Seeing Fong Chen's confusion, Immortal He Tai continued to explain. Hearing this, Fong Chen's heart trembled. He still underestimated the preciousness of the soul-returning pill. Immortal He Tai shook his head and immediately changed the topic. Little Fong, although we haven't spent much time together after entering the inner sect, I've treated you well, right? Immortal He Tai has taken good care of me, Fong Chen said. Like old Monsterling, I've been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time. For people at our level, it's really difficult to break through. So this time, I hope that you can help me. Immortal He Tai said sincerely. Immortal He Tai, please tell me. If I can help, I'll definitely help. Fong Chen said. If I want to break through the bottleneck and refine a higher level weapon, I need an are called the meteoric heavenly eye. Immortal He Tai fell into his memories. According to legend, the founder of our sect obtained the meteoric heavenly eye and broke through the bottleneck. All these years, I've been looking for it all the time, but I couldn't find it at all. So, as he spoke, Immortal He Tai suddenly stopped. His dark eyes looked at Fong Chen and said, during this period of time, I'll also raise your level of refining to the peak of Immortal Ascension level. This way, the deeper your understanding of refining, the more you can sense the existence of the meteoric heavenly eye. As for your weapon, I'll refine it for you. Immortal He Tai stretched out his palm and gestured for Fong Chen to pass the weapon to him. Fong Chen passed the hidden star sword to the latter. Immortal He Tai nodded and said, come to me to get a weapon when you have time. You can instantly comprehend the art of refining. There was a certain amount of time before the opening of the Demon City. After Dongshuan's grand meeting ended, it was already in the process of opening. However, the opening of the Demon City took a long time. Sometimes it would be completely opened in a month. Sometimes it would take a year or two. Therefore, everyone was secretly preparing and paying attention to the Demon City's movements. The Demon City was very strange. There were very strong restrictions around it. Even Jian Wuji and the others couldn't get close. The opening of the Demon City was the most dangerous. If one barged in recklessly, there was no chance of survival. During this period of waiting, Fong Chen naturally wouldn't waste any time. He wanted to enrich himself. First, he came to the medicine hall and followed Ling Danzi to refine pills. Under Ling Danzi's training day and night, Fong Chen's alchemy skills improved a lot in just half a month. His alchemy talent was already very good, coupled with a master like Ling Danzi. Almost a month later, Fong Chen could already refine upper-class Immortal Ascension level medicinal pills. Hiss, hiss, hiss. On this day, Fong Chen was concentrating on refining Supreme Immortal Ascension level medicinal pills. Good control of the fire. Ling Danzi spurred him on and nodded in satisfaction. The most important thing for an alchemist was to control the fire. Fong Chen was really a freak. His control of the fire had reached the point of perfection. Soon, after the refining was completed, he began to condense the pill into a wrinkled shape. Pay attention to your gestures. Ling Danzi was constantly correcting his mistakes. An hour later, the wrinkled shape of the pill was condensed. Next was the last step, spirit cultivation. This step was much easier for Fong Chen. He used the innate soul reversal technique as a guide, and a powerful soul force wrapped around the wrinkled shape of the pill and began to cultivate the spirit. Supreme Immortal Ascension level medicinal pills are really difficult to refine. At the end of the spirit cultivation, Fong Chen took out the soul stone and succeeded in one go. Buzz! A burst of pill fragrance rushed to his nose. Fong Chen closed his eyes in intoxication. Whoosh! The alchemy furnace opened, and a bright-colored pill appeared in front of his eyes. Ling Danzi took the pill and carefully observed it. After a long time, a smile of appreciation appeared on his dark old face. Not bad. From today onwards, you are a qualified Immortal Ascension level alchemist, Ling Danzi said. Moreover, he was a top Immortal Ascension level alchemist. He just needed to take a small step forward to become a heaven-opening level alchemist. This kind of alchemist was quite popular in Dongxian heaven. He could already establish his own sect. Alchemy is like cultivation. I hope you can have a breakthrough in the demon city. Ling Danzi said, slowly. With a breakthrough in his state of mind, alchemy would naturally be successful. It was just a matter of time before he stepped into the heaven-opening level. It's all thanks to Senior Ling Danzi. Fang Qin cupped his fists and thanked him. In the process of alchemy, his understanding of martial arts had gradually deepened. All right. Don't talk nonsense. You have finished your apprenticeship. Go to Old Monster Hay. His refining skills are also superb. If you can learn a few parts of it, your future will be boundless. Ling Danzi said. Chapter 2230. Genius 1, Second, remember love, go, /little, will provide you with fascinating novels to read. Soon. Fang Qin could sense that the center of the energy fluctuation was getting close to Bai Qingqing. Hoo. He executed the time-space collapse technique to its limits, increasing his speed abruptly. A mountain range appeared in front of him. It was pitch black and eerie. It is in the mountain range. Fang Qin plunged into the mountain range. He was already very close to Bai Qingqing. He was very excited. Deep in the mountain range, there was a Unity Realm expert with several deity imprint realm experts beside him. They were all stunned on the ground. What is going on? The expression of the Unity Realm expert changed. He looked up at the azure sky, yet he did not discover anything. He was trapped by us and mysteriously disappeared. Who exactly saved him in the dark? The bald-headed Unity Realm expert pondered inwardly. To be able to bring someone away silently under his eyes, that person must be very strong. But why did such an expert not appear? Teacher, what exactly is going on? The few deity imprint realm experts were the disciples of this bald-headed Unity Realm expert. They were out training and coincidentally met by Qingqing. The latter was a beauty that could topple the world. The bald-headed Unity Realm expert was greedy for her beauty and wanted to subdue her. Unfortunately, the latter had escape techniques. He brought his disciples and chased her all the way to this mountain range before trapping this girl. But just as he was about to make his move, this girl suddenly disappeared. This shocked him greatly. Someone is coming. At this moment, the bald-headed Unity Realm expert felt the sound of tearing through the air. At the next moment, a figure appeared in front of him. Qingqing. Fang Qin, who was rushing forward, suddenly lost his connection with Bai Qingqing. His heart trembled. The thing he did not wish to see the most had happened. I want revenge. Fang Qin thought that Bai Qingqing had died in the hands of these people. He roared towards the sky and furiously roared. With a stride, he rushed to the front of the bald-headed Unity Realm expert. Brat, who are you? The bald-headed Unity Realm expert was prepared to question Fang Qin, but the latter was agitated and fell into a state of madness. All of you have to die. Fang Qin's attitude was insolent. A terrifying power surged out from his body, suppressing the baldy with his aura. You are courting death. The bald-headed Unity Realm expert was considered quite famous in the vicinity. How could he not be angry after being berated by a deity pattern expert? I think you're the one courting death. Bang! Just as the Unity Realm expert finished speaking, Fang Qin's body trembled as he suddenly punched out. The head of a Divine Inscriptions realm disciple beside him was directly smashed into smithereens, his body and soul annihilated. Little Seven. Seeing this, the Baldy shouted out loudly. The Divine Inscriptions realm disciples by the side felt their hearts trembling as they retreated one after another. You dare to kill Little Seven? The bald Unity expert was infuriated. He launched a fierce attack at Fang Qin. I'm going to kill all of you. Fang Qin disregarded the attacks of the Unity Realm expert as he punched out again and again. Every single punch would explode the head of a deity, inscription, realm martial artist. After a few consecutive punches, all the bald Unity Realm disciples had fallen. Seeing their corpses falling softly, the bald-headed Unity Realm expert was burning with rage as he entered a state of madness. "Brat, I'm going to tear you into pieces." Fang Qin sneered. His eyes were scarlet as he took out the hidden star sword. "You don't have the chance anymore." The traceless sword technique was instantly executed. The hidden star sword suddenly burst out with a sharp sword light that directly penetrated the head of the Unity Realm expert. Pu Chi, the bald-headed Unity Realm expert, widened his eyes as he looked at Fang Chen with unwillingness. "You!" The bald-headed Unity Realm expert wanted to say something, but he had completely lost his life force. "Even if I kill all of you, it will still be hard to eliminate the hatred in my heart." Holding onto the hidden star sword, Fang Chen roared towards the sky. "Qing Qing, I have let you down." Fang Qin blamed himself in his heart. He could not sense by Qing Qing's aura at all, outside the mountain range. "Young Master Gong, that brat has entered this mountain range," the plump Uncle Fu said with a smile. "Uncle Fu, are you confident?" Young Master Gong turned to look at Uncle Fu and asked. After the madness, there was a trace of worry in his heart. "Young Master Gong, don't worry. Although this old man is exhausted, it won't be a problem to deal with this brat." Uncle Fu said, "According to the information I heard, the strength that brat displayed during the Dongxian assembly is comparable to the intermediate stage of the Unity Realm. Even with the enhancement of the innate divine pattern of order, he is at most comparable to the late stage of the Unity Realm. Although this old man's talent is dull, I am at least at the peak stage of the Unity Realm." Uncle Fu was very confident in himself. Although the outside world was spreading rumors about Fang Qin, he did not believe it. But he didn't believe it. He only believed in his fists. "Uncle Fu, during the battle later, don't kill him. Capture him alive," young Master Gong said. "Let's go." Uncle Fu brought young Master Gong deep into the mountain range. In the depths of the mountain range, Fang Chen was madly venting his anger. The surrounding towering trees were all broken and lying on the ground. The ground was in a mess. All of this was caused by the hidden star sword. "Who?" After a long time, Fang Chen's expression gradually recovered. His eyes were filled with deep regret. "Qing Qing." Fang Chen called out by Qing Qing's name in a heart-wrenching manner. "It's all my fault. If I had come earlier, you wouldn't have died." Even if the Baldy and the others were all killed, it would still be difficult to eliminate the hatred in Fang Chen's heart. Amen. At this moment, Fang Chen felt that someone was coming. He frowned slightly and stared into the distance. Young Master Gong and Uncle Fu were strolling over. "You are Fang Chen, right?" Uncle Fu glanced at the corpse on the ground. When he saw the Baldy, his pupils shrunk and he laughed. Fang Chen was silent. His pitch-black eyes stared straight at Uncle Fu. As expected of the prodigy, with the divine pattern of order, even Baldy Lu was killed by you. Uncle Fu said slowly. Baldy Lu was considered a famous Unity Realm practitioner in the vicinity of the border town. However, the gap between him and Uncle Fu was huge. "Who are you?" Fang Chen finally spoke. "The one who captured you." Uncle Fu said. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart moved slightly. He asked coldly, "So you are in cahoots with this Baldy?" "You can think of it that way." Actually, Uncle Fu misunderstood Fang Chen's meaning. In his opinion, the entire border town was under the control of the Gong clan. This Baldy Lu lived in the border town and was naturally considered a subordinate of the Gong clan. Hence, it was not a problem for them to be in cahoots. However, to Fang Chen's ears, these words were extremely piercing to his ears. His eyes were scarlet. He did not conceal his killing intent at all. "Good, very good. Since you are in cahoots with this Baldy, then you should die too," Fong Qin said coldly. Young Master Gong was slightly displeased. He berated, "Fong Qin, who do you think you are? How dare you try to kill me and Uncle Fu? Why don't you take a look at yourself? Do you know where this place is? This is the territory of the Divine Sword Sect. If I want to kill you, it will be as easy as crushing an ant. But don't worry, your life is very valuable. I will get Uncle Fu to capture you and personally escort you to the Divine Sword Sect as a gift to young Master Dao. When the time comes, you will be rewarded handsomely." Young Master Gong could already see the rise of the Gong clan. "What are you staring at? We have already investigated your strength. You are only at the middle stage of the Unity Realm. Uncle Fu can suppress you with one hand. With Uncle Fu backing him up." Young Master Gong kept mocking Fong Qin. Even Uncle Fu said indifferently, "Fong Qin, you have nowhere to run now. You should just give yourself up. You have no choice. Who asked you to provoke young Master Dao? He is someone you cannot afford to provoke." "Young Master Dao? The Saber Demon?" Fong Qin said, "The Divine Sword Sect leader wanted to teach me a lesson. In the end, his finger was cut off, and he left with his tail between his legs. As for the Saber Demon, I will reap his life sooner or later." Uncle Fu shook his head. Even now he was still stubborn. "Do you think you can escape this calamity?" Uncle Fu stared at Fong Qin and asked. Fong Qin spread his hands and laughed. The hidden star sword emitted a sword hum as if it was responding to its owner's emotions. Suddenly, Fong Qin glared at Uncle Fu and young Master Gong. "Say escape? Why should I escape? You know you are no match for Uncle Fu, so you decided not to escape? Isn't that right? When you reach the Divine Saber Sect, kowtow to young Master Saber and admit your mistake. Perhaps young Master Saber will spare your lowly life and let you be his follower," young Master Gong said playfully. Fong Qin shook his head. "I am not escaping, not because I am afraid, but..." Upon saying this, Fong Qin's murderous intent skyrocketed. "I will twist your heads off and kick them like balls." Chapter 2231. Genius remembers love in 1 second. /small. I'll provide you with interesting novels to read. Young Master Gong and Uncle Fu squinted their eyes and stared coldly at Fong Qin. The latter's words had completely infuriated them. "You're still trying to talk back at this time? Do you think this is interesting?" Uncle Fu said coldly, "That's right. You're just a young man who hasn't seen the world. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have some talent? Unfortunately, you don't understand the law of survival in the primal chaos void." Uncle Fu was a peak Unity Realm expert. In his opinion, even a monstrous talent couldn't represent one's true strength. His aura had already locked onto Fong Qin. As long as the latter acted rashly, he would act immediately. An innate divine imprint of order. If I can capture him, who will dare to look down on me in the future? Young Master Gong's eyes were glowing as he stared at Fong Qin as though he was looking at his prey. Fong Qin's heart was extremely cold. After knowing about Bai Qingqing's death, the killing intent in his heart soared. Especially when he knew that these two were in cahoots with the Baldy, he had already made his decision. Of course, he wasn't blindly taking revenge. Uncle Fu was a peak Unity Realm expert. If they fought normally, he wouldn't be able to kill him. "Uncle Fu, why are you talking nonsense with him? Just kill him." Young Master Gong couldn't wait to act. However, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Fong Qin turned his head and saw a group of cultivators walking over from afar. Most of them were Divine Inscription's realm cultivators. "Young Master Gong, why are you here?" The leader revealed a smile when he saw young Master Gong and hurriedly greeted him. "Senior Fu." Young Master Gong frowned and was slightly unhappy. "Young Master Gong, we're just passing by and want to enter the depths of the mountain range to look for prey." Seeing that young Master Gong was unhappy, the Divine Inscription's realm cultivator hurriedly said, They were all cultivators from a border town and naturally didn't dare to offend the Gong clan. Hearing this, young Master Gong's brows relaxed and he nodded. Others call you young Master Gong, but in my eyes, you're not even comparable to an ant. Suddenly, Fong Chen's cold voice, filled with killing intent, entered everyone's ears. He was waiting for an opportunity to act. Hearing this, the eyes of these divine inscriptions realm cultivators lit up as if they had found an opportunity to bootlick. They turned their heads and glared at Fong Chen, scolding, "Kid, who do you think you are? Is young Master Gong someone you can talk about? I think you're courting death." He dared to offend both young masters of the Gong family. "Love, go little, say, ku, that's right. Young Master Gong is the future hope of the Gong family in this border town, who would dare to offend young Master Gong." For a moment, everyone was criticizing Fong Chen. "Young Master Gong, this kind of trash is not worth your time. Let me capture this person for you," the leader of the divine inscriptions realm said in a fawning manner. Without waiting for young Master Gong to speak, he made his move. With a thought, dense divine runes of order appeared above his head. Then, a vast power erupted from his body. "Die!" That person shouted in a low voice. His hands stretched out like claws, carrying a powerful force as they flew towards Fong Chen. "Humph!" Seeing this, Fong Chen snorted coldly. The anger in his heart exploded. Bang! It was a simple punch, but it had shattered the divine pattern of order. Then, it smashed the divine pattern of order into pieces. Kacha! This divine inscription's realm cultivator died instantly. He didn't even have time to escape. Seeing this, the divine inscription's realm cultivators who came with him glared at Fong Chen, their hearts filled with fear. "Boss!" They cried out in alarm. Young Master Gong's eyes flashed with a complicated expression. "A bunch of trash," young Master Gong said with a frown. "Kill him and avenge boss." A group of divine inscriptions realm cultivators surrounded Fong Chen. They were in a frenzy, wanting to avenge their boss. However, the current Fong Chen was like a god of death, killing anyone who stood in his way. Puchi! With every punch, a divine inscriptions realm cultivator would fall into a pool of blood. Almost no one could get close to him. His fists were like a god of death, constantly reaping the lives of divine inscriptions realm cultivators. Seeing this scene, Uncle Fu frowned. This brat's physical strength is very strong, and his potential is also very strong. No wonder he can absorb the divine runes of order. If he continues to grow, he will surpass me. What a pity. Uncle Fu sighed. If such a genius came from the Gong clan, how good would it be? After thinking for a moment, Uncle Fu prepared to make a move. Bang! In the blink of an eye, a group of divine inscriptions realm cultivators died at the hands of Fong Chen. The latter's eyes were scarlet as he looked up at the sky. "Ching Ching, this is only the beginning." His voice was filled with sorrow and desolation. He was blaming himself. If he had come earlier, Bai Ching Ching might not have died. His heart was filled with remorse and regret. In an instant, he had turned into a god of slaughter who killed people like scything flax. No matter how strong you are, can you defeat Uncle Fu? Young Master Gong said coldly. Fong Chen's cold eyes fell on young Master Gong. The latter was shocked and frightened by Fong Chen's gaze. After stabilizing his body, he shouted, "Uncle Fu, quickly capture him." That gaze was too terrifying. Heaven-blessed capturing hand. Uncle Fu stomped his feet and formed different seals with his hands. A violent force poured down and directly enveloped Fong Chen. Space-time collapse technique. Fong Chen did not hesitate to use the space-time collapse technique. The void around him instantly collapsed, and his figure flashed, leaving behind an afterimage as he dodged Uncle Fu's attack. Dong! Uncle Fu's attack missed and heavily smashed into the ground, creating a large pit. Crash! Fong Chen's figure appeared behind him like a ghost. He activated the myriad sword body and suddenly punched out. "You're courting death." Sensing the powerful force coming at him, Uncle Fu let out a low growl. He flipped his palm and suddenly sent out a palm strike, which collided with Fang Chen's fist. Dang, dang, dang. A terrifying force exploded. Both of them retreated a few steps. Uncle Fu, who had stabilized his body, stared at Fang Chen, and a ripple of emotion appeared in his heart. "It seems that I have underestimated your physical strength." Uncle Fu had suffered some losses in the previous exchange of blows. This was the result of his carelessness. However, such a thing would not happen again. Uncle Fu opened his palm, and an undercurrent surged in his palm. On the opposite side, Fang Chen held the middle-grade heaven-level hidden star sword in his palm, and a powerful sword chi raged. "That is a middle-grade heaven-level weapon." After seeing Fang Chen's star concealing sword, a trace of greed flashed across Uncle Fu's eyes. Although he was a peak Unity Realm warrior, he did not have a weapon of this level. "I will reserve this weapon," Uncle Fu said in a deep voice. "I'm afraid you don't have the ability." As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he used the traceless sword technique. Swish! The traceless, transparent sword light shattered the void and shot toward Uncle Fu. The latter also used the heaven-blessed grappling hand again, and the terrifying power was stronger than the previous one. Young Master Gong, who was watching the battle from the side, had already retreated far away. Uncle Fu, quickly capture him, he urged from the side. In his opinion, Uncle Fu's strength was far beyond Fang Chen's. Suppressing this kid was a piece of cake. However, Uncle Fu did not think so. After the battle with Fang Chen, he realized that he had underestimated his strength. Dong! The transparent sword light collided with his palm. With a poochie sound, the sharp sword light cut his finger. At the same time, his other hand tore Fang Chen's clothes. What sword technique is this? Uncle Fu retreated, and his heart trembled. Fang Chen's strength was beyond his imagination. His dark eyes stared at Fang Chen. Swish! While Uncle Fu was thinking, Fang Chen used the space-time collapse skill and rushed toward young Master Gong at the fastest speed. "You're courting death." Uncle Fu saw through Fang Chen's intention and stomped his foot to stop him. However, he still underestimated the power of the space-time collapse skill. Almost in an instant, Fang Chen appeared beside young Master Gong. When Fang Chen sensed the furious roar and horrifying power behind him, he ignored it. No, when young Master Gong saw Fang Chen, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He wanted to escape, but he felt that his body was imprisoned and could not move. Die! Fang Chen's face was pale. Without hesitation, the hidden star sword pierced into young Master Gong's body. At the same time, Uncle Fu's claws viciously scratched Fang Chen's back, causing blood to flow out instantly. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Fang Chen's myriad sword body was broken by Uncle Fu's powerful attack, and his body flew out. Clang! The hidden star sword stabbed into the ground, allowing Fang Chen to stabilize his body. His body was covered with blood, and his face was pale. Uncle Fu's attack had caused him serious injuries. However, he had achieved his goal. Young Master Gong was killed by his sword. Holding young Master Gong's body, Uncle Fu roared angrily. "You killed young Master Gong? The Gong family will not let you go. Before you dealt with Ching Ching, you should have been prepared to die." Fang Chen said in a hoarse voice, "I'll kill you to avenge young Master Gong." Uncle Fu was furious. He was entrusted by the head of the Gong family to protect young Master Gong. Now that young Master Gong was killed under his nose, he had to take full responsibility. He couldn't explain it to the Gong family, so he vented all his anger on Fang Chen. "If I don't tear you into pieces, I'm not a man." Uncle Fu's eyes were scarlet as he roared in anger. Clang! After adjusting his breath for a short while, Fong Qin pulled out the hidden star sword and was ready for battle. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and the sky darkened. The clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. One could vaguely see that behind the dark clouds, there seemed to be twinkling stars. The atmosphere in the mountain was very solemn. Uncle Fu's aura was fluctuating, and his killing intent was overwhelming. Fong Chen looked up at the sky and then looked at the hidden star sword. Even the heavens were helping him, allowing him to avenge Qing Qing. Chapter 2232. Genius remembers love in 1 second. /small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chen's aura had been raised to the extreme. He held the hidden star sword in his hand, and the red sword blade released an incredible power. At the same time, there was a shining star in the sword blade, which was absorbing the power of the stars hidden behind the dark clouds. Buzz! Fong Chen's mind shook, and he quietly activated the second special attribute of the hidden star sword, the heavenly star. It could increase the grade of the hidden star sword by a level in a short time. The current hidden star sword was a middle-grade heaven-opening weapon. If it was upgraded by a level, it would be a high-grade heaven-opening weapon. With the addition of the attribute of the heavenly star, Fong Qin had full confidence in fighting Uncle Fu. Go to hell! Uncle Fu's eyes flickered, and his figure rushed into the clouds like a cannonball. In an instant, Uncle Fu's figure disappeared directly. There seemed to be a terrifying power brewing in the dark clouds in the sky. Fong Chen sneered. Playing tricks in front of a space-time martial artist? Are you sure you're not playing tricks in front of an expert? Whoosh! Fong Qin closed his eyes, and a powerful soul path aura spread out. He was carefully sensing Uncle Fu's position. At the same time, a blinding ray of light shot out from the dark clouds and dived down towards Fong Qin. It carried a terrifying power as it whizzed towards Fong Qin. Just in time. Fong Qin shook his wrist, and the aura of the hidden star sword instantly soared. With the help of the heavenly star, it directly reached the level of a high-grade heaven-opening weapon. Dong! He quickly performed the fourth move of the traceless sword art. The terrifying and transparent sword light disappeared without a trace, and Uncle Fu couldn't catch it at all. How is this possible? Seeing this, Uncle Fu's face changed dramatically, and he cried out involuntarily. He just found that Fong Chen's weapon was a middle-grade heaven-opening weapon. How could it become a high-grade heaven-opening weapon in such a short time? After a thought flashed through his mind, Uncle Fu's eyes were full of greed. Special attribute. That must be it. I've really picked up a treasure. If I can obtain this sword, my combat power will definitely rise again. Uncle Fu's heart was burning. He couldn't care less. He suddenly punched out and hit the transparent sword light. Dong! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Uncle Fu had underestimated the power of the traceless swordsmanship and the power of the hidden star sword. Voila! When the transparent sword light carried a terrifying power and shattered Uncle Fu's fist light, Fong Chen's mind suddenly moved, and the towering tree inside the hidden star sword suddenly extended dense branches. Even Fong Qin was shocked by the toughness of these branches. The third special attribute of the hidden star sword was pestering. In a breath's time, the area within a few miles was filled with towering trees. The dense branches and leaves intertwined to form a cage, trapping Uncle Fu within. Petty tricks. Uncle Fu sneered and unleashed a powerful attack in an attempt to break the cage. However, he was shocked to discover that the toughness of these branches had exceeded his imagination. Not good. Uncle Fu had a bad premonition. He bombarded the cage with all his might, trying to break it open as quickly as possible. It's too late. Standing outside the cage, Fong Qin looked at Uncle Fu indifferently and said in a deep voice. As soon as his voice fell, a terrifying power of soul Tao instantly spread out. The second level of the innate soul reversal skill was displayed. The whistling power of Soul Tao instantly condensed into a shocking long sword. Whoosh! Under Fang Chen's control, the long sword instantly drilled into the cage and stabbed at Uncle Fu. Damn it! Uncle Fu was furious. While resisting the cage, he also resisted the long sword's attack. What a powerful Soul Dao attack! Uncle Fu's palm tightly grasped the long sword. He suddenly felt a vast Soul Dao power drilling into his mind and attacking his primordial spirit. While Uncle Fu's primordial spirit was in turmoil, Fang Chen once again displayed the traceless swordsmanship. The transparent sword light quietly arrived. Uncle Fu couldn't escape at all. He pushed his physical defense to the extreme. Pucci! However, he couldn't resist the attack of the transparent sword light. The sword light penetrated his body and severely injured him. Ah! A miserable cry came from Uncle Fu's body. While he was in a daze, the innate soul reversal technique's attack invaded his primordial spirit and severely injured it. Dong! His primordial spirit was shaken, and his physical body was severely injured. Uncle Fu's body fell to the ground. He spat out blood, and his face was pale. Voila! The cage rapidly shrank. In the end, all the branches and leaves wrapped tightly around Uncle Fu's body, binding him and preventing him from moving. I can't accept this. Uncle Fu roared to the sky. He couldn't accept this. He was a peak Unity Realm expert. How could he be beaten to such a state by a divine inscription realm expert? Fang Chen held the hidden star sword. The sword vibrated with great strength as he walked towards Uncle Fu. His eyes were indifferent, and his body emitted a strong killing intent. When you were dealing with Qing Qing, did you think that this day would come? Fang Chen asked. Brat, you killed young Master Gong. The Gong clan won't let you off. Uncle Fu roared. If you let me go, I'll bring you away from the Gong clan. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave the territory of the Divine Blade sect. No matter which expert it was, they would feel fear when facing death. Uncle Fu was no exception. At this moment, he was facing the threat of death. Therefore, he gave up his dignity as a peak Unity Realm expert, just to seek a chance of survival. Threatening me? Fang Chen sneered. The anger in his heart hadn't dissipated yet. Uncle Fu actually dared to threaten him? Pucci! His hand rose and the sword fell. One of Uncle Fu's arms was cut off. Blood spurted out and miserable screams could be heard. Stop, stop! Uncle Fu roared hysterically. Fang Chen looked at Uncle Fu calmly and asked, Give me a reason not to kill you! This is all young Master Dao's idea. It has nothing to do with me. Let me go. From now on, I'm willing to be your servant and serve you without any disloyalty. Uncle Fu begged. What do I need you for? Bringing the murderer of Qing Qing by his side every day? I don't care if you are a peak Unity Realm expert or an even stronger existence. I only want to take revenge for Qing Qing. I don't care about anything else. After a thought flashed through his mind, Fang Chen slowly raised the hidden star sword in his hand and pierced towards Uncle Fu. You can't escape even if you kill me. The Gong clan already knows about the death of young Master Gong. They should already be on their way here. Ha ha ha. Uncle Fu knew that he couldn't survive. He laughed crazily. Pucci! After chopping off Uncle Fu's head, Fang Chen's expression remained indifferent. Qing Qing, you won't die in vain. If that Gong clan dares to take revenge, I don't mind exterminating the entire Gong clan and letting them be buried with you. Fang Chen said indifferently. Border town, Gong clan residence. Pum! A middle-aged man's face was filled with anger. He smashed a nearby wooden table with a punch. You are as dead? The middle-aged man asked in disbelief. Clan head, we have already sent people to the Lost Cold Forest to investigate this matter. The servant said while trembling. What about Uncle Fu? The Gong clan head asked. Uncle Fu, he has also fallen. Hearing this, the Gong clan head's expression turned gloomy. Gather all the Unity Realm experts in the Gong clan and rush to the lost cold forest immediately. I will capture the culprit at all costs. The Gong clan head said angrily, I only have one son, I don't care who you are. Since you dare to kill my son, my Gong clan won't let you off. Outside the lost cold forest, after young Master Gong fell, the two Unity Realm elders from the Gong clan rushed over at top speed. Let's go in and take a look. The two elders exchanged glances and then entered the mountain range. Soon, they could feel the energy ripples in the air. Look, it's over there. Coincidentally, they saw the trapped Uncle Fu and the sword-wielding Fong Chen. Let's go over. However, the two of them had only walked halfway when they stopped in their tracks. That was because Fong Chen had personally killed Uncle Fu right under their noses. The two of them felt how terrifying Fong Chen was and wanted to retreat. However, at this moment, Fong Chen's sharp eyes looked over. The two elders laughed bitterly and turned to Fong Chen. You are from the Gong clan? Are you here to take revenge for young Master Gong? Fong Chen asked. Chapter 2233. Genius 1, Second, remember love, go, /small. Shua Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. The innate deity rune of order flickered, and a terrifying power engulfed the entire cave. Fong Chen's body was undergoing a huge transformation. This was already the 8th month since he was chased. After spending a total of 8 months, he finally comprehended a strand of the Azura Sword Dao, and now he was attempting to break through to the Unity Realm. The Cosmos God Realm consisted of 3 minor realms: the Void Realm, the Deity Rune Realm, and the Unity Realm. The Void Realm represented the pinnacle of the miniature cosmos, and one could start walking in the primal chaos void. At this stage, one had to absorb a large amount of origin energy to strengthen one's body. This was also the foundation of the Cosmos God Realm. The Deity Rune Realm, as the name suggested, was to absorb origin energy and condense it into deity runes of order in the body, or absorb and fuse with them, or even innate deity runes of order. The current Fong Chen had already reached the limit of the deity rune realm. In the entire primal chaos void, he was already the strongest deity rune realm. The Unity Realm was to fuse all the deity runes of order in the body together. At the same time, one had to fuse the 6 laws comprehended at the True God Realm, forming a deity spring in the body to store energy. After 8 months, it was finally the most crucial moment. Because of the innate deity runes of order, fusing with other deity runes of order was much easier. In the blink of an eye, the densely packed deity runes of order in the body were completely absorbed by the innate deity runes of order. Of course, this was only the first step. The next step would be the most difficult. 1. With a thought, the 6 laws floated before his chest, and their auras were completely different. It's slightly difficult to fuse the laws with the deity runes of order, Fong Chen thought, but since things had already reached this stage, he had no other choice but to press forward. Fuse! With a low shout, Fong Chen forcibly controlled the innate deity runes of order to fuse with the 6 laws. Hung long long. A deafening sound reverberated across the sky. At this moment, the weather changed, and the clear sky suddenly became incomparably gloomy and cold. The entire sky above the misty cold forest was covered by dark clouds. Lightning surged, and the violent origin energy in the surroundings gathered wildly above the pool, forming a pillar of light that shot into the cave. The members of the Gong family who were searching for Fong Chen were shocked when they saw this. What happened? Someone exclaimed. However, at this moment, a sinister smile appeared on the Gong family head's face. With such a huge commotion, he must be breaking through to the Unity Realm. Thinking up to this point, the Gong family head said in a deep voice, "Follow the direction of the origin energy, and we will definitely be able to find this child." Speaking of which, it is all thanks to him breaking through to the Unity Realm. Otherwise, it would be hard for us to find him. Hoo! Under the lead of the Gong clan patriarch, the dozen Unity Realm elders rapidly headed towards the pond deep in the mountain range. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen people surrounded the pool. The terrifying origin energy formed a pillar of light that rushed into the water. This allowed the Gong family members to conclude that Fong Qin was hiding in the pool. Damnable fellow, he actually used an illusory technique to hide the cave at the bottom of the pool. No wonder we could not find him. They had searched for 8 months. During this period, they had even used some excuses to evade the invitation from young Master Saber. All of this was for the sake of personally killing Fong Qin. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. Work together to shatter the illusory realm and destroy his breakthrough. The Gong family head said. At that moment, more than a dozen Unity Realm experts launched their attacks. The violent attacks converged at a single point in the sky before erupting with a resplendent light. Following that, under the guidance of the Gong family head, they abruptly smashed into the bottom of the pool. Dong! The pool trembled. The water in the pool evaporated in an instant. The illusory realm surrounding the cave collapsed by itself. The pitch-black cave appeared before everyone's eyes. The circular pillar of light penetrated through the cave. All the energy was directly poured into the head of Fong Qin. The members of the Gong family arrived at the bottom of the pool. They discovered the innate God rune of order emitting a resplendent light. This is the innate God rune of order. This was the first time the Gong family head saw the legendary innate God rune of order. He was quite shocked. However, he knew that this wasn't the time to be shocked. He had to end the battle quickly. He has reached the final juncture of the fusion. Stop him! The Gong family head roared. He fiercely punched out, smashing heavily on the circular pillar of light. Kacha! After being attacked by the external energy, cracks appeared on the circular pillar of light. Following that, under the frenzied bombardment of the members of the Gong family, the circular pillar of light collapsed and shattered into pieces. Hoo! The wild origin source energy dissipated in all directions. The atmosphere in the sky was very oppressive. Fong Qin still had his eyes closed. He was like an old monk in meditation. He was wholeheartedly immersed in the fusion. CSISI, under his efforts, the law of destruction finally fused into the innate God rune of order. The latter immediately expanded, and its aura became even stronger. Continue. The commotion caused by breaking through to the Unity realm attracted the members of the Gong family. This was within Fong Qin's expectations. However, he had no choice. He couldn't stop. With a low roar, Fong Qin increased the speed of the fusion. At this moment, after destroying the circular pillar of light, the members of the Gong family looked at Fong Qin. Attack the innate God rune of order with full force. The Gong family head said, Kill! Under the furious roar of the crowd, the frenzied attacks landed on the innate God rune of order. Dong! The sound of explosions was endless. At this moment, the innate God rune of order displayed the demeanor of a king. There was a layer of faint halo around its body, forcibly blocking the attacks of the members of the Gong family. How is this possible? Seeing this, the Gong family head was incomparably shocked. His face was extremely gloomy. The innate God rune of order is too strange. Our attacks are ineffective. The Gong family head said, Attack his body so that he can't control the innate God rune of order. Everything that the members of the Gong family did was for the sake of Fong Qin's life. Fong Qin, who was in the midst of breaking through, was screaming in his heart. Faster, faster. After fusing with the law of destruction, he had the experience of fusing with the law of destruction. The speed of fusing with the other law of destruction had increased by a lot. At that moment, the law of reincarnation had already fused with the law of destruction. Next, Fong Qin began fusing with the law of creation. Huh. The attacks of the members of the Gong family landed on Fong Chen's body. The myriad sword body stubbornly resisted, but he was still heavily injured. Puchi! Fong Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was slightly pale. However, he resisted the urge to fuse with the law of creation. CSISI. At this moment, the speed of the fusion was so fast that it could not be seen by the naked eye. Hold on for a little longer. Fong Chen thought. He desperately activated the innate God rune of order to protect his body. At the same time, he was rapidly absorbing the law of destruction. Damn it! Seeing how tenacious Fong Chen was, a certain Unity Realm Elder could not hold back anymore. He held a short blade and rushed towards Fong Chen. However, before he could get close to Fong Chen, he was shocked to find that his short blade could not move. Following that, a red sword light pierced through his body and absorbed the short blade in his hand. No, this Unity Realm Elder cried out miserably, but he felt powerless. Pung! He fell to the ground and lost his life, trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing a handful of rice. This scene ignited the fury of the members of the Gong family to the extreme. Damn it! The Gong family clan had executed the taboo divine technique of the Gong family. The entire pool trembled, and the ground showed signs of cracking. Everyone was startled when they saw this. This was the Gong family's earth-splitting divine technique. Who would have thought that the clan head would execute it at this moment? Kacha! The eyes of the Gong family clan head were filled with madness. He used all his strength to execute the taboo divine technique, the earth-splitting divine technique. The ground cracked inch by inch, and the cave Fong Chen was in was also constantly falling with rocks. It could collapse at any time. However, at this moment, the final law of destruction successfully fused with the innate God rune of order. Voila! The innate God rune of order entered the body of Fong Chen before sinking into his chi si. There's no more time. The eyes of the Gong family clan head flickered as he anxiously shouted. The current Fong Chen had already reached the final step. The moment he formed the God Spring, the consequences would be unimaginable. Earth-splitting divine technique, shaking heaven and splitting earth. The Gong family clan head roared. He stomped his foot, causing the cave to collapse. Countless huge rocks piled up in the cave, drowning Fong Chen's body. At the same time, the origin source energy that was like a flood struck the huge rocks, causing a huge explosion. Chapter 2234. Genius 1, Second, Remember Love Divided by Little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The earth-splitting divine technique was a forbidden divine technique of the Gong clan. It was left behind by the old ancestor. Ever since the old ancestor fell, no one had been able to completely cultivate it. The current clan head had an outstanding talent, yet he could only barely cultivate the first level. Even so, he had to pay a sufficient price to fully activate the first level of the earth-splitting divine technique. Usually, the Gong clan head would not use the earth-splitting divine technique. But at this moment he had no other choice. Hung Long Long. Watching the cave collapse and the huge rock explode, the Gong clan head revealed a sinister smile. Let's see how you can escape this time. Clan head, that brat must be dead. The earth-splitting divine technique is too powerful. He could not resist it. Furthermore, he is currently breaking through to the Unity Realm. Being interrupted by clan head, he must be heavily injured. The Grand Elder said with a smile. The Gong clan head nodded. He muttered, "Lift the huge rock for me. If he is alive, I want to see him. If he is dead, I want to see his corpse." His hatred for Fong Chen was too deep. His only son, Gong Yu, had died in the hands of Fong Chen. He wished he could turn Fong Chen into ashes. Furthermore, he wanted to see Fong Chen's corpse with his own eyes. Only then could he be sure that he was dead. Yes, clan head. The Unity Realm elders began clearing the huge rock under the orders of the clan head. They were searching for Fong Chen's corpse. Wang. Suddenly, a strange gust of wind appeared in the void that had calmed down. Following that, the world changed color. A trembling sound could be heard from within the huge rock. Dong! After the trembling, an extremely violent energy surged out from within the huge rock. Not good. The Gong Clan Unity Realm elders cried out. They retreated, but it was too late. The violent energy engulfed them and sent them flying. Love, go, little, say, W. True miserable cries could be heard. Several of the weaker Unity Realm elders were in a sorry state. Clearly, they were heavily injured. What happened? The Gong family head's expression froze. Soon after, his pitch-black eyes stared intently at the trembling boulder. An extremely violent force swept over, instantly turning the boulder into dust. A figure shot out from within and soared into the sky. His aura was extremely powerful. Dong! Then he stayed in the air for only a second before landing heavily on the ground. Dust flew everywhere, and the ground sank a little. You're not dead? This time, it was the Gong Clan head's turn to be startled. He could not imagine that the other party could still stand in front of him, alive after suffering a full-powered attack from his earth-rending divine technique, destroying the other party's breakthrough to the Unity Realm. Could it be because of the innate divine pattern of order? Fong Qin felt that his body was brimming with energy. Within his Qi Si, there was a divine spring that tirelessly flowed with origin energy. This is the divine spring? Fong Chen muttered to himself with a smile on his face. Initially, in the final stage of condensing the holy spring, there was a sudden problem. However, with the beautiful assistance of the Gong family head, he was able to condense the holy spring. Every Unity Realm expert would have a God spring in their Qi Si. The God spring was the source of the expert's energy. When the God spring shattered, the expert's energy would also disappear. After condensing the God spring, it meant that Fong Qin had officially stepped into the Unity Realm. It feels a little different. Fong Qin was slightly startled. The God spring, formed by the innate divine pattern of order, was different from ordinary God springs. According to the records, the God spring condensed by ordinary divine pattern realm experts after stepping into the Unity Realm was about the size of a thumb. Furthermore, it was pitch black in color. As for the God spring in his Qi Si, it was the size of a fist. It was black with a tinge of purple. The bigger the God spring, the stronger the energy. After a brief moment of surprise, Fong Qin knew that all these were the benefits brought to him by the innate divine pattern of order. It is indeed an innate divine pattern of order. Fong Qin clenched his fists tightly. He was secretly delighted. There must be a reason why the innate divine pattern of order could become a legendary existence in the primal chaos void. It was not only helpful to the expert at the divine pattern realm, it would be extremely helpful even after stepping into the Unity Realm. Just as Fong Chen was deep in thought, a discordant voice interrupted his train of thought. Fong Chen raised his head slightly and looked at the Gong Clan head with a grin. Being stared at by Fong Chen in such a manner, the Gong Clan head felt a trace of fear in his heart. Why should I be afraid of him? He should be afraid of me instead. He has just broken through to the Unity Realm and his realm is still unstable. I should end this battle quickly and kill him. The Gong Clan head thought in his heart. The aura around his body fluctuated as he prepared to attack. I said before. Fong Qin paused for a moment before continuing. I will exterminate your Gong Clan and bury it with Qing Qing. Humph, such arrogant words. Trash like you wants to exterminate our Gong Clan. What a joke. The great elder berated. The other Unity Realm elders were also glaring at Fong Qin. They could not wait to take action and suppress him. Whether I am speaking arrogant words or not, you will know in a while. Fong Qin nonchalantly said, the scenes from 8 months ago flashed in his mind. His eyes became sharper and filled with killing intent. Brat, I let you escape 8 months ago. Today, you will definitely die, the Gong clan head coldly said. Is that so? Fong Chin shook his head and sneered. He looked at the Gong clan head as though he was looking at a clown. What was my cultivation 8 months ago? Fong Chin asked. Divine Pattern Realm. Fong Chen pointed at his body, saying, 8 months later, I have already stepped into the Unity Realm. Although you all tried to destroy my cultivation halfway, my life is tough and I succeeded in the end. When I was at the Divine Pattern Realm, I could already contend with you all. After stepping into the Unity Realm, even I am not sure how much my combat power has increased. Fong Chen grinned, but you will know soon. At this moment, there was nothing left to say. Let's attack together and kill him, the Grand Elder growled. He led the other Unity Realm elders and surrounded Fong Chen. At the same time, they executed the absolute art of the Gong clan. Too weak. Seeing everyone's attack, Fong Chen lightly shook his head. If it was 8 months ago, he might have dodged. But now, there was no need for him to do so. Pung! Just a single fist was enough to shatter the head of the Grand Elder, causing the other Unity Realm elders to retreat. They were all thinking of retreating. Die! He continuously punched out over a dozen punches. Every punch landed on flesh. These dozens of fist lights landed on the bodies of the Unity Realm elders at lightning speed. Poochie! Wherever the punches passed, miserable cries could be heard. Pung pung pung! The Unity Realm elders all fell to the ground. At this moment, Fong Chen's pitch-black eyes looked at the Gong clan head again. He did not even have time to react. You want to die? The Gong clan head gritted his teeth and said, I killed all the elders of the Gong clan right under your nose. What can you do to me? Fong Chen spread out his hands. Earth-splitting divine technique. The Gong clan head was furious. He roared towards the sky and executed the earth-splitting divine technique once again. Dong! The earth trembled. Signs of cracks appeared. Soon, those cracks gathered under Fong Chen's feet. Berserk energy spread out from the earth, trying to invade Fong Chen's body. I have said before that the day I step into the Unity Realm will be the day your Gong clan is annihilated. Fong Chen said, Now I will fulfill my promise. The moment he finished speaking, Fong Chen stomped his feet. He leaped and arrived in front of the Gong clan head. Pung! Yet another punch landed on the Gong family head's body. The latter's earth-splitting divine technique was broken apart, causing him to fly out. How is this possible? The Gong clan head did not dare to believe that Fong Chen's strength could rise to such a level. Earth-splitting divine technique. Earth-splitting divine technique. The Gong clan head did not believe it. He roared and fought to his death. Fong Chen took out the hidden star sword and executed the traceless sword technique. The god's spring in his chi sea surged. An endless amount of energy entered the hidden star sword. Suddenly, a transparent sword light shot out silently. It pierced through the void and penetrated the chest of the Gong clan head. No, the Gong clan had stretched out his palm. He wanted to say something, but he could not make a sound. His body was leaning backwards. He tried his best to stabilize his body, but he could not do so. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the guy who had been running away from him 8 months ago would actually be able to kill him today. Chapter 2235. Genius Remembering Love in 1 Second, divided by small. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. After absorbing the innate deity imprint of order, Fong Chen was destined to live an extraordinary life. From now on, starting from the Unity Realm, he had embarked on an unprecedented path. As for whether there would be others in the future, it would depend on his capabilities. Merely a blade demon. If he dares to appear now, I'll chop off his head to avenge my teacher. Fong Qin snorted. At this moment, Fong Qin was emitting an unparalleled, domineering aura. After stepping into the Unity Realm, his strength had increased tremendously. He could sweep across all Cosmos God experts. Hence, he did not fear anyone. He had an unparalleled heart. He glanced at the Gong clan head before keeping his Sumer ring. He then slowly left the bewildering, cold forest. Fong Qin had always been a man of his word. Since he said he would cleanse the Gong clan in blood to avenge Qingqing, he had to do it. It has been 8 months. After walking out of the bewildering, cold forest, Fong Qin muttered to himself, Divine Blade Sect, Main Peak. Blade Demon had a gloomy expression. He had just received a message from the Gong clan head before his death. Gong Yu, that fool. Fong Qin came to the territory of Divine Blade Sect. Yet he did not tell me. Instead, he wanted to claim credit for himself. Blade Demon cursed, great. Not only is this fool dead, even the Gong clan head has been killed. Actually, when the Blade Demon received the news, he was still very shocked. Even if it was him, he wouldn't dare to say that he could kill the head of the Gong family, but Fong Qin had done it. The only explanation was that he had broken through to the Unity Realm. I really want to know how strong an innate deity imprint of order is after stepping into the Unity Realm. Blade Demon said sinisterly, after pondering for a moment. Blade Demon turned and left the main peak. He gathered several Unity Realm elders and headed to the border town. Even though your strength has increased tremendously and you killed the Gong clan head, this is the territory of Divine Blade Sect. It is the territory of Blade Demon. The Saber Demon said coldly. Originally, he wanted to kill Fong Qin after entering the Demon City. However, from the looks of it, Fong Qin was becoming more and more of a threat. They had to kill him in the Divine Sword Sect's territory, border town. Fong Qin dragged the star-hidden sword and walked step by step on the street. His body exuded a terrifying aura. Wherever he passed, all the martialists would make way for him. Soon, he arrived in front of the Gong family mansion. He stopped in his tracks and raised his head to take a look. On the golden plaque above the luxurious mansion, the words Gong clan were written. Seeing these 2 words, Fong Qin grinned. From now on, there is no Gong family. Even though Fong Qin's voice was soft, everyone present was a Cosmos God, and they could hear it in an instant. The entire border town was in an uproar. Is this guy crazy? How dare you provoke the Gong family? Just wait and see. When the Unity Realm expert from the Gong clan comes out, it will be the day of his death. Look, what is he doing? Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. At that moment, the crowd discovered that Fong Qin was slowly raising the sword in his hand. The aura around his body fluctuated, and he slashed at the center of the Gong family mansion. A deafening sound came from the Gong family mansion. A dazzling light burst out from the star-hidden sword. When the star-hidden sword slashed at the Gong family mansion, it was like cutting through tofu. With a kacha sound, the Gong family mansion was split into 2. At that moment, miserable cries could be heard coming from the Gong family mansion. At the same time, sounds of breaking through the air could be heard. Above the Gong family mansion, many Gong family disciples were glaring at Fong Qin. Who dares to cause trouble in the Gong family? The leader was a Divine Inscription's realm pinnacle warrior. Since the Patriarch and the Unity Realm Elder were not present, he was temporarily in charge of the situation. There is no longer a need for the Gong family to exist. Fong Qin said indifferently, Impudent, do you know what you are saying? Do you believe that my Gong family will kill you in minutes? The leader of the Divine Inscription's realm warriors scolded. Fong Qin shook his head, his face full of ridicule. Xiao! The star-hidden sword slashed out once again. With a pung sound, a bloody mist appeared in the void. The Divine Inscription's realm warrior, who spoke, previously died instantly. Oh my God, he actually killed a member of the Gong family. In the border town, everyone was shocked. The Gong family disciples in the air were also staring at Fong Qin in shock. I have said that there is no longer a need for the Gong family to exist. As if he did not want to waste any more time, Fong Qin walked step by step towards the battered and exhausted Gong family. Traceless sword technique, fourth move. Xiu, an unimaginable attack power bombarded the Gong family mansion. Immediately, the entire Gong family mansion turned into a sea of fire. The sword qi wreaked havoc, annihilating all the Gong family members. How could they resist Fong Chen's attack when they did not even have a Unity Realm warrior? The deafening sound did not stop. The entire border town was greatly shaken. The energy fluctuation in the air instantly spread out. The warriors in the town were already scared out of their wits. This was the strongest combat power they had ever seen. How strong was this sword-wielding warrior who destroyed the Gong family mansion with a single sword move? Uft. At the same time, in the wasteland outside the border town, the Divine Blade Sect elders, led by Saber Demon, appeared from the void in a slightly battered state. Their expressions changed slightly as they said in a low voice, "Damn it! Someone destroyed the teleportation formation and interrupted our teleportation." Just as they were about to be teleported over, the teleportation formation broke and the teleportation was interrupted. Fortunately, this teleportation formation was personally built by the Divine Blade Sect leader. As a member of the Divine Blade Sect, they had the means to escape from the destroyed teleportation formation. There are energy fluctuations in the border town. It must be Fong Qin. Suddenly, Saber Demon's pitch-black eyes stared at the border town in the distance as he said in a low voice, "This guy is too arrogant. He actually destroyed the entire Gong family. This is the territory of the Divine Blade Sect. What he did is a slap to the face of the Divine Blade Sect. We must kill this guy. That's right. Let's go over now." For a moment, the few elders of the Divine Blade Sect were filled with righteous indignation. Under Saber Demon's lead, they quickly arrived at the border town. When they saw the Gong family mansion engulfed in a sea of fire, they were also a little stunned. Fong Qin. Saber Demon's gaze was sharp. He immediately noticed Fong Qin, who was about to leave with the hidden star sword. Hearing this, Fong Qin stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Saber Demon. "You still dare to come to the territory of the Divine Blade Sect?" Saber Demon said coldly. The anger in his heart was faintly burning. "Thief, since you've stepped into the territory of the Divine Blade Sect, don't ever leave. Although the Gong family is very weak, they are still a force in the territory of the Divine Blade Sect. They are under the protection of the Divine Blade Sect. You're openly going against the Divine Blade Sect by destroying them. I'm sure the mysterious powerhouse behind you didn't come, right? I'd like to see how you're going to escape today." In the face of the Divine Blade Sect's elders' scolding, Fong Qin didn't care at all. With a faint smile on his face, he said, "The Divine Blade Sect leader wanted to kill me. His fingers were cut off. The Gong family wanted to kill me. You've seen the outcome. You want to kill me. Are you prepared to die? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you've broken through to the Unity Realm?" Saber Demon said in a deep voice. "What do you think you can do?" Fong Chen's attitude was very arrogant. He didn't take Saber Demon seriously at all. 8 months ago, Saber Demon might have had a chance against him. However, he missed the opportunity. 8 months later, the Saber Demon was nothing more than an ant in his eyes. "You're about to die, and you still dare to speak so arrogantly. Watch how I'll suppress you." One of the elders couldn't stand Fong Chen's arrogance and attacked at lightning speed. Slash! With a simple slash, the elder's body was split into 2. "If you want to kill me, you'll have to be prepared to die." Fong Chen repeated this sentence. "Let's attack together," Saber Demon growled. The few elders attacked together with him to deal with Fong Chen. Fong Chen's gaze swept across the few people from Divine Blade Sect. He then displayed his traceless sword technique. Show! Sword light flashed and heads fell. In just a single exchange, 3 Unity Realm Elders were killed by him. How can he be so strong? Saber Demon's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. He's too strong. We're not his match. Hurry up and leave. We'll cover you. One of the elders pushed Saber Demon away. He then charged towards Fangchen as if he was facing death. He wanted to perish together with Fangchen. You guys aren't qualified. The world was shocked. Ghosts and deities wept. The scene was extremely bloody. Chapter 2236. Genius 1, second remember love / go / little? I will provide you with interesting novels to read. Sword after sword, the sword light was like a wave, drowning the entire border town. The elders who surrounded Fangchen died under Fangchen's sword one after another. At this moment, Fangchen's aura was unparalleled, like a reborn god of war, holding the hidden star sword. He stood under the starry sky with an invincible belief. After killing the last elder, Fangchen's eyes fell on the Saber Demon who had already escaped from Zakai Town. The latter fled in a sorry state, his face full of fear. He was extremely regretful. Why didn't he kill this kid at Dongshuan's grand banquet? Trying to leave? Fangchen sneered and used the space-time collapse technique. With a stomp of his foot, he instantly disappeared from the border town. A miserable aura filled the entire border town. The streets were filled with corpses and blood flowed like a river. The Gong family residence had been reduced to ashes. Many martial artists who had survived the disaster were shocked. The situation in the border town had changed. From today onwards, the Gong family would become history. Their hearts were surging with waves of shock. At the same time, they were curious. Who was this sword-wielding guy? He actually dared to massacre the entire Gong family in the Divine Saber Sect's territory. He even killed the sect's Unity Realm Elder mercilessly. Outside the border town, Fangchen caught up with the Saber Demon in the blink of an eye. In the past, the Saber Demon was qualified to be his opponent, but now the Saber Demon was not even qualified to carry his shoes. The Saber Demon's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. After being blocked by Fangchen, he said coldly, "Fangchen, do you really want to kill me? This is the Divine Saber Sect. If you kill me, the sect master will not let you go." "Humph," Fangchen snorted, his face full of disdain. "Love, go, little, say, Chew, the battle between the two of us should be held in the Demon City. I advise you not to act rashly." As he spoke, a jade talisman appeared in the palm of the Saber Demon. "Do you want to inform the sect leader of the Divine Blade Sect?" Fangchen had already guessed that the Sword Demon must have sent a message to the sect leader of the Divine Sword Sect. He could not stay here for long. Otherwise, when the sect master of the Divine Blade Sect arrived, he would not be able to escape, no matter how powerful he was. Whoosh! There was no mercy in Fangchen's eyes as he directly stabbed his sword towards the Saber Demon. With a loud roar, he crushed the jade talisman in his hand. Rumble! A wild aura instantly spread out and formed a projection above the head of the demonic blade. Ding! Almost at the same time, a transparent sword light burst out from the hidden star sword and arrived beside the blade demon. However, the projection of the sect master of the Divine Blade Sect appeared above his head. He stretched out his finger and instantly caught the transparent sword gleam. Then, the transparent sword light shattered. "How dare you slaughter members of the Divine Saber Sect in the territory of the Divine Saber Sect? You're courting death," the projection of the Divine Saber Sect master said coldly. Fangchen was stunned for a moment before his expression returned to normal. His pitch-black eyes stared at the projection of the Divine Saber Sect master. He snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "If you were here in person, I might be afraid. However, you're just a mere projection. How dare you protect the demonic blade?" The projection of the Divine Saber Sect master's consciousness was a form of protection for the demonic blade. In a critical moment, the demonic blade crushed the jade talisman, and the projection of the divine saber sect master's consciousness would descend. However, Feng Chen was not afraid at all. The projection of the divine saber sect master's consciousness was not strong. With his current strength, he could completely defeat it. How dare you challenge me? The projection of the divine saber sect master's consciousness wanted to scare Feng Chen. Love go little, say W. Chu, however, he was wrong. The fourth move of the traceless sword principle was performed once again. The transparent sword gleam shattered the void and instantly appeared beside the demonic blade. You're courting death. The projection of the divine saber sect master's consciousness bellowed. In a flash, he appeared in front of the transparent sword gleam and extended his palm to block it. Boom! At this moment, the transparent sword gleam exploded. The terrifying power directly drowned the projection of the divine saber sect master's consciousness. At the same time, Feng Chen activated the body of 10,000 swords and gathered all the energy in his body in his palm. He then threw a few punches and performed the innate soul reversal technique. After a series of explosions, the projection of the divine saber sect master's consciousness actually showed signs of collapsing. Sect master, the demonic blade, cried out when he saw this. Leave quickly. The projection of the divine saber sect master's consciousness said in a low voice. At the same time, he used the last of his strength to block Feng Chen's attack. You can't escape. Feng Chen leaped and wanted to chase after the demonic blade. However, his path was blocked by the projection of the divine saber sect master's consciousness. Disperse. Feng Chen's eyes flickered. He once again performed his lost skill. The terrifying attack directly penetrated the projection of the divine saber sect master's consciousness. Whoosh! The projection of the consciousness suddenly dissipated. Feng Chen stomped his foot and prepared to chase after the demonic blade. However, at this moment his eyelids twitched. He felt a sense of danger approaching. Not good. Feng Chen cried out in his heart. He immediately gave up on chasing after the demonic blade. His figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Hoo! He performed the time collapse technique to the extreme and left the border town's territory in an instant. Not long after Feng Chen left, a violent aura descended. The divine saber sect master stepped on the clouds and stared down angrily. Damn this guy. The divine saber sect master clenched his fists. His heart was burning with anger. He was the sect master of the divine saber sect, one of the top experts in Dongxin heaven. His consciousness projection was actually dispersed by a Unity Realm guy. This was a naked humiliation. I'm going to kill you. The divine saber sect master confirmed that the demonic blade was fine. He then chased after Feng Chen. The divine saber sect master's speed was too fast. In just half an hour, he had already caught up with Feng Chen. At this moment, Feng Chen had already reached the border of the divine saber sect's territory. As long as he walked forward a little more, he would enter the limitless sword sect's territory. After feeling the violent aura of the divine saber sect master, Feng Chen secretly transmitted a message to Jian Wuji. Brett, you're dead. The divine saber sect master's roar came from behind. Feng Chen did not hesitate to step into the limitless sword sect's territory. It was also at this moment that the divine saber sect master arrived through the void. He stretched out his hand and a terrifying power swept over, directly locking Feng Chen's figure in midair. Die. The divine saber sect master's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Old monster saber, stop. A thunderous voice came from the void. Then, a dazzling sword light broke through the void from the distant horizon. With a bang, it blocked the path of the sect master of the divine saber sect. Boom! The sword light exploded, temporarily blocking the Divine Saber Sect Master's path. Just as the Divine Saber Sect Master was about to continue, Jian Wuji arrived. He happened to be nearby looking for some treasures when he received Fang Chen's message and immediately rushed over. "Old Monster Saber, what is the meaning of this?" Jian Wuji said in a low voice, looking a little displeased. "Humph! He trespassed into my Divine Saber Sect's territory and massacred the entire Gong family. He even killed a few elders of my Divine Saber Sect. If I don't kill him, how can the Divine Saber Sect establish itself in Dongxian heaven in the future?" The Divine Saber Sect Master said viciously, "Fang Qin is a disciple of the Limitless Sword Sect. With me around, don't even think about touching him," Jian Wuji said directly. What a joke. Fang Chen's potential was the greatest in the history of the Limitless Sword Sect. Jian Wuji did not want to protect him. There must be a reason for destroying the Gong family. I believe that Fang Chen will not kill the innocent for no reason. As for the elders of your Divine Saber Sect, they can only blame themselves for not being skilled enough for dying in the hands of Fang Chen. Over the years, your Divine Saber Sect has also killed many disciples of the Limitless Sword Sect. I have always turned a blind eye to the fights between the younger generation. If you, old monster Dao, insist on making a move against Fang Chen, then I can only risk my life to accompany you." Hearing this, the Divine Saber Sect Master's face turned completely gloomy. His eyes flickered as he stared at Jian Wuji and said, "Are you sure you want to do this?" Jian Wuji turned his head and said to Fang Chen, "Go back to the Limitless Sword Sect first." "Sect Master, I'm fine. You can go back first," Jian Wuji said. Fang Chen nodded and turned to leave. After Fang Chen left, a cold smile appeared on Jian Wuji's face. "This old man hasn't fought in a long time. It seems that I can exercise my muscles again today," Jian Wuji said. Boom! An intense battle instantly broke out. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, the aura was like a rainbow. No one knew who was fighting here. They only knew that the strength of the people fighting here was too strong. Chapter 2237. Genius 1, Second, remember love, go, /little? We will provide you with exciting novels to read. 7 days later, Limitless Sword Sect. Fang Chen saw Jian Wuji in the inner sect. The latter was in a slightly sorry state. "Sect Master, are you all right?" Fang Chen hurried over and helped Jian Wuji to a stone bench in the courtyard. There was a look of surprise on his face. "I'm fine," Jian Wuji said. "Old Freak Dao's strength is much stronger than I imagined. Fortunately, I have made some progress in my Sword Dao in recent years. Otherwise, I would have definitely lost this time." Hearing Jian Wuji say this, Fang Chen's heart was filled with astonishment. He did not expect Sect Master Dao to be so powerful. But don't worry, as long as you are in the territory of my Limitless Sword Sect, he won't dare to kill you. Jian Wuji said, "Many thanks for saving me, Sect Master." Fang Chen cupped his fists. After resting for a while, Jian Wuji asked, "Oh, right. Why did you go to the territory of the Divine Blade Sect?" Fang Chen told Jian Wuji everything about his journey to the Divine Sword Sect's territory. The latter nodded and smiled in satisfaction. "Not bad. You've broken through to the Unity Realm. Now that you've broken through to the Unity Realm, it should be hard for you to find a match among those at the Unity Realm, right?" Fang Chen nodded. After his innate divine order rune evolved into a God Spring, it was much bigger than the God Spring of ordinary Unity Realm warriors. Therefore, he was very strong. He could start a massacre the moment he broke through to the Unity Realm. Originally, I was worried that it would be difficult for you to evolve into a God Spring with your innate divine order rune. But now, it seems that I was thinking too much. Jian Wuji said with gratification. The Devil City was about to open. Fang Chen's cultivation had stepped into the Unity Realm. This was good news for the Limitless Sword Sect. Sect Master, when will the Devil City open? Feng Chen asked. Speaking of the Devil City, Jian Wuji's expression changed. The Demon City is already in the process of opening. However, every time it opens, the time interval is different. We need to wait patiently. Jian Wuji said, according to past experience, the Demon City will open in, at most, a year. It's almost a year now. Don't go out during this period of time. Stay in the Sword Sect and consolidate your cultivation. I know. Feng Chen nodded. However, deep in his heart, he still could not let go of Bai Qingqing's death. He put all the blame on himself. He felt that he was late and caused Bai Qingqing's death. He was very regretful. That was why he acted to exterminate the entire Gong clan, and even some of the Unity Realm elders of the Divine Blade sect. Sect Master, do you know anything about the Demon City? Feng Chen suddenly asked. Up until now, his understanding of the Demon City had all come from Hanwan. He knew nothing else. The Demon City has existed for a very long time. However, at the beginning, the Demon City did not attract much attention. Moreover, it was just a very ordinary place. Jian Wuji said. However, because of the fall of Demon Venerable Heaven Saint, the Demon City underwent a huge change. The environment there became incomparably bad. Because everyone wanted to obtain the inheritance of Demon Venerable Heaven Saint, many experts entered the Demon City, one after another. Saying up to this point, Jian Wuji paused slightly before continuing. However, when they entered, they discovered that everything was a dead end that Demon Venerable Heaven Saint was involved in. All the experts who coveted his inheritance all fell. Over time, the Demon City was filled with inheritances. In the end, the Demon City was sealed. After the experts of our Void Star Heaven explored, they finally grasped some techniques. Every time the Demon City opens, some outstanding geniuses would be sent in to temper themselves. Feng Chen felt his heart trembling. He did not expect that the Demon City had such a story. Why would an innate paragon set up a dead end, killing countless experts before sealing the entire Demon City? He could not understand, even after racking his brains. In the end, his gaze landed on Jian Wuji. The foundation of the Demon City is not something you can imagine. For countless years, many cultivators who entered the Demon City have not come out. We suspect that they are still alive, but they don't want to come out. Jian Wuji said, therefore, when you enter the Demon City this time, not only will you meet the outstanding geniuses of the other three heavens, you might even meet some experts from the past. Jian Wuji's meaning was clear. The trip to the Demon City was extremely dangerous. One had to be careful in order to have a chance of survival. Of course, the danger was proportional to the opportunity. Although the Demon City was very dangerous, there were opportunities everywhere. Many people entered the Demon City for the inheritance of Demon Venerable Heaven Saint. If they could obtain the inheritance, their future achievements might even surpass the unparalleled experts like the Galaxy Ancestor. With a wave of their hand, the entire Void Star Heaven would listen to their orders. Of course, all of this was still far away from Feng Chen. Jian Wuji and Feng Chen chatted for a while before leaving. As for what was in the Demon City, he was not too sure. The rules of the Demon City were too tyrannical. Even if they forced their way in, only death would await them. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed since the end of Dongshuan's grand meet. The Demon City had yet to fully open. The 5 chosen disciples were all waiting in their hearts. During this period, Feng Chen received a message from Little Mouse and the others. He had come to the northwest of Wuji Sword Sect's territory to meet them at a mountain called the Psychedelic Mountain. Boss, what do you think of our Psychedelic Mountain? Little Mouse said excitedly with a smile on his face. Feng Chen looked around. The Psychedelic Mountain was steep, easy to defend, and difficult to attack. Moreover, the origin energy on the mountain peak was very dense, very suitable for cultivation. You guys are occupying this mountain and calling yourselves kings. Feng Chen raised his eyelids, and asked with a smile. After leaving Wuji Sword Sect, we have been wandering in this area. We often fight, and our strength has improved rapidly. Now, the 5 of us have reached peak divine pattern realm, but we are stuck at the bottleneck, unable to break through to Unity Realm, Xiao Huang said. After some thought, we decided to find a place to cultivate in peace. We happened to find the Psychedelic Mountain. Originally, there was an initial stage Unity Realm martial artist on the mountain, but the 5 of us sent him away. Since then, we have occupied the mountain and called ourselves kings. When we are bored, we will rob the rich to help the poor. It is a happy and carefree life, Little Hai said. Pangolin by the side was still very calm. After his strength reached peak divine pattern realm, Pangolin's insane defense was fully displayed. Among the 5 of them, only Little Mouse's godly devour rat physique could contend with Pangolin. As for Xiao Huang, Little Hai, and the old faker's 3rd brother, if they were to compete with Pangolin in terms of physical defense, they would only be looking for trouble. Some time ago, Boss slaughtered everyone in Dongshuan's Grand Meet. Just hearing about it makes me feel good, knowing that Boss might enter the Demon City soon. We specially called you here to gather with the 5 of us, Pangolin said. Hearing this, Fong Qin nodded lightly. Sitting cross-legged, he took out wine from his summer ring, and the 5 of them drank and sang. On this day, on the Psychedelic Mountain, waves of fragrance came. Many martial artists who passed by were puzzled. Who dared to act so recklessly on the Psychedelic Mountain? However, all of this was not important. After 3 rounds of drinking, Fong Chen's gaze swept across the 5 of them, and then he said in a low voice, "The Demon City is a rare holy land for cultivation. I have the chance to bring the 5 of you in, but this depends on your opinion." Boss, really? The little mouse was very excited. He loved excitement the most, especially after hearing about the legends of the Demon City. He was even more fascinated. Fong Qin nodded heavily. If it was a year ago, he would not have the confidence. However, since he stepped into the Unity Realm and obtained the Divine Spring, everything had changed. The Divine Spring formed a space of its own that could hide Little Mouse and the others in the Divine Spring. Using the power of the Divine Spring to hide their auras, they could then blend into the Demon City. Of course, Fong Qin had also experimented. Only plant-type or beast-type cultivators could do it. The Divine Spring could not contain living cultivators. Ha ha ha, if it's really possible, of course we're willing. That's right, that's the Demon City. I dream of going in. The 5 of them were very excited. They had wandered in Dongxian heaven for a long time and knew that their strength was too weak. They urgently needed to improve their strength. Chapter 2238. Genius 1. Second, remember love divided by go divided by little? Say net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The group of brothers had not seen each other for a long time. After drinking, they were in high spirits. Love, go, little, say, netku for the entire night. The illusion mountain was brightly lit, and laughter could be heard everywhere. The next day, Fong Qin woke up when the sun just passed the horizon. He shook his head helplessly. He did not expect that he would be drunk without any defense. If the enemy attacked him, he would not even know. This was too dangerous. Looking at his brothers who were sleeping soundly, he felt warmth in his heart. Just as Fong Qin was about to wake them up, he suddenly felt an unfamiliar aura approaching. Amen? Someone is coming? Fong Qin spread out his divine sense silently. He discovered 2 people at the foot of the mountain. Elder Fu, it's here. A middle-aged Unity realm cultivator wearing a blue robe pointed at the illusion mountain. He said in a deep voice, "Those 5 divine inscriptions realm fellows are very strong when they work together. I can't defeat them at all." Humph, a mere divine inscriptions realm cultivator dares to bully my nephew? Truly courting death. Saying that, the old man called Elder Fu leaped and arrived at the peak of the mountain. It's them. The middle-aged Unity Realm cultivator wearing a blue robe saw Little Mouse and the others who were sleeping soundly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Please help me, Elder Fu." "Whoa." Suddenly, a violent energy surged out from the body of Elder Fu, waking up the 5 fellows who were sleeping soundly. "What's going on?" Little Mouse stood up and looked around. When he discovered the middle-aged Unity Realm cultivator wearing a blue robe, his eyes revealed a mocking smile. He said, "Old man, you dare to come again? Have you forgotten what we said to you? From now on, the Illusion Mountain belongs to us 5 brothers. If you dare to come again, we'll break your dog legs." "Oh, you even brought helpers? Do you really think that we brothers don't dare to kill you?" The eyes of Little Mouse and the others were filled with faint coldness. Beside them, Fong Chin had been quietly watching the entire time. "Humph, the few of you are still unaware of your imminent death," the middle-aged Unity Realm expert coldly said. "With Elder Fu here, all of you will have to die." Elder Fu stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the crowd with disdain in his eyes. "Just a few pieces of trash at the Divine Inscriptions realm, yet they dare to be so arrogant in front of me. They really don't know how to write the word death." Old Fu said disdainfully, "Old man, what are you pretending for?" With Boss supporting them, Little Mouse and the others naturally had nothing to fear. "Elder Fu, they are too arrogant. Please make a move and suppress them," the blue-robed, middle-aged Unity Realm expert said. "Whoa." Old Fu took action. He stretched out his big hand, and a violent force enveloped Little Mouse and the other 4. Instantly, the 5 of them were shrouded. "Aren't you very capable?" Looking at the ferocious faces of the 5 of them, Elder Fu sneered. "Make a martial oath to be my servant forever, and I can spare your lives." "In your dreams. You stupid old man, kill us if you are capable." Elder Fu was naturally furious after being scolded by these Divine Inscriptions realm fellows. Killing intent rose in his heart. Being a Unity Realm expert, he could see how extraordinary these 5 fellows were with a single glance. In addition, the 5 of them had previously worked together to defeat the blue-robed, middle-aged Unity Realm expert. This caused a strand of greed to appear in the heart of Elder Fu. If he could accept these 5 fellows as his subordinates and properly train them, they would definitely become a powerful force in the future. Unfortunately, his wishful thinking was wrong. "Since that is the case, then all of you can die," Elder Fu coldly said. The God Spring in his Chi Sea erupted with a violent force and directly launched his strongest attack on the 5 of them. Hong Long Long. Facing such a powerful attack, Little Mouse and the others remained unmoved. "Humph. Still pretending to be calm at this moment? I would like to see what dignity you have left the moment you die." The blue-robed, middle-aged Unity Realm expert sneered in his heart and said with disdain, "Enough." All of a sudden, a faint voice sounded. In the next moment, a powerful fist light bombarded the body of Elder Fu, forcing the latter to retreat. Dang, dang, dang. After Elder Fu steadied himself, the color of his eyes changed slightly. Only then did he notice Fong Chin. "Who are you?" The power of the latter's fist had surprised him. "Who I am is not important," Fong Chin indifferently said. "What is important is that they are my brothers." "My brothers have already let them go. Yet you harbor a grudge in your heart and recklessly seek revenge?" Fong Chin looked at Elder Fu and said in a deep voice, "Brat, don't meddle in other people's business." Elder Fu frowned. Although the latter was also a Unity Realm expert, his realm was obviously inferior to his. "Oh, then there is nothing more to say." As soon as Fong Chin finished speaking, he suddenly threw out a punch. "You are courting death." Elder Fu sneered and used his technique to block Fong Chin's fist light. However, when his attack came into contact with the fist light, his expression changed drastically and he retreated. Pucci! Elder Fu's clothes were torn apart. The blood in his body was tumbling. He endured the pain and stabilized his body, barely dodging Fang Chen's attack. "Who?" Elder Fu took a deep breath. His eyes flashed with a trace of horror. He had never thought that this young martial artist in front of him would have such powerful combat power. He must be a heaven's pride from a big sect. I can't fight against him. Thinking of this, Elder Fu tidied up his clothes and cupped his fists towards Fang Chen. This is all a misunderstanding. I apologize on behalf of my nephew for his previous actions. I will leave now and never step into the illusionary mountain again." After saying that, Elder Fu pulled the blue-robed, middle-aged Unity Realm expert, who was in a daze, and left the illusionary mountain in a hurry. "Boss, are we letting him go just like that?" Little Mouse asked. Fang Chen shook his head. Elder Fu was too weak. He was not worth it for him to act. In other words, he disdained to kill him. Under the illusionary mountain, Elder Fu walked in a hurry with a gloomy expression. The blue-robed, middle-aged Unity Realm expert could not help but feel puzzled. He asked, "Elder Fu, why did you suddenly leave? Even though that brat is also at the Unity Realm, he has not cultivated for as long as you. He is definitely weaker than you." "Shut up," Elder Fu angrily reprimanded. "I was nearly killed by a fool like you. In the future, don't come looking for me for your matters." After saying that, Elder Fu no longer cared about the blue-robed, middle-aged Unity Realm expert and left. "Also, if you wish to live for a few more days, don't provoke those few from the illusionary mountain." This was Elder Fu's advice to the blue-robed, middle-aged Unity Realm expert. Seeing the departing figure of Elder Fu, the blue-robed, middle-aged Unity Realm expert was puzzled. He said, "Unless that brat is really that terrifying, even Elder Fu does not dare to provoke him?" Thinking of this, the blue-robed, middle-aged Unity Realm expert stole a glance at the illusionary mountain before leaving. Fang Chen brought the 5 brothers back to the Limitless Sword Sect. "Boss, is this the inner sect?" Little Mouse asked excitedly. "If not for Boss, we would not be qualified to enter the inner sect. What a pity. If sister-in-law could enter the Devil City, that would be great." Xiao Huang said with regret. Hearing that, Fang Chen lightly shook his head. This was not something he could decide, but he believed that even if she did not enter the Devil City, his wife's future achievements would not be weak. This is the inner sect and not the outer sect. The few of you should not move around recklessly, Fang Chen reminded. "Rest assured, boss. We know." Little Mouse chuckled. Illusory Star Heaven, headquarters of Tianqing's remnant clan. "Sir, are you really confident of sending our Tianqing's remnant clan disciples into the Devil City?" The expert standing on the highest throne was one of the few experts from Tianqing's remnant clan. He was an existence that could challenge Ancestor Star River and the others. He possessed supreme magic power and had been in a deep slumber to recover his strength. The opening of the Devil City had alarmed him. "In the past, I once saw a demon, venerable heavenly saint from afar. That shocking battle was unforgettable," the expert on the throne said with a hoarse voice. "Even with my strength, I only dared to watch from afar." The people below listened quietly. At this moment, the expert on the throne flipped his palm. A pitch-black metal piece appeared in his palm. This metal piece was slightly damaged, but it contained a powerful demonic power. After they left after the battle, I secretly came to the battlefield and picked up this thing. The expert on the throne pinched the metal piece between his fingers. Chapter 2239. Geniuses Remember Love in 1 Second? We provide you with interesting novels to read. A year and a half after the Dongxian Grand Meeting ended, the Devil City finally opened. On this day, all the cultivators in the Void Star Heaven could feel the ground trembling. The sound of a bell reverberated through the 9 heavens. Countless experts headed towards the Devil City, wanting to see the true appearance of the Devil City. Limitless Sword Sect. On the sky-piercing stone pillar, Jian Wuji's expression changed. He stood up abruptly and looked into the distance. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. The 3 apex sect masters of Dongxin Heaven conversed with each other and prepared to head to the Devil City. Northern Black Sky, Northern Black Desert. This desert was a famous desert in the Northern Black Sky and even the entire Void Star Heaven. The Northern Black Desert ran through the entire Northern Black Sky, forcibly splitting it into 2. And within the Northern Black Desert, there was a moving city called the Devil City. When the Devil City opened, the entire Northern Black Desert was sealed. Without an expert leading the way, Cosmos gods could not enter. The experts of the Northern Black Sky were the first to descend into the Northern Black Desert. The Devil City has opened. Let's go over and take a look. The few leaders of the Northern Black Sky sect exchanged glances before bringing their elite disciples into the Northern Black Desert. Hoo! In the Northern Black Desert, the wind was raging. Looking from afar, it was as if the sky was filled with dust and tornadoes were everywhere. But after entering the Northern Black Desert, one would discover that everything was merely an illusion. The true Northern Black Desert was deathly silent. This place was filled with killing aura as if it had existed since the beginning of time. Along the way, one could often see some withered bones in the desert. These were all cultivators who had fallen here in order to explore the Devil City. In a certain area of the Northern Black Desert, several experts of the Northern Black Sky brought their most elite disciples and looked into the distance. Even though the Devil City has opened, it hasn't completely appeared. We can only wait. Let's wait for the experts of the other 3 heavens to arrive. 3 days later, the experts of the Western Black Sky arrived. Following closely behind, the people of the Southern Black Sky arrived. The latest to arrive was the Eastern Black Sky. Under the lead of Jian Wuji and the others, Fang Chen stepped into the Northern Black Desert. As soon as he entered, Fang Chen noticed that something was wrong. In his impression, the temperature in the desert was often abnormally high. But in this Northern Black Desert, the temperature was very moderate. There's a problem, Fang Chen said to himself. How is it? The Demon City hasn't appeared yet? The top experts of the 4 mysterious heavens gathered together, chatting and laughing. Fang Chen and the others stood quietly, waiting for the Demon City to appear. Brother Fang. Suddenly, Chun Fan approached Fang Chen with a smile on his face as he called out in a low voice. Fang Chen turned around. He wasn't familiar with Chin Fan. This trip to the Devil City will be extremely dangerous. If we can have 1 or 2 people to look after each other, it should be better. Chin Fan said, I wonder if Brother Fang is interested in cooperating with me? Fang Chen shook his head and said, Let's wait until we enter the Demon City. Seeing this, Chin Fan nodded gently and left. Fang Chen felt that there was something wrong with Chin Fan. As for what was wrong, he couldn't tell. In a trance, he felt that there was an aura on Chin Fan that made him shudder. But after sensing it carefully, he found nothing. The saber demon looked at Fang Chen with eyes full of anger. He had already forgotten the last time he was chased by Fang Chen like a stray dog. This time he would definitely obtain a powerful inheritance in the Demon City, increase his strength, and then kill Fang Chen. In the clouds and the void, several old men looked at the Northern Black Desert below with a smile. The Demon City has appeared, Ancestor Xing, he suddenly said. The other old men looked over and discovered a faintly discernible city somewhere in the black northern desert. Every time the Demon City opens, a peerless monster will be born. I wonder if a monster will be born in this batch of little guys. The purple-robed old man smiled. At this point, their eyes all fell on the Galaxy Patriarch. Ancestor Xing, he was a peerless monster who came out of the Demon City. Now he had grown to the extent that his name shook the void star sky. With a stomp of his feet, the entire void star sky would tremble. That little guy who absorbed the innate divine, or Rune, seems to be from your he cosmos. The blue-robed old man asked. This brat has already stepped into the Unity realm. His god spring is much bigger than ordinary people. Moreover, he has the myriad sword body. If he can walk out of the demon city alive, his achievements will be limitless. At their level, they didn't just look at people's appearance. What was inside and what was deep was what they valued. When they saw Fong Qin for the first time, they didn't feel surprised. However, in just over a year's time, they discovered that Fong Qin's body had undergone a great change. Thinking about it, all of this should be related to the innate divine, or Rune. AI, our Void Star Sky is short of talents these years. There are no talents in the younger generation. I hope this little guy can rise. The purple-robed old man sighed. That's right. How long can the few of us old farts last? There will be a day when we reach the end. I hope that before we reach a higher level, a peerless monster will appear and bring hope to the Void Star Sky. Ancestor Xing, he didn't say anything. His attention was on Fong Qin. All right, the demon city is completely stabilized. Patriarch Starry River said all of a sudden. Below, in the black northern desert, a gale suddenly blew. Dust flew everywhere. Everyone's spiritual sense was greatly restricted. The demon city has appeared, Jian Wuji said solemnly. Dong! A deafening rumble rang out. After the dust settled, a dilapidated city appeared before everyone's eyes. Fong Qin was curious and surprised. Was this dilapidated city the legendary demon city? It's not domineering at all. Are you sure this is the demon city? Han Yuan pursed his lips. The leaders of the four mysterious sects discussed among themselves before they said, the demon city has already opened. Don't underestimate this dilapidated city. If you aren't careful, you might end up losing your lives inside. All right, let's start now. Release your aura and enter the demon city, one by one. First were the 5 Unity Realm experts of the Northern Mysterious Heaven. They took a step forward and released their aura before disappearing into the broken city. Soon, the disciples of the Western Mysterious Heaven and Southern Mysterious Heaven entered. Finally, it was the Northern Mysterious Heaven's turn. Fong Qin was slightly nervous. He was afraid that the demon city would sense the aura of Little Mouse and the others. Voila! After entering the demon city, their figures disappeared. 1. Following that, the demon city disappeared into the black northern desert. The demon city has disappeared. We don't know when it will appear again. We will leave first, Jian Wuji and the others said with a smile. Soon, there were no traces left in the black northern desert. Ancestor Star River and the others had also left. At a certain hidden place in the desert, at the moment when the demon city was about to disappear, a piece of broken metal silently shot into the demon city. When the metal piece came into contact with the demon city, there was a trace of resistance. But after the metal piece released the aura of an innate paragon, the demon city let it pass. It has entered. The expert from the Sky Pillar Remnant clan hidden under the desert was secretly delighted. This time, I will definitely turn the demon city upside down. The so-called elites of the Void Star Sky will all die. This is the demon city. Fong Qin looked around and said doubtfully. He was alone in the city. His surroundings were empty and there was no one around. We separated again. Fong Qin was slightly startled. They came in together, yet he could not see any traces of senior disciple Brother Han Yuan. It seemed that they had separated. Soon, Fong Qin confirmed that this should be the inner part of the demon city. Actually, it was better to say that this was an independent space than a demon city. This city is... Fong Qin leaped and came to the sky above the city. His divine consciousness spread out and shrouded the entire city. Suddenly, an angry voice came from the depths of the city. Who doesn't want to live? How dare you disturb my cultivation? As soon as the voice fell, a vast power came from the depths of the city. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Fong Qin. This is Chapter 2240. Genius 1. Second, remember love, go, / little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Are you the one disturbing this king's cultivation? The middle-aged man with a face full of stubble and tattered clothes had a strong aura. He stared at Fong Qin and asked coldly, I came here by accident. If I have disturbed you, I am very sorry. Fong Qin had just entered the Devil City and did not understand the situation clearly. He did not want to offend others. The middle-aged man with a face full of stubble suddenly exclaimed. He immediately widened his eyes and stared at Fong Qin, asking, You are new here? Fong Qin was startled. His expression was caught by the other party. The latter laughed loudly. His face was filled with excitement. That is to say, the Devil City has opened? You came from the outside world? Is there a problem? Fong Qin frowned. Brat, seeing that you have just entered the Devil City, this king will be lenient and not kill you. But you have to join our demonic faction. The middle-aged man with a face full of stubble said. Demonic faction? Fong Qin was even more puzzled. What exactly was in the Devil City? Sorry, I do not wish to join any organization. Fong Qin shook his head. Hearing this, the middle-aged man with a face full of stubble became slightly angry, saying, Brat, I have given you a chance, yet you do not cherish it? Do you know how many people want to join our demonic faction, but do not have the chance? Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, don't blame me for being impolite. Saying that, the middle-aged man with a face full of stubble released a powerful aura from his body, forcing Fong Qin to join. At the same time, he unleashed a thunderous attack. Such a powerful aura? Fong Qin's heart moved slightly. The aura released by the middle-aged man with a face full of stubble had already surpassed the Unity Realm. His heart palpitated slightly. What is going on? Fong Qin did not dare to resist. He executed the time-space collapse technique and dodged the other party's attack. Pung! The middle-aged man with a face full of stubble became even more furious after his attack missed. You are courting death. He growled and unleashed a violent attack. In the beginning, Fong Qin was indeed a little scared. He was frightened by the middle-aged man's aura. However, he soon discovered that something was amiss. His attack power doesn't seem to be that strong. Fong Qin could not understand. The aura of a person far surpassed the Unity Realm. Yet his offensive power was not much different from a Unity Realm expert. What exactly was going on? Shaking his head, Fong Qin turned around and looked at the bearded middle-aged man. The fourth move of the traceless sword technique. Whoosh! The transparent sword light pierced through the bearded man's attack at an unimaginable speed and forced him to retreat. Your strength? A look of surprise appeared on the latter's face. Rumble! In a spurt of energy, Fong Qin took advantage of the stubble-bearded man's moment of surprise to launch a peerless attack, gradually suppressing him. Traceless sword technique. The more he attacked, the more Fong Qin realized that this person's attack power was not as strong as he had imagined. The illusory technique and the transcending heaven-grade array whistled. In an instant, the two layers formed the strongest illusory array, trapping the bearded man within. Damn! No matter how the bearded man attacked, he could not break it. Are you bullying me because I don't know about illusory techniques? After a long time, the bearded man was helpless and gave up on attacking. Brat, let this king out, and the grudge between us will be forgotten. The bearded man finally gave in. Fong Qin strolled into the illusory array. He stared at the bearded man and said, It is not impossible for me to let you go, but you have to answer a few of my questions. I know what you want to ask. I can tell you. The bearded man nodded. Is this the Devil City? Fong Qin asked. Nonsense. If this is not the Devil City, could it be the Ghost City? The aura on your body is so strong, but why is your offensive power so weak? Fong Qin continued asking. Hearing this, the bearded man spread out his hands and said helplessly, "The reason why the Devil City is called the Devil City is because it has a devilish cultivation environment. The laws of the world in the Devil City are different from the outside world. We cultivate under the laws of the outside world. After entering the Devil City, we will naturally be repelled and suppressed by the laws of the world here." The bearded man said, "Thus, no matter how strong you are in the Devil City, you will be suppressed to the Unity Realm. Actually, I am a pure sky god." Hearing this, Fong Qin felt his heart trembling. Pure sky god was an existence that surpassed the cosmos god realm. Similar to the cosmos god realm, pure sky god was divided into 3 realms: the heaven opening realm, the earth splitting realm, and the absolute saint realm. The heaven opening realm meant that one had the strength to open the heavens. His fleshy body had reached the limit, forming a space within his body. The earth splitting realm meant fusing the god spring and space together, filling the space with life. The absolute saint realm gave the space the laws of the world, allowing it to operate stably. At the same time, it was separated from the body. Most people would say that pure sky god could create a miniature cosmos, but it was mainly referring to the absolute saint realm experts. And this bearded man in front of him was only an early stage heaven opening expert. His cultivation was suppressed, but his aura was not. At this moment, Fong Qin finally understood. Heaven opening realm? Fong Qin looked at this bearded man playfully, asking, "How many human warriors are there in the Devil City?" The bearded man shook his head. The Devil City has existed for too long. Before the innate paragons came, there were already many people cultivating in the Devil City. Over time, I am not sure how many people there are in the Devil City. What is the demonic faction that you mentioned previously? Fong Qin continued asking. The Devil City is a rare cultivation ground. Even though the cultivation is suppressed here, the speed of cultivation is extremely fast. Furthermore, it is possible to obtain the inheritance of experts. Thus, very few warriors are willing to leave after coming in. The bearded man said, "Where there are people, there will be Jianghu. Where there is Jianghu, there will be disputes. Many geniuses are unwilling to fall behind others. They slowly build their own organizations and rely on them to snatch some cultivation resources. The demonic faction is one of the 5 strongest organizations in the Devil City." The bearded man said, "I am only in the demonic faction branch. With my strength, I am not qualified to join the headquarters." At this point, a strange look flashed across the bearded man's face. "You must not underestimate the 5 great organizations in the Devil City. They can crush any warrior," the bearded man said. After chatting with the bearded man for a while, Fong Qin understood a little. The so-called organizations were actually some experts who raised their arms and shouted loudly. Many weaker warriors would seek refuge under their subordinates, forming a temporary organization. This kind of organization had some sense of teamwork in the Devil City. After leaving the Devil City, who would know each other? After all, everything they did was to improve their strength. The warriors in the Devil City have cultivated for a very long time. Don't think that their cultivation is suppressed to the Unity Realm. Their methods are not something that ordinary people can compare to, the bearded man said. Fong Qin could understand. Although their cultivation realm was suppressed, it did not mean that their comprehension was suppressed. They could still cultivate some of the divine techniques that Han Tianshen could cultivate. Moreover, for some powerful martial artists, just their martial Dao comprehension alone was enough to instantly kill many martial artists, right? Raise your martial Dao comprehension in the Devil City. After leaving the Devil City, your cultivation realm will naturally rise, the bearded man said. This was also the reason why everyone did not want to leave the Devil City. Hence, any random Unity Realm expert in the Devil City would most likely be at the Absolute Sage Realm, or even stronger. Other than the 5 great organizations, there are some scattered small organizations. These small organizations are very unstable. They might be exploring together today and disband tomorrow. The bearded man said, "Many people will think of all ways to join the 5 great organizations in order to seek protection. The 5 great organizations are so powerful. Why do you want to rope me in?" Fong Chin asked indifferently. The bearded man chuckled. "New warriors have great potential. Some can stand out very quickly after being nurtured. Therefore, the 5 great organizations like such talents. In the Devil City, one could see some old monsters who had cultivated for millions or even tens of millions of years. Fortunately, their cultivation was suppressed to the Unity realm. Although they had unimaginable methods, it was still within the range of Fong Chen's acceptance. What a strange Devil City. How is it? Are you willing to join our demonic faction? The bearded man asked. Chapter 2241. Genius 1. Second, remember love, go, / little? Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. The middle-aged man with stubble was called Thunderhand King. He was an ordinary member of the Devil faction. There were a total of 36 branches in the entire Devil City. Although he was a heaven-opening realm martial artist, he had been heavily injured after fighting with experts from other factions. He had been cultivating in this city. Because this place was remote, almost no one would come here. Occasionally, someone would come here, but they would be killed by Thunderhand King. Therefore, after discovering Fong Chin, Thunderhand King's first choice was to capture him. You are the weakest heaven-opening realm martial artist I have ever seen. Fong Chin attacked Thunderhand King without hesitation. In the fight with the latter, Fong Chin discovered that Thunderhand King had lived for tens of thousands of years in vain. Are you sure you were a heaven's pride of northern profound sky 10,000 years ago? Fong Chin carefully stared at Thunderhand King. He didn't feel like it at all. Any heaven's pride had pride in their heart. They were unwilling to be under others. And Thunderhand King didn't have any sharpness. Thunderhand King sighed. You just entered Devil City. You don't know anything. What are the geniuses of the outside world? So what if they are monstrous? They are all old monsters who have cultivated for millions of years. Just their comprehension of the martial Tao is enough to kill all geniuses. When I first entered, I was like you, a hothead and very arrogant. But time has smoothed out my arrogance. After entering the Devil faction, I cultivated for 10,000 years and finally stepped into the heaven-opening realm. Thunderhand King said, My goal is the absolute Saint Realm. When my martial Tao comprehension reaches the absolute Saint Realm, Devil City will open and I will leave. Although one's realm was suppressed in Devil City, martial Tao comprehension wasn't suppressed. However, one's comprehension of martial arts would not be suppressed. The higher one's comprehension, the stronger one would be. Once one's martial Tao comprehension reached the absolute Saint Realm, after leaving Devil City and coming into contact with the outside world's law baptism, one's cultivation would rise from Unity Realm to absolute Saint Realm. There are too many monstrous geniuses in Devil City. When you see them, you will know what despair is. Thunderhand King said. Clearly, Fong Chin had just entered Devil City and couldn't understand. After talking with Thunderhand Wong for a while, he felt that this person's nature was not bad. With a thought, Fong Chin directly removed the illusory formation. Brother, what's your name? Thunderhand King asked. Dongshin Heaven. Fong Chin of the Limitless Sword Sect. So you're a disciple of Dongshin Heaven. No wonder your sword Tao divine arts are so exquisite. Thunderhand King chuckled. I was once saved by an expert of the Limitless Sword Sect in the Demon City. Our meeting can be considered fate. I'll remind you to raise your comprehension of the martial Tao to the heaven-opening realm as quickly as possible. Otherwise, you'll find it hard to move around in Demon City. By the way, you can pay attention to the demon god list when you have time, Thunderhand King said. What is the Demon God list? The Demon God ranking is a ranking created by many experts in Demon City. It's used to measure the strength of a cultivator. There are only 100 names on this list. Those who can make it onto the Demon God list are all very strong. At least, their martial Tao comprehension has reached the Saint Realm, Thunder Hand King said. Hearing this, Fong Chen's expression changed. The experts on the Demon God list had martial Tao comprehension at least at the Saint Realm. It said that the top 10 experts on the Demon God list have martial Tao comprehension beyond the level of pure Sky God. Thunder Hand King said solemnly. Fong Chen's heart trembled. For the first time, he began to seriously examine Demon City. He knew that the sword master of the outer sect of the Wuji sword sect was a true absolute saint. It was said that he had already reached the final step of the sail, and Jian Wuji was even stronger. He had already surpassed the level of pure Sky God. Unexpectedly, there was such a monster in this small demon city. Even if this person only had martial Tao comprehension, he could easily kill him, right? Thinking of this, Fong Chin fell into silence. Suddenly, a sinister laugh came from outside the city. Let's go, Thunder Hand King urged. Thunder Hand King, I didn't expect you to hide in such a remote place. However, before Fong Chen took action, a black-robed, middle-aged man appeared in the city. Thunder Hand King was helpless. Knowing that he couldn't escape, he directly faced the black-robed, middle-aged man. Blackhorn King, do you really want to go against our demon god branch? Thunder Hand King said coldly. Opposite him, Blackhorn King sneered. Thunder Hand King, aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? Even if I kill you, the demon god branch won't avenge you, right? You. Thunder Hand King clenched his fists, exuding a cold, killing intent. Not long ago, he was injured in the battle with Blackhorn King. That was why he was trapped by Fong Chin. He had hidden himself very well, but he was still discovered by Blackhorn King. What? Found a helper? Blackhorn King's gaze swept over Fong Chin and sneered. Fong Chin quietly paid attention to Blackhorn King. The latter's aura seemed to be stronger than Thunder Hand King. No matter how many helpers you find, it's useless. As soon as Blackhorn King's voice fell, his figure flickered and directly appeared in front of Thunder Hand King. Xiao! 2 hard horns appeared on his forehead, directly colliding with Thunder Hand King and Fong Chin. Be careful of his horns! Thunder Hand King exclaimed, exerting all his strength to block Blackhorn King's hard horns. However, at this time, Blackhorn King's other horn fiercely collided with Fong Chen's body. Thunder Hand King's face was filled with helplessness and regret. After the violent power invaded Fong Chen's body, not only did it not destroy his body, it was absorbed by the fist-sized divine spring. What's going on? Fong Chin was puzzled. Although Blackhorn King's attack couldn't kill him, it wasn't easy for him to block it. While Fong Chan was pondering, Blackhorn King's figure flashed and retreated far away, looking at Fong Chen in shock. Kid, who are you? Blackhorn King asked with a deep voice. His eyes flashed with a trace of fear. Thunder Hand King was worrying about how to deal with Blackhorn King. Seeing this scene, he was slightly stunned. Fong Chen remained silent, still pondering. The Blackhorn King became even more anxious when he saw this. Could it be an expert from the Devil God branch? Blackhorn King thought inwardly, but the aura on his body is very weak. Could it be that he is deliberately hiding it? The more he thought, the more he felt something was wrong. Looking at Thunder Hand King's expression, Blackhorn King cursed inwardly. Thunder Hand King, I will definitely take revenge for this. Saying this, Blackhorn King's figure flashed and left the city. After Blackhorn King left, Thunder Hand King walked to Fong Chen's side in astonishment. Brat, why is Blackhorn King so afraid of you? Thunder Hand King asked. Fong Chen shook his head. He seemed to have discovered something. The divine spring can absorb the energy of Blackhorn King? Is this a coincidence or normal? Fong Qin rapidly pondered in his mind. Ever since he broke through to the Unity Realm, he always felt that his divine spring was very different. Thunder Hand King, attack my body with all your strength. Fong Qin suddenly said. Are you out of your mind? Thunder Hand King said. Hurry up, Fong Qin urged. Seeing Fong Qin's serious expression, Thunder Hand King growled and punched at Fong Qin's body. Immediately, the wild energy was absorbed by the divine spring. A trace of ripple appeared in the divine spring. After a moment, the divine spring spat out a trace of pure energy that spread to every part of Fong Qin's body. And at this moment, Thunder Hand King's body was constantly retreating. He stared at Fong Qin with wide eyes. What exactly is in your body? How can it absorb my energy? Thunder Hand King exclaimed. At this moment, Fong Qin's face revealed a trace of a smile. Not only was his divine spring much bigger than others' divine springs, but it was also unaffected by the laws of the world in Devil City. It could even absorb the energy of others. Doesn't this mean that the energy of others will be absorbed by the divine spring when they attack my body? After being purified, it will be absorbed by my body? Thinking of this, Fong Qin's heart was filled with joy. He finally knew why the innate divine runes of order were the top in the entire primal chaos void. The innate divine runes of order are naturally born in the primal chaos void. Although the laws of the world in Devil City are different from the outside world, they can affect the innate divine runes of order that have been baptized by the supreme laws of the primal chaos void. Fong Qin thought inwardly. Thinking of this, it could also explain the powerful ability of the divine spring. Formidable, really too formidable. Thunder Hand King gave Fong Qin a thumbs up. Chapter 2242. Genius 1, Second, remember love, go, /little? Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. At this moment, Fong Qin was ecstatic. The benefits brought by the innate divine marks of order were too great. Especially after entering the Devil City, it was even more obvious. Everyone's cultivation was suppressed in the Devil City, so the level of comprehension of the martial Tao determined the strength of the person. With Fong Qin's current comprehension of the martial Tao, he was at most at the peak of the Unity Realm. If it was in the outside world, he wouldn't be able to fight against a heaven-opening realm martial artist. But here, he could easily defeat a heaven-opening realm martial artist. Looking inwardly at his fist-sized divine spring, Fong Qin's eyes emitted a dazzling light. With such a miraculous divine spring, would he still have to worry about not being able to establish himself in the Devil City? Although he definitely wouldn't be able to fight against an earth-opening realm or absolute saint expert in a short time, at least he had the power to protect himself. Facing Thunder Hand King's praise, Fong Qin only lightly shook his head. The splendor of the Devil City didn't stop here. His gaze landed on Thunder Hand King. The latter had, after all, cultivated in the Devil City for tens of thousands of years and knew a lot about the Devil City. Do you know if there are any inheritance treasures in the Devil City? Fong Qin asked. If it's inheritance treasures, I do know a little, but that area is occupied by the Celestial Eye Palace. One could see that Thunder Hand King's face had a trace of difficulty. Although he was a member of the Devil's Celestial Branch, he was after all an ordinary member. Even if he died, the Devil's Celestial Branch wouldn't stand up for him. And the area he knew was occupied by the Celestial Eye Palace. With his strength alone, he naturally didn't dare to go there. Celestial Eye Palace? Is it very strong? Fong Qin asked. It's said that the Palace Master of the Celestial Eye Palace has already reached the late stage of the heaven-opening realm. He has a dozen heaven-opening realm martial artists under him. It can be considered a considerable force. Thunder Hand King said. A force of a dozen people was already considered not bad. It was much stronger than Fong Qin's solo force. Demon City, on a desolate plain. Fang Chen and Thunder Hand Wang walked side by side. Ever since Fang Chen displayed his absolute strength, Thunder Hand Wang's admiration for Fang Chen couldn't be any greater. Knowing that Fang Chen needed a martial artist who understood the Demon City to lead the way, Thunder Hand Wang naturally volunteered himself. In the Celestial Eye Palace, other than the Palace Master and the demonic Disciple Celestial Eye, there is nothing to be afraid of. There is still a chance to defeat them one by one. Fang Chen said to himself. However, what the two of them did not know was that they had already been targeted. In the dark, there were three figures staring at Fang Chen and Thunder Hand Wang. Why does that person feel a bit like Demon God Branch's Thunder Hand Wang? One of the black-robed martial artists asked. Yes, I think so too. That brat beside Thunder Hand Wang looks very unfamiliar. I wonder who he is? Are you a newcomer? After discussing among themselves, the three of them decided to make a move. Hoo-hoo! Just as Thunder Hand Wang and Fang Chen were moving forward, three figures suddenly appeared in front of them. Suppress! The three of them joined forces to attack, and a wild attacking power instantly spread out. Not good. It's the people of Celestial Eye Palace. Thunder Hand King shouted inwardly, not good, and instantly tangled with one of them. People of Celestial Eye Palace? Fang Chen sneered in his heart, staring at the two people in front of him. According to Thunder Hand Wang, the people of Celestial Eye Palace were all experts in Soul Dao attacks. Their Soul Dao power is not strong. Fang Chen said to himself. Immediately, he used the innate soul reversal technique. The innate soul reversal technique that had reached the second level was very powerful. The terrifying Soul Dao power condensed into a long sword in the sky, incomparably terrifying. Love, go little, say W Chuxiao. Under Fang Chen's control, the long sword suddenly shot towards one of them. At the same time, Fang Chen stomped his foot, and the star-hidden sword suddenly slashed out. The powerful traceless sword art was instantly displayed. 1 against 2. Seeing this scene, even Thunder Hand Wang was a little dazed. Boom! No matter how the opponent's attack fell on his body, the huge divine spring instantly absorbed the power. At the same time, the traceless sword art had quietly pierced into the body of the black-robed warrior. Puchi! With a loud sound, the black-robed warrior's body directly exploded, and his flesh and blood were badly mutilated. His body flew out heavily and fell to the ground, vomiting blood, and his face was pale. How is this possible? The black-robed warrior's heart was set off stormy waves. Dong! In the next moment, the other warrior was also forcibly defeated by Fang Chen's innate soul reversal technique. Go to hell! The two warriors looked at each other and then attacked again. This time, they rushed to kill Fang Chen. The latter frowned slightly, and a trace of killing intent faintly emitted from his heart. Coreless sword art. With the traceless sword art as the main and the innate soul reversal technique as the support, Fang Chen could easily block the attacks of the two from the Celestial Eye Palace. After countless experiments, Fang Chen was more certain. The divine spring had no problem absorbing the power of an early-stage, heaven-opening realm warrior. It would be a little uncomfortable to absorb the power of an intermediate-stage, heaven-opening realm warrior. As for absorbing the power of an advanced-stage, heaven-opening realm warrior, he had not encountered such a situation yet. It seemed that the divine spring was not omnipotent. It could only absorb the power of warriors with similar cultivation. There was still a big limit. However, even so, it had already helped Fang Chen a lot. Xiao! The traceless sword art was displayed again, and the transparent sword light ruthlessly pierced the black-robed warrior's head. Boom! The head shattered, and his vitality dissipated. You dare to kill someone from the Celestial Eye Palace? The other person widened his eyes, and a trace of panic flashed in his heart. He wanted to escape, but he was killed by Fang Chen's innate soul reversal technique. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, 2 heaven-opening realm martial artists were killed. The Heavenly Eye Palace martial artists fighting the Thunder Hand King were terrified. How can this person be so strong? Pung! Taking advantage of this person's carelessness, Thunder Hand King's big hand stretched out and directly crushed the latter's head. Brother, it's so refreshing to fight alongside you. Thunder Hand King walked to Fang Chen with a smile. He truly could not imagine that the latter was a genuine Unity Realm martial artist, yet he could easily kill an early-stage heaven-opening realm martial artist. The only explanation was that this person's comprehension of the martial Tao had long surpassed the Unity Realm. One could not judge a book by its cover, and the sea could not be measured with a pint pot. Perhaps this was the reason behind it. How could he know that Fang Qin was a unique warrior in the primal chaos void? The only warrior who absorbed the innate deity imprint of order had unparalleled combat power at the deity imprint realm. After stepping into the Unity Realm, he became an existence that could sweep across the cosmos God realm. Only with the strained suppression of the Devil City and the help of the God Spring could he easily kill a heaven-opening realm warrior. Of course, he could not fight against him in the outside world. Let's hurry up and leave. If the people from the Celestial Eye Palace discover us, they will definitely come for revenge. Thunder Hand King reminded. Fang Qin nodded and continued following Thunder Hand King. Near the headquarters of the Celestial Eye Palace, there was a broken city. Within this city, there were 4 or 5 people currently attacking a young warrior. Brat, obediently let us capture you. Otherwise, you will definitely die. One of them coldly said, Humph, you want me to let you capture me? Dream on. Han Yuan was in a sorry state. After entering the Devil City, he had been attacked by several superpowers. Fortunately, he was able to avert danger every time. But this time he was surrounded by several people from the Celestial Eye Palace in this city. He could not escape at all. Relying on his comprehension of the martial Tao, Han Yuan could barely survive under the attacks of several people. But he knew that as time passed, he would definitely die. Damn, am I going to die right after entering the Devil City? Han Yuan was unreconciled. He did not want to die just like this. As he fought, he retreated while thinking of a countermeasure. At this moment, Thunder Hand King and Fang Qin, who were rushing in the direction of the Celestial Eye Palace, suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Thunder Hand King asked in astonishment. Fang Qin closed his eyes. His spiritual sense immediately spread out, and he felt a familiar aura. The aura of senior disciple brother Han Yuan. Suddenly, Fang Qin opened his eyes, revealing a trace of joy. This time, of the 5 people who entered the Devil City, 2 were from the Limitless Sword sect. Other than him, there was Han Yuan. Who would have thought that he would meet Han Yuan here? Chapter 2243. Genius 1. Second, remember love divided by go divided by little? I'll provide you with wonderful novels to read. After feeling Han Yuan's aura fluctuation, Fang Chen's face turned solemn. He used the time collapse technique and rushed towards the source of the aura. Love, go, little, say, W, chew. After a while, Fang Qin found a broken city in front of him. At the same time, he found that senior brother Han Yuan, who was besieged by the Sky Eye Palace, was somewhat powerless. Senior brother Han Yuan. Fang Qin shouted and leaped into the dilapidated city. Stop! A thunderous voice resounded through the sky. A transparent sword light suddenly appeared in front of Han Yuan and blocked the attack of the Sky Eye Palace. Then, Fang Qin stretched out his hand and grabbed Han Yuan, pulling him behind him. Senior brother Han Yuan, are you okay? Fang Qin asked. Seeing Fang Qin appear, Han Yuan was pleasantly surprised. But soon, a hint of worry appeared in his eyes. Junior brother Fang, you should leave. Han Yuan said. Fang Qin shook his head. Han Yuan was good to him and even gave him the demonic dragon body refinement technique. How could he leave him in the lurch? Huff! Huff! At this moment, Thunder Hand Wong also rushed over, panting. "Brother Fong, what are you doing?" He looked at Fong Qin and asked, "Humph, I was wondering who it was. So it's the demon god branch." The members of the Sky Eye Palace were relieved after seeing Thunder Hand Wong. Their faces were filled with mockery, looking down on Thunder Hand Wong. "Thunder Hand Wong, why are you not in the demon god branch, but in our Sky Eye Palace's territory?" One of them said coldly, "That kid must be from your demon god branch, right? How dare he be so arrogant in our Sky Eye Palace's territory? Is he courting death?" Several people from the Celestial Eye Palace walked over in a threatening manner. For a moment, Thunder Hand Wong was in a dilemma. "He's my senior brother." Fong Qin gently patted Han Yuan's shoulder. He took a step forward and stared at the people from the Sky Eye Palace. "So what if he's your senior brother? They've offended my Celestial Eye Palace, so they're dead for sure." "That's right. No one can save him. Don't think that just because you are from the demon Celestial branch, my Celestial Eye Palace is afraid of you." The people of the Sky Eye Palace didn't even put Fong Qin in their eyes as they shouted arrogantly. Hearing this, Fong Qin frowned. He glanced at Thunder Hand King beside him. The latter's face was filled with helplessness. At the same time, he was also hinting at him with his eyes, telling him not to act rashly. Voila! With a thought from Fong Qin, a strong hallucinogenic aura instantly spread out. In the next moment, he unleashed a powerful, piercing heaven formation. After layers of layers, the power of the illusion was raised to the maximum, trapping the people from the Celestial Eye Palace within. "Do it," Fong Qin said. By the time Thunder Hand King reacted, Fong Qin had already rushed into the illusory realm. Holding the hidden star sword, he killed one of them. "Fuck them," Thunder Hand Wong roared. His eyes were scarlet as he rushed into the illusion and started a massacre. Poochie! These people weren't too strong. As for Fong Qin, they weren't much of a threat. Soon, he used the illusion and the divine spring to kill all of them. Huff! Thunder Hand Wong gasped for breath as he turned his head to look at Fong Qin. Brother Fong, what you are doing is too dangerous," Thunder Hand Wong warned in a low voice. "The palace master of the Celestial Eye Palace is very strong. It's said that he has already reached the late stage of the heaven-opening realm. If you are targeted by him, only death awaits you." Fong Chen's face was calm as he ignored Thunder Hand Wong's warning. "Senior disciple brother Han Yuan, why are you here?" Fong Chen asked. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Han Yuan sat on the ground and said while gasping for breath, "Junior disciple brother Fong, you don't know. After I entered the Devil City, I was separated from the others. I heard a piece of news saying that there is a tomb near the territory of the Celestial Eye Palace. Only Unity Realm experts can enter it. Hence, I wanted to go in and take a look. Who would have thought that I would meet people from the Celestial Eye Palace on the way? They forced me to join the Celestial Eye Palace. I didn't agree and was chased after. Fortunately, Junior disciple brother Fong appeared." Han Yuan rejoiced. If not for Fong Qin saving him, he would have died here. Tomb? Only Unity Realm experts can enter it? Fong Qin frowned as he pondered rapidly. The Devil City had existed for too long. The martial artists here had basically reached the turbid deity level in their comprehension of the martial Tao. As for Unity Realm experts, there were only some disciples who had just entered. "Do you know?" Fong Qin turned to Thunder Hand King and asked. The latter nodded. "Of course I know. This tomb is very famous. It once belonged to an absolute sage expert. It is said that there is a divine spring bead in this tomb. Activating this bead can resist the invasion of the laws of the world in the Devil City for a short period of time." Hearing this, Fong Chen's heart trembled. Waves of shock rose within him. Divine spring bead. Fong Chen opened his eyes wide as he stared at Thunder Hand King. Resisting the invasion of the laws of the world in the Devil City for a short period of time? What did this mean? This meant that as long as one could obtain the divine spring bead, they would be able to unleash their true realm and true strength. The divine spring bead is too precious. It is condensed by the heavenly spring master with his life's effort. Every martial artist who enters the Devil City hopes to obtain the divine spring bead. But it's a pity that the tomb of the heavenly spring master has a powerful restriction. If one's martial Tao level exceeds the unity realm, they would not be able to get close at all. This can be considered as giving a chance to weaker martial artists. Thunderhand King continued, "According to what you said, the reason why the various superpowers in the Devil City are fighting for newcomers is also because of the tomb of the heavenly spring master?" Fong Chen asked. Thunderhand King nodded. Previously, Fong Chen did not ask, and he did not say anything. "So that's the case." Fong Chen nodded. A strange smile appeared on his face. "Where is the tomb of the heavenly spring master?" Fong Chen asked. "It is in the territory of the Heaven's Eye Palace. Every time the Devil City opens, the tomb of the heavenly spring master will automatically open for a period of time. Any Unity realm expert can enter it." Thunderhand King said. "Bring us there," Fong Chen said. After a short rest, Thunderhand King brought Fong Chen and Han Yuan towards the tomb of the heavenly spring master. Fong Chen would naturally not miss such a good opportunity. In the tomb of the heavenly spring master, there was not just the divine spring bead. There were other inheritance, supreme treasures. Many superpowers had their eyes on the heavenly spring master. It's a pity that only Unity realm experts could enter. Hoo. After a few hours, Fong Chen and the other two arrived before the tomb of the heavenly spring master. It was a desolate place with no signs of life. There was a tombstone above the tomb with the words "Tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master" written on it. In front of the tomb, there was a pitch-black cave. It seemed simple, but in reality it had a powerful restriction. "The cave is shrinking. It is about to close," Thunderhand King reminded. "Should we enter directly?" Fong Chen asked. He was slightly uncertain. What if the tomb of the heavenly spring master was not as what Thunderhand King said? After all, he had not known Thunderhand King for a long time. He did not dare to believe the latter easily. "Junior disciple Brother Fong, the news I obtained is roughly the same as what Thunderhand King said. The tomb of the heavenly spring master is actually giving some Unity realm experts who just entered the Devil City a chance to compete." Han Yuan slowly said, "In the Devil City, there are many old monsters who have cultivated for millions of years. Their comprehension of the martial Tao is not something we can compare with. If it is open to the public, we won't have any chance. It is precisely because of the powerful restriction that it can prevent others from entering. Only us Unity realm experts can enter." Hearing this, Fong Chen lightly nodded. "All right, then let's enter now," Fong Chen said. Han Yuan nodded. The two of them entered the pitch-black cave. Seeing this, Thunderhand King's eyes flickered. "I have a feeling that this fellow Fong Chen will most likely get the divine spring bead." He had not interacted with Fong Chen for a long time, but Thunderhand King felt that he could not see through this brat. Hung long. Just as Fong Chen and Han Yuan entered the tomb of the heavenly spring master, the pitch-black cave disappeared. The tomb of the heavenly spring master regained its tranquility. Seeing this, Thunderhand King shook his head and turned to leave. In a short period, there would definitely be no one coming here. When the tomb of the heavenly spring master opened, experts from various superpowers would definitely come. "I hope you can give me a pleasant surprise at that time," Thunderhand King thought. But after Thunderhand King left, a ripple appeared in the void. Closely following that, a black dot shot into the crack that had yet to close. Voila! Chapter 2244. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with interesting novels to read. The layout of the tomb of the heavenly spring master was very strange. "Is this the tomb of the heavenly spring master?" Fong Chen looked around and asked softly. Han Yuan nodded. They were in a pitch-black palace, surrounded by walls made of thick and heavy rocks. There's a stone door here. Fang Qin found a stone door on the wall. The two gently pushed open the stone door. Suddenly, a vicissitude aura rushed towards them. Then the two were stunned. Is this a maze? Fang Qin had a better understanding of illusions. He could see that the gray mist in front of him was a huge maze. This maze should be a test. We have to pass through it to get the inheritance treasure and the divine spring pearl, Han Yuan said. The two of them looked at each other, then resolutely stepped into the labyrinth. The maze was very large. After entering, Fang Qin felt that his senses were greatly affected. He could only rely on his understanding of illusions to advance with great difficulty. Somewhere in the maze, a figure sat cross-legged. 2 rays of saber light flashed in his eyes. His gaze was sharp, the inheritance of a saber Tao expert. Wait until I fully accept it. I'll cut you into pieces. This person was the saber demon of the divine saber sect. Ever since Fang Qin chased after him in the territory of the divine saber sect, he swore to tear off Fang Qin's head with his own hands. After entering the demon city, he found out about the tomb of the heavenly spring master. Soon he found this place. He didn't know what kind of luck he had, but he found the inheritance left behind by a saber Tao expert when he was randomly exploring the maze. The saber demon was a saber Tao genius, so he accepted the saber Tao inheritance very quickly. In just 3 days, he fully accepted the saber Tao inheritance. Dong! The divine spring in his body vibrated. His cultivation reached the peak of the unity realm in one go. Crack! He clenched his fists, and the sound of his bones cracking could be heard. The saber demon regained his former pride and confidence. His face was calm, but a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Isn't it just absorbing the innate order divine print? What's so great about that? The blade demon sneered. Thinking back to how Fang Qin had once flaunted his strength in front of him, he felt really annoyed. However, he also knew that if he wanted to kill Fang Qin, he would have to wait until he left the tomb of the Sky Spring Master. The most important thing now was to find the divine spring pearl. After finding Fang Qin, the saber demon's figure flashed, leaving behind afterimages as it quickly rushed into the depths of the maze. At this moment, opposite the saber demon, Fang Qin and Han Yuan were slowly walking over. Junior brother Fang, I didn't expect you to be so skilled in illusions. After walking for about an hour, Han Yuan's admiration for Fang Qin was at its peak. Previously, he had always thought that Fang Qin was only talented in the martial way and the soul way. But now, seeing that he was able to navigate the maze with ease, her heart could not calm down. I've only dabbled in it. Fang Qin chuckled and said modestly. At this moment, he suddenly sensed an aura approaching. Someone is approaching. Fang Qin suddenly stretched out his hand, indicating for Han Yuan to stop. I wonder if it's a martial artist from my Eastern Profound Heaven or one of the other 3 Profound Heavens, Han Yuan thought. Only Unity Realm martial artists could enter the tomb of the Sky Spring Master. Needless to say, the 20 martial artists from the 4 Profound Heavens had all entered the tomb. Be careful, Fang Qin said in a low voice. After all, this was a maze with layers of fog. Fang Qin did not dare to be careless. Dang, dang, dang. Fang Qin led Han Yuan forward cautiously. Soon he saw the person who came. There's someone ahead. The saber demon also discovered Fang Qin and Han Yuan and said in a low voice. However, when they approached, the saber demon's eyes revealed a cold, killing intent. It seems that even the heavens want me to take revenge. The saber demon said eerily as it stared at Fang Qin with its pitch-black eyes. The surroundings of the maze were filled with dense fog. Only in this area did the fog gradually recede. The 3 looked at each other. The atmosphere was very heavy. Saber demon, Han Yuan said after discovering the saber demon. Fang Qin, Do you still remember what I said before?" The saber demon said, I don't remember." Fong Qin said calmly. "You," the saber demon said angrily, "are you pretending to be calm? When you were in the territory of the Saber God sect, did you think that this day would come?" Fong Qin shook his head. "I really did not think that this day would come." He thought that he would kill the saber demon that day. Who would have thought that it would be delayed until today? "Since the heavens let me meet you, you can die now." The saber demon's aura shook. A violent saber Dao aura instantly spread out. A saber suddenly appeared in his hand. With a shake of his wrist, saber shadows were left in the void. Junior brother Fong. Han Yuan was worried and reminded him. "Leave it to me," Fong Qin said. He had always thought that Bai Qingqing's death was related to the saber demon. If the sect leader of the Saber God sect had not appeared at the crucial moment, the saber demon would have died. God slaying saber. The demon in the blade let out a low roar. The saber in his hand suddenly slashed out, bringing with it an earth-shattering power. The God-slaying saber was the ultimate skill that he had just obtained from the Saber Dao inheritance. The saber demon used such a killer move right from the start. It was enough to see how much the saber demon hated Fong Qin. Too weak, Fong Qin stood calmly in the maze. He activated the 1,000-sword body and raised his defense to the maximum. Seeing that the saber demon's saber was about to touch his body, the saber demon's saber suddenly moved. The hidden star sword was suddenly brandished, and the fourth move of the traceless swordsmanship was displayed. The saber and the sword collided fiercely. Buzz! The star-concealing sword's devouring attribute was instantly released. A strong devouring force covered the saber demon's saber. Boom! The terrifying force exploded when the saber and saber collided. The saber demon realized that a strong force came from the saber and forced him to retreat. No! The saber demon looked at the scene in disbelief. He could not accept the reality in front of him. He had obtained the Saber Dao inheritance and cultivated the god-slaying saber. Why was the outcome still the same? Crack! A crack appeared on the saber demon's saber. The star-concealing sword took the opportunity to launch a strong attack. Soon, the violent sword Qi drowned the saber. As time passed, despair flashed across the saber demon's eyes. Run! However, the saber demon did not give up. In a flash, he escaped into the depths of the maze. This was a maze. As long as he escaped, no matter how strong Fong Qin was, he would not be able to find him. Trying to escape, Fong Qin sneered. He held the star-concealing sword in his hand and waved it. Immediately, the broken saber shot out with a whistling sound. It carried a power that caused people to tremble as it shot towards the saber demon. Damn it! Sensing the terrifying force behind him, the saber demon cursed in his heart. At the same time, he tried his best to control the saber, but to no avail. Poochie! In the end, the saber demon resisted with all his might and barely dodged the attack. However, he also paid the price of an arm. Blood flowed out from the broken arm. The saber demon stared at Fong Qin ferociously. The gap was too big. The saber demon's confidence was gone at this moment. He was beaten black and blue by Fong Qin. I don't believe it. Until now, the saber demon could not accept this reality. What else do you have to say? Fong Qin asked. The saber demon shook his head. He did not want to give up. Where there is life, there is hope. Thinking of this, the saber demon's aura fluctuated. He pretended to attack, but he was actually trying to escape. However, his plan was seen through by Fong Qin. Poochie! The saber demon's other arm was also chopped off by Fong Qin. However, after paying such a price, the saber demon managed to escape a distance away. I can't die, the saber demon said to himself. He was relying on his belief to survive. Qin Fan? Just when the saber demon felt that Fong Qin was about to catch up, he saw Chun Fan. Brother Qin Fan. The saber demon shouted and instantly appeared in front of Qin Fan. The latter was looking for the exit of the maze. When he saw the saber demon covered in blood, he was surprised. "Why are you like this?" Qin Fan asked. Chapter 2245. A Genius Remembers. Love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Meeting Qin Fan was a pleasant surprise. If it were before this, the Blade Demon wouldn't even look at Qin Fan. In his opinion, Qin Fan was just a dark horse. A dark horse would always be a dark horse. He couldn't be compared to the top disciples of the Three Sect. But now he grasped at this life-saving straw. As long as he gave enough temptation, Qin Fan would definitely take action. As long as he could make some time for himself, he would be able to escape unscathed. Brother Blade. Seeing the Blade Demon in such a sorry state, Qin Fan was a little stunned. However, he quickly understood. Han Yuan and Fong Qin were rushing over at top speed. The two of them are too despicable. They ambushed me. Brother Qin Fan, I hope you can help. If you turn a blind eye after they kill me, their next target will be you, the Blade Demon said. Qin Fan's eyes flickered. He originally didn't want to agree, but suddenly his body trembled and a sly smile appeared on his face. It was as if he had become a different person. Brother Blade, don't worry. How can I turn a blind eye? Qin Fan said. With Qin Fan's words, the Blade Demon heaved a sigh of relief. Brother Fong, we meet again. Fong Qin and Han Yuan stopped and looked at Qin Fan. The latter's face was full of smiles, as if he had met an old friend he hadn't seen for many years. You want to help the Blade Demon? Fong Qin asked. We are all from Dongxin Heaven. We can help each other. Why should we kill each other? Qin Fan smiled. Other than the 5 from Dongxin Heaven, there are also martial artists from the other 3 heavens who entered the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Lord. Shouldn't we join forces to fight the other 3 heavens martial artists? Looking at Qin Fan's half-smile, Fong Qin frowned. Qin Fan, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, Han Yuan said. If the one who lost was Fong Qin, the Blade Demon wouldn't have shown mercy, right? Oh, I like to meddle in other people's business. A dagger suddenly appeared in Qin Fan's hand. He played with the dagger as he spoke calmly. Step by step, Fong Qin walked towards the Blade Demon. Seeing this, Qin Fan's face darkened. Swish! Qin Fan flicked his wrist, and the dagger in his hand instantly pierced through the void and appeared in front of Fong Qin. Ding! However, to his surprise, Fong Qin did not panic at all. He extended his fingers and easily caught the dagger between his fingers. You want to stop me with this little thing. Fong Qin's fingers loosened, and the dagger fell to the ground as he spoke indifferently. Seeing this, Qin Fan's expression changed. Looks like my guess was right. You are the one who hides the deepest among the 5 of us. Qin Fan licked his dry lips and said with a grin, I, Qin Fan, would like to have a taste of your skills. I hope you won't regret it later. Fong Qin did not waste any more time and performed the traceless sword principle. Terrifying sword lights came one after another like waves, forming a super strong attack in the maze. How could this be? After feeling the power of the traceless sword principle, Qin Fan's face turned completely gloomy. My strength has increased so much after breaking through to the Unity Realm. Originally, Qin Fan thought that he was strong enough to compete with Fong Qin, but now it seemed that he was still lacking. Buzz! Qin Fan's body trembled as he tried to let the evil energy in his body possess him. But soon his expression changed and he retreated to the side of the Blade Demon. Swish! Qin Fan flicked his wrist and an evil light burst out, shrouding Fong Qin and Han Yuan. Love, go, little, say, network, let's go. Qin Fan pulled the Blade Demon's sleeve and disappeared in the maze. Boom! After Fong Qin and Han Yuan worked together to break the evil light. They found that Qin Fan was nowhere to be found. Chen Fan's aura is very strange. Fang Qin said with a frown. During Dongshuan's grand gathering, he had felt an evil aura on Qin Fan. At that time he was not sure, but now he finally understood. There seems to be a very strong force hidden in his body, Fang Qin said to himself. I didn't expect Qin Fan to be hiding his strength as well. Han Yuan said, with his potential, he shouldn't be in a small sect like the Dragon Demon sect. The maze was winding and winding. It was still difficult to meet other people here. In a corner, shrouded in fog, Qin Fan tossed the blade demon to the ground and sat down on the ground. Brother Qin Fan, thank you for your help. The blade demon's injuries were now under control. It cupped its fists and thanked Qin Fan. No need to thank me. I saved you for myself, Qin Fan said meaningfully. Fang Qin, that scoundrel, didn't take us seriously because he absorbed the innate divine sigil of order. We can't let him continue to grow, or we'll all die at his hands. After this battle, the blade demon thought that it and Qin Fan were on the same side. Qin Fan nodded, a complicated look flashing in his eyes. He ignored the blade demon and talked to the voice in his body. Why didn't you let me use your power to kill Fang Qin? Qin Fan asked. He had already wanted to kill Fang Qin and was about to borrow the latter's power, but he was stopped. You idiot, you're too weak. You can't withstand my strongest power. Even if you borrow my power in a hurry, you won't be able to fully unleash it. In the end, you'll only let it escape and discover my existence. An evil voice sounded. Then, absorb the blade demon's power first, then plan. Don't worry. I'll help you dominate the tomb of the heavenly spring lord, the voice continued. After a short conversation, Qin Fan turned to look at the blade demon. The latter was sitting cross-legged and treating its injuries. It was not on guard against Qin Fan. Seeing this, Qin Fan shook his head. So what if he was a disciple of a top sect? So what if he was a genius? In the end, he would still die at his own hands. Qin Fan, will use my majestic light to cover all the geniuses in Shuexing. Qin Fan's ambition was great. He had been hiding in the Dragon Demon sect for this day. Through Dongshuan's grand meet, he would get the chance to enter the demon city and then use the evil power in his body to climb to the top of the younger generation. Absorb it quickly. The urging voice came from within his body. Qin Fan nodded, then slowly placed his hands on the blade demon's back. Immediately, a violent power poured into the blade demon's body. The blade demon, who was healing, smiled gratefully when it saw this. I will never forget Brother Qin Fan's kindness, the blade demon said in a low voice. However, a moment later, the blade demon's face was filled with fear. Its face was ferocious as it roared at the sky, struggling. You, the blade demon, roared angrily. It felt the power Qin Fan had poured into its body was destroying its organs and absorbing its divine spring at the same time. What are you doing? I said that I saved you to help myself. Qin Fan said faintly, as if he had expected the blade demon's reaction. You despicable person. The blade demon roared furiously, struggling with all its might. However, when the evil aura invaded its body, the blade demon's eyes widened as it looked at Qin Fan in disbelief. However, it didn't have the chance to finish its words. In an instant, his divine spring was forcibly extracted by Qin Fan and refined. With the divine spring dug out, the blade demon's life was cut off, and its body turned into a skeleton. Bang! Qin Fan removed his hands, and the blade demon's corpse fell to the ground. The blade demon's mad screams could be heard in the air. It was unwilling. Not even in its dreams would it have thought that it would die at the hands of a dark horse that didn't even want to look at it. Buzz! Soon, Qin Fan had completely refined the divine spring of the blade demon, and his aura surged. His complexion looked much better. Phew! Qin Fan was very excited as he let out a breath. Not bad, not bad. After devouring a few more divine springs, your martial arts will reach the heaven-opening realm. At that time, no one will be able to compete with you for the divine spring pearl. After you get the divine spring pearl, you will sweep through the entire tomb of the heavenly spring master, the evil voice said again. Chun Fan clenched his fists, feeling very excited. Chapter 2246. Genius remembers love in 1 second. /small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The Blade Demon had been rescued by Chun Fan. This was something unexpected. However, Fong Qin didn't take it to heart. As long as they were still in the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Lord, they would meet again one day. When that time came, he would deal with them together. However, after this incident, Fong Qin felt that there was something strange about Chun Fan. The next time we meet, I must take a good look at him, Fong Qin muttered to himself. Junior brother Fong, Chun Fan's strength is really beyond our expectations. Han Yuan curled his lips. Why do you think he is willing to stay in the Dragon Demon sect if his potential is so great? Or does the Dragon Demon sect have some kind of powerful secret technique that can nurture a monstrous genius like Chun Fan? Fong Qin shook his head. His pitch-black eyes pierced through the fog and looked into the distance. I think that Chun Fan must have some unknown secret. After pondering for a moment, Fong Qin and Han Yuan continued forward. The maze was very large, and it would take some time to completely get out. Fong Qin wasn't in a hurry. He patiently analyzed the maze's trajectory. Fong Qin, who had calmed down, was able to solve the maze much faster. Half a month later, Fong Qin and Han Yuan appeared under a towering tree. There was nothing special about this towering tree, but it made Fong Qin very happy. If my guess is right, we should be at the center of the maze, Fong Qin said. Doesn't that mean that the inheritance of the Heavenly Spring Lord is very likely here? Han Yuan asked hurriedly. Fong Qin nodded. Let's look around. After searching near the towering tree for 13 days, the Western Mysterious Heaven cultivators arrived. Someone actually came one step ahead of us. The 5 martialists from the Western Mysterious Sky were all gathered together. The leader of the group had a faint expression on his face. Soon, the 5 Western Mysterious Heaven cultivators arrived in front of Fong Qin and Han Yuan, a disciple of Dongxian Heaven's Limitless Sword sect. The leader had golden hair and held a golden spear in his hand as he asked coldly. Han Yuan secretly paid attention to the golden-haired man and cursed inwardly. If his guess was right, these 5 people should be disciples of the Western Mysterious Heavenly Spear sect. The Western Profound Heaven was not like the Eastern Profound Heaven, which was divided among the top 3 sects. The Divine Spear sect was the most powerful sect in the Western Mysterious Sky, so all 5 spots had been taken by their disciples. The 5 of them used a unique secret technique to communicate with each other, then gathered together to explore the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Lord, a disciple of the Western Mysterious Heavenly Spear sect. Han Yuan asked. Han Yuan, long time no see. The martialist in brown, clothes behind the golden-haired martialist grinned. Back then, I went to Dongxian Heaven alone and was defeated by you. I still can't forget it. Since we've met here, let's have a rematch. As he spoke, the brown-clothed martial artist walked to the side of the clearing. A long spear appeared in his hand as he stared at Han Yuan. What? You're the strongest disciple of the Limitless Sword sect. You don't dare to accept my challenge? Hebo, we're here for the inheritance of the Heavenly Spring Lord. It's not a good time to fight, Han Yuan said. Bullsh *T. I still remember the battle back then. If you don't accept my challenge, don't blame me for being rude, Hebo scolded. Ever since he was defeated by Han Yuan, it had become his inner demon. Han Yuan, if you're a man, accept my junior brother's challenge, the golden-haired martialist said. Seeing this, Han Yuan had no choice but to accept the challenge. Swoosh! Seeing Han Yuan walk over, he both thrust his long spear forward. Suddenly the void shattered. The spearhead carried a vast power, forming a vortex and thrusting toward Han Yuan. Bang! 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 Han Yuan used the limitless sword sex secret technique. Streaks of sword light collided with the spearhead. The two of them instantly engaged in a fierce battle. Fong Qin frowned. He could feel that his senior brother Han Yuan was about to lose. Sure enough, just as he had this thought, the long spear thrust forward. Han Yuan was shocked to find that he couldn't dodge it. Ha ha ha, Han Yuan, you've lost. He both laughed wildly. At the same time, he increased the power of his long spear and thrust it toward Han Yuan. However, when his long spear was only 1 centimeter away from Han Yuan, no matter how hard he tried, the long spear couldn't move forward. He both saw Fong Qin standing in front of Han Yuan, holding the long spear. Senior brother Han Yuan has already lost. Why do you have to kill him? Fong Qin flicked his finger, and Hebo's long spear flew back. Hebo steadied himself, holding the long spear in his hand, and said coldly, "Boy, you're not even as good as Han Yuan. How dare you stand up for him?" Han Yuan's face was ashen. Hebo, whom he had defeated before, was now someone he had to look up to. Sigh. With a sigh, Han Yuan patted Fong Qin's shoulder. Fong Qin turned his head and smiled. Senior brother Han. Then, Fong Qin looked at Hebo again. If you lose, you have to pay the price. When I was defeated by him, I also paid a heavy price to escape, Hebo said. If you insist on protecting Han Yuan, I don't mind killing you. Senior brother Han Yuan has already lost. This battle is over, Fong Qin emphasized. But I don't agree, Hebo said. Why? Are you looking down on the divine spear sect? Fight me one-on-one if you have the guts. Junior brother He. Suddenly, a warrior in white holding a folding fan said in a low voice, "You're no match for him." Impossible. He both shook his head and said in a low voice, "Just because he caught my long spear in his hand, you conclude that I'm no match for him? Senior brother Han Shi, aren't you being too presumptuous?" The warrior called Han Shi shook his head and said, "His strength is far above Han Yuan's." "Yes, you're no match for him," the golden-haired warrior said. Suddenly, Hebo lowered his head and did not dare to refute. Although he was very unwilling to accept this fact, the person who spoke was his senior brother, the spear dragon, and he did not dare to refute. "Boy, I'm a little itchy. Can I fight with you?" Han Shi asked. "If you lose, will we forget about senior brother Han Yuan?" Fong Qin asked. "Of course," Han Shi said with a smile. "Okay, I'll fight with you," Fong Qin said. Buzz. A strong wind blew. The battle was about to begin. Han Shi was the first to attack. He opened the folding fan in his hand, and small darts shot out quickly. Dang! Dang! Fong Qin stood quietly. He activated the myriad sword body and raised his defense to the extreme, allowing the darts to hit his body. "Is that all you've got?" Fong Qin sneered. "You!" After being mocked by Fong Qin, Han Shi was furious. He took out his long spear and performed a unique spear technique. The spear was like a dragon, and its momentum was like a rainbow. Han Shi's attack power was much stronger than Hebo's, but Fong Qin was unmoved. Too weak. Fong Qin shook his head and said, "Pretentious." Seeing this, Han Shi was furious. He stabbed his spear at Fong Qin. Crack! An unexpected scene appeared. Just like how he dealt with Hebo, Fong Qin's fingers gently caught Han Shi's long spear. Suddenly, the powerful long spear was imprisoned in midair. No matter how hard Han Shi tried, he could not move the long spear at all. How is this possible? Han Shi was shocked. He looked at Fong Qin dumbfounded. Even the golden-haired martial artist was slightly stunned. "I underestimated his strength," the golden-haired martial artist said. Second senior brother could not help but attack. He stabbed his spear at Fong Qin, forcing Fong Qin back and saving Han Shi at the same time. After Han Shi stabilized his body, There was a trace of horror in his eyes. You lost. Fang Qin looked straight at Han Shi. Han, she lowered his head and did not say a word. Your strength is beyond my expectations. If I'm not wrong, your strength is close to the heaven-opening realm, right? Spear Dragon said calmly. Fang Qin did not say anything. In fact, in his eyes, Spear Dragon was nothing. If he wanted to kill someone, no one could stop him. It was just that he wanted to find the divine spring bead and did not want to kill at will. Senior brother Han Yuan, let's go, Fang Qin said. The two turned and prepared to leave. Stop, did I say you can leave? Spear Dragon frowned and said unhappily. Fang Qin stopped in his tracks. Without turning his head, he said, Han, she has lost. This matter ends here. Chapter 2247. Genius remembers love in 1 second. /small. This is a wonderful novel for you to read. Buzz. After hearing Spear Dragon's words, Fang Qin's aura surged up to the sky. He suddenly turned around, his pitch-black pupils stared straight at Spear Dragon and said word by word, You want to die! The disciples of Spear God sect opened their eyes wide and looked at Fang Qin as if they were looking at an idiot. He's dead. No one has ever dared to talk to Senior Brother Spear Dragon like that. Ha ha ha. What a dumb donkey. Spear Dragon was shocked too, but he quickly regained his composure. Are you talking to me? Spear Dragon asked. Disciples of Spear God sect, how dare you go back on your words? Aren't you looking to die? Fang Qin's attitude suddenly changed. Initially, he did not want to fight, but Spear Dragon's attitude made him feel disgusted. He did not mind killing a few more people. Spear Dragon looked at Fang Qin carefully. He wanted to know where his courage came from. But after looking at him for a long time, he did not find anything. He shook his head and said, It's normal for a young man to be arrogant, but you shouldn't talk to me like that. Do you know what happened to all the people who spoke to me like that before you? I'm not interested to know what happened to them. I only know that you, Spear Dragon, are not even comparable to a dog in my eyes. Fang Qin said coldly. Han Yuan was a little anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Kid, how dare you insult our senior brother? Are you looking to die? You're dead. When senior brother attacks, there are no survivors. The disciples of Spear God sect were enraged and started cursing Fang Qin. Spear Dragon's face was ferocious. He was emitting a terrifying aura as he walked towards Fang Qin. Ignorant people die the quickest. Spear Dragon said, In my eyes, you're an ignorant person, but I know that you'll die before me. Fang Qin said, Are all disciples of Wuji Sword sect as arrogant as you? Are all disciples of Spear God sect like you, going back on your words and bullying others? Fang Qin asked, Love, go, little, say, net, chew for a moment. The atmosphere in the air was very tense. Spear Dragon and Fang Qin stood facing each other, secretly competing. Fang Qin was not afraid of Spear Dragon's threat. He opened his palm and the hidden star sword. Originally, I didn't want to kill anyone, but you forced me to do so, Fang Qin said. If you kneel down and cow down now, I can consider leaving you a complete corpse, Xiao Long continued. Fang Qin shook his head. It's too late. Whoosh! As soon as his voice fell, an incredible transparent sword light suddenly burst out from the hidden star sword. At the same time, Fang Qin completely activated the holy spring in his body. Bang! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. At this moment, it was as if Fang Qin was possessed by the god of slaughter, courting death. Seeing this, Xiao Long waved the long spear in his hand and bellowed, striking towards Fang Qin. With senior brother Spear Dragon here, this brat will definitely die. How dare a mere Wuji Sword sect challenge our Spear God sect? Let's take this opportunity to eliminate the disciples of Wuji Sword sect. Even Han Yuan doesn't dare to challenge senior brother Spear Dragon. Where did this idiot get his confidence from? Several disciples of Spear God sect ridiculed Fong Qin, thinking that the latter was trying to hit a stone with an egg. Bang! The transparent sword light pierced through the void and suddenly appeared in front of Spear Dragon. With Fong Chen's current strength, he could defeat any Unity Realm expert. What was a mere spear dragon to him? No matter how strong he was still a Unity Realm expert. Furthermore, he did not have an innate divine rune of order. How could he fight against Fong Chen? Die. Seeing Fong Chen's attack, Spear Dragon sneered. He wanted to see what other tricks Fong Chen had up his sleeves. However, when his long spear struck the transparent sword light, a sudden change occurred. Kacha! The spearhead of the spear was separated from the spear body. Cracks appeared on the body of the spear body. Bang! The transparent sword light exploded. Violent energy engulfed the entire spear. Not good. Spear Dragon cried out. He immediately gave up on the spear body and retreated. Are you afraid now? Looking at Spear Dragon, Fong Chen did not hesitate and slashed out with his sword. Heaven and earth split open and the void shattered. Spear Dragon retreated from the battle. He stabilized his body and took a deep breath. His body was trembling. Too strong. At this moment, Spear Dragon looked at Fong Chen with a complicated gaze. However, before he could catch his breath, a shocking sword light directly slashed his body into two halves. Kacha! The strongest disciple of Western Mysterious Heaven's top sect, Spear Dragon, died under the hidden star sword. Senior brother. After a short moment of shock, the four disciples of Spear God sect screamed. They could not accept the fact that someone as strong as Senior Brother Spear Dragon was killed by a nobody from Wuji's sword sect in a breath's time. Impossible. It must be an illusion. Han, she shook his head and screamed crazily. This, Han Yuan, who was standing behind Fong Chen, was shocked. After a long while, he let out a sigh. In the Yangtze River, each new generation surpassed the previous one. Junior Brother Fong's strength had completely surpassed his. I can only catch up in the future, Han Yuan said to himself. You killed Senior Brother Spear Dragon? He-Bo's eyes were bloodshot. He roared, Spear God sect will not let you go. Puchi! Another slash. He-Bo fell. Han Shi and the other two quickly retreated, fearing that they would be killed by Fong Chen. Brother, it was our Divine Spear Sect's fault. On behalf of the Divine Spear Sect, I would like to apologize to you. Han, she struggled for a moment before putting down his pride and begging for mercy. Get lost. Fong Chen said. He did not want to kill anyone, but Spear Dragon was too aggressive. Let's go. The three were relieved. They took the bodies of He-Bo and Spear Dragon and left quickly. In their hearts, they would probably never be able to forget that Senior Brother Spear Dragon had been split into two. After the disciples left, Han Yuan said, Junior Brother Fong, have you broken through to the heaven-opening realm? Fong Chen shook his head. It's not that easy. You are indeed a genius who absorbed the innate divine rune of order. With your current strength, you can move unhindered among the cosmos gods. Han Yuan said, the path of martial arts was filled with endless killing. Therefore, the death of Spear Dragon and the others was just a small interlude to Han Yuan's cultivation. Hoo! Just as Fong Chan and Han Yuan were talking, two figures suddenly appeared in front of the towering tree. Ha! This must be the center of the maze. Yes, the inheritance of the Heavenly Spring Master must be here. Maybe the Divine Spring Pearl is here too. The two were in high spirits and did not notice Fong Chen and Han Yuan. Junior Brother Fong, the blue-robed man, is Hung Ji from the Northern Profound Sky Arrow Sect. His strength is similar to Spear Dragon. The black-robed man is Devil King Stone from the Northern Profound Sky Demon Sect. Han Yuan introduced in a low voice. Fong Chen nodded. At this moment, the two noticed Fong Chen and Han Yuan. Disciples of the Eastern Profound Sky, Limitless Sword Sect? Hung Ji and Devil Kingstone's gaze landed on Fong Chen and Han Yuan. What did the two of you discover after coming here? Hung Ji asked. Has the inheritance treasure of the Heavenly Spring Master been taken by you? If so, hand it over quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Devil Kingstone said in a deep voice. It could be seen that Devil Kingstone cultivated the demonic Tao. He had a twisted personality and was very vicious. On the other hand, Hung Ji was more gentle. Fong Chen spread out his hands. We did not get the inheritance of the Heavenly Spring Master. Humph. How can we believe your words? Open your spatial ring and let us see. Devil Kingstone said. Fong Chen frowned. What I said is true. We did not get the inheritance of the Heavenly Spring Master. We are looking for it. But now, it seems that someone is helping us. Hung Ji and Devil Kingstone did not understand Fong Chen's words. They frowned and looked at him. Kid, do you believe that I won't twist your head off? Devil Kingstone threatened Fong Chen. I don't believe it. Fong Chen shook his head and smiled. It is indeed difficult to find the inheritance of the Heavenly Spring Master with just me and senior brother Han Yuan. Why don't the two of you help us find it? If you can find it, I will definitely thank you. How about it? You want to die? Devil Kingstone's temper flared. Before you, Spear Dragon from the Western Profound Sky Divine Spear Sect also said the same thing to me. But unfortunately, he did not kill me. Instead, he was cut in half by my sword. Fong Chen said calmly. Ha ha ha, this is the funniest joke I have ever heard. You said you cut Spear Dragon in half with a sword? Only a fool would believe that. Chapter 2248. Genius remembers love in 1 second go. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Hung Ji and Stone Devil King looked at Fong Chen coldly, as if they did not put him in their eyes. If it was Han Yuan, they might be afraid, but not to the extent of being afraid. And nobody from Eastern Profound Heaven's Limitless Sword Sect actually dared to speak so arrogantly. This made Hung Ji and Stone Devil King very unhappy, especially Stone Devil King of the Heavenly Devil Sect. Devil Tao cultivators were incomparably violent, and they would fight at the slightest disagreement. Stone Devil King was very strong and had reached the limit of the Unity Realm. If he went berserk and entered a battle state, even Hung Ji would be afraid. I once tempered myself in the Western Profound Heaven and was fortunate enough to fight with Spear Dragon of the Divine Spear Sect. In the end, I lost to him by a single move. Stone Devil King waved his hand and said, Spear Dragon's potential and strength are comparable to mine. Such a martial artist was cut in half by a single sword? Do you think I will believe it? Devil Tao aura filled the air around Stone Devil King. His pitch-black eyes emitted a gloomy aura that directly locked onto Fong Chen's body. As for Hung Ji of the Arrow Sect, he was silent as he stared at Fong Chen. Brat, cultivation is not easy and we don't want to kill you. We just want you to open your spatial ring and let us check it. Hung Ji dissuaded. Compared to losing your life, checking the spatial ring is much better, right? However, Fong Chen still shook his head. However, only Han Yuan knew that the consequences of Junior Brother Fong's anger were very serious. At this moment, Han Yuan stood quietly to the side, too lazy to say anything. Han Yuan, are you going to watch your junior brother die in the hands of Stone Devil King? Hung Ji said to Han Yuan after seeing Fong Chen's indifference. As long as you can kill my junior brother, I don't care. Han Yuan spread out his hands like an outsider with a helpless expression. Seeing this, Stone Devil King said angrily, In that case, there's nothing to say. Remember my name, Stone Devil King. As soon as Stone Devil King finished speaking, he opened his palms, and an extremely terrifying Devil Tao aura gathered together. Demon Dragon ascends to the heavens. Following the Stone Devil King's roar, He suddenly waved his hands, and a terrifying demonic aura rapidly floated in the air. Under his control, the roar of a dragon was emitted from the demonic aura. In the next moment, the dense demonic aura turned into a huge black dragon. The black dragon's eyes exuded an aura of death. It wagged its tail and tore at the void with its claws. Junior Brother Fong, this is the Stone Devil King's ultimate skill. Demonic dragon ascends to the heavens. That black dragon's mouth can spit out an extremely corrosive demonic aura, Han Yuan said. Seeing this, Hung Ji sneered. Even at this time, you still want to pretend to be calm? When the Stone Devil King kills your junior brother, let's see how you're going to stay calm. Han Yuan ignored Hung Ji's sarcasm. He only told Fong Qin about the characteristics of the demon dragon ascension. He wasn't worried about Fong Qin's safety. A weak earthworm dares to call itself a dragon? What a joke. Fong Qin stood quietly. He quietly activated the myriad sword body, and the myriad sword domain surrounded him. His pitch-black eyes stared at the black dragon in the air and sneered. You're courting death. The Stone Devil King was completely enraged. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Fong Qin was the first. Let me show you how the weak earthworm that you speak of is going to kill you. The Stone Devil King roared. He stomped his foot and stepped on the back of the black dragon. He controlled the black dragon and swooped down towards Fong Qin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the black dragon swooped down, it spat out a black demonic aura from its bloody mouth. However, Fong Qin stood quietly without moving. It was as if he didn't even look at the corrosive demonic aura. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The corrosive demonic aura rushed towards Fong Qin at lightning speed. However, just as it was about to approach Fong Qin, it was blocked by an invisible force in the void. Amen. The Stone Devil King frowned slightly when he saw the scene. Break through. The Stone Devil King angrily shouted. He continued controlling the black dragon to spew out demonic aura. The myriad sword domain has changed. Fong Qin observed the myriad sword domain seriously. He had a joyful look on his face. Ever since he broke through to the Unity Realm, he didn't use the myriad sword domain. Today he saw a huge change. Originally, the myriad sword domain could only target the nearby sword-type weapons. But it was different now. The myriad sword domain was filled with an invisible sword Dao aura. It could isolate all auras near to Fong Qin. The demonic aura spat out by the black dragon might be corrosive, but it couldn't penetrate the seal of the myriad sword domain. Keep. Fong Qin softly said. Immediately, the myriad sword domain shrunk and finally restrained the demonic aura. Die. At this moment, the black dragon also swooped down. The black dragon opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Fong Qin's head. Just a small earthworm. Fong Qin casually said. He then lightly punched out. The black dragon couldn't dodge and got its head smashed. Pum! A deafening scream came out from the black dragon's mouth. Its head was instantly smashed apart. Its body turned into demonic aura and dissipated in the void. The Stone Devil King didn't expect such a shocking change would happen. He jumped down from the black dragon's back. An iron hammer suddenly appeared in his hand. He circulated all the strength in his body and ruthlessly swung the iron hammer at Fong Qin. Kacha! Under Hung Ji's shock, Fong Qin held the iron hammer tightly with a single hand. The Stone Devil King used all his strength, but he couldn't move the iron hammer even half a step. He widened his eyes and stared at Fong Qin. Do you believe what I said now? Fong Qin smiled brightly at the Stone Devil King. He immediately released his hand and sent the Stone Devil King flying with a kick. Bang! The Stone Devil King's body was like a cannonball, heavily smashing into the ground. His heart was in turmoil, and his face was extremely pale. Stone Devil King, how are you? Hung Ji took a step forward and arrived in front of the Stone Devil King. The shock in his heart couldn't be any greater. He couldn't imagine that such a young martial artist could explode with such powerful strength. Even I can't do it so casually, right? Thinking back to the battle just now, Hung Ji felt a lingering fear in his heart. To be able to defeat the Stone Devil King so easily, one could imagine how strong he was. If he wanted to kill the Stone Devil King, the latter would have died long ago. "I'm fine," the Stone Devil King said in a hoarse voice. Fang Chen placed his hands behind his back and looked at the two of them. "Brother, I've offended you before. For the sake of the Arrow sect, can you forgive me?" Hung Ji admitted defeat. What kind of joke was this? He didn't think that he was much stronger than the Stone Devil King. The guy in front of him was simply a monster in human form. He was too strong. No wonder Han Yuan wasn't worried about his junior brother at all. It turned out that he already knew. "Do you accept it?" Fang Chen looked at Hung Ji and asked. "I accept it wholeheartedly," Hung Ji said. "What about you?" Fang Chen continued to ask. "Brother, thank you for showing mercy. I, the Stone Devil King, will remember this." The Stone Devil King stood up with difficulty and clasped his fists at Fang Chen. "If I wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as flipping my hand." Fang Chen nodded and said, "But you and I don't have any deep grudges, so I didn't kill you." Of course, Fang Chen had a very important reason for letting them stay, and that was to find the divine Spring Pearl and the inheritance of the heavenly Spring Lord. How was he going to search in this huge maze by himself? "Next, as long as you help me do one thing, the grudges between us will be written off," Fang Chen said. "No problem." Hung Ji and the Stone Devil King hurriedly agreed. "The purpose of my trip is to find the inheritance of the Heavenly Spring Lord and the Divine Spring Pearl. If you help me find them, I'll owe you a favor," Fang Chen said. Hung Ji and the Stone Devil King were moved when they heard that, but they quickly nodded and agreed. After being defeated by Fang Chen, they no longer had the qualifications to fight for the Divine Spring Pearl. Rather than that, they might as well help him. "All right, you can leave now," Fang Chen said. The Stone Devil King and Hung Ji turned and left. But at this moment, the Stone Devil King turned his head and asked, "Did you really kill Spear Dragon?"